Hello, hello, hello. You, yes, you, viewer on YouTube. I like you a lot. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. I am here at the 6th Conqueror's Clash with my good friend Parvision. Welcome, Parvision. Welcome to the stream, bro.
Thank you, Hidden Island. Thank you. The viewers don't know, and maybe you don't know, Hidden. This is a very special day. Do you know what day it is today?
Today,
it's a special day. I'm honored that you chose today of all days to bring me here.
What is
this?
Today?
Is like the stars lined up for this.
Is this the first day of summer? Is that what it? I'm trying to think of what else this could be.
It's the first day of summer, but also known as the longest day of the year. So obviously the two most longest winded speakers in the community collab today. So I'm honored that you would spend the day with me, the longest day with me. You know what I mean?
Well, that was all part of the plan. See, I was just feigning ignorance here. Yes, guys, I actually chose the longest day of the year because I knew we would be having a off-the-walls conversation here. And we definitely have a treat today. Today, guys, is actually a special episode of Conqueror's Clash. I know you guys are very used to the typical fare where we have the little prompts pop up on screen. We do the little cute hockey thing. Let me explain typically how it works. You get 3 different types of hockeys: theory-based questions, analysis-based questions, and then we get the Conqueror's hockey, which are the pressing, big time, big boy, big brain questions that you think about, and then we put it to a vote, and then the winner of that vote is the winner of that clash of Conqueror's hockey, right? That's the typical fare. That's how it works. But I actually have a treat for you today, Par.
Okay.
And I have a special.
Wait, I know what it is.
I have a special thing. If you keep your eyes on the screen here and just pay attention to what I have here, just let me know what you see. Do you recognize that?
Let me see.
I know you're on a delay.
The bingo board! It's back!
Oh
man.
So we're going to be competing. We're going to be throwing our hockey at the screen in a battle of predictions. This is a battle of we're both theory guys. Observation hockey, that's huge. That's a huge part of it. So today is going to be a battle of observation hockey. We're going to be doing an end of series bingo board. Once again, I knew I had to do this with you because we did it in 2022. We were gonna do it this year and we just never got around to it. And I was like, you know, if we could do it for the year, but we're already like a good way into the year. We don't have presumably that much more left to the series. We might as well just hit it. Like, let's just do the end of series bingo, and who knows?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
See, last time you prepared me, right? This time, woo! Bro, I told you I was on vacation. You hit me with this. All right. Hold on. My boxing gloves close enough? No, it's not close enough. But end of series is a little bit easier. End of series is a little bit easier,
more general.
But the issue is I feel like regardless, this is what happened the first bingo board. We have a lot of new people who may not have watched that stream, which is like one of my first collabs in general, like on a live stream. I believe I think it was like you and me, and I think both of us were like charred in like new territories with that. And
we were, I remember.
Yeah, I think both of us just like, maybe we just collabed with like Randy or something like that, like on a live stream at least. And then this came around and it was supposed to be like an hour stream, ended up being like 4 hours, like 5 hours. And I forget how we came to the bingo board, but the idea was yours, that part. But like, I think we were coming in like, let's both have separate ideas and then we'll talk about it. And then we ended up agreeing on like a lot of things. And for a lot of people that don't know, is that your theories and my theories end up like they're like two sides of the same coin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if we don't even use any of the same words in our video, like you could pair them together so nicely. And I think the light and shadow one is like one of the main ones for that. A lot of people loved your light theory on devil fruits, and a lot of people love my shadow theory. And then it's like, well, light and shadows. And then even Threevil was saying that we were talking about the Moon Records one.
Yes.
That one,
Yep.
yeah. So like he watched one of your videos and then he watched my video and he's like, wait, this kind of like works together. And then what they don't know was that you and I, like, we were like talking about ideas in the background, and then we went off and made our own theories, and then we came back and we're like, yo, this is crazy that it lined up this well. And I feel like for the end of series, at least for the bingo, right, we're gonna end up having like, we're gonna end up agreeing. Even if it sounds crazy, we're gonna end up agreeing. I'm like, no, I see this. So I'm interested. Are we gonna still do like the same color thing that we did last time?
I think so. I think the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna we're gonna color code it, and then we're going to, anything that we're both in agreement on, we'll mark in white as the default color, and then I guess we'll do purple for you, and for me I'll do like a light blue or something like that, something clearly different from each other, so that people can tell.
Is there neon purple? Is that a color?
I could do like a bright purple. I have a whole color wheel here, so you can take your selection. This is like a character customization in the RPG. You just choose your color.
I gotta fit the themes. You know? This is the bar theme. We got the neon lights.
Yeah, I did the that's my I have my desktop background. Actually, I will make this recommendation. Wallpaper engine, for those who don't use it, it's awesome. You should use it. Animated desktop wallpapers goes a long way. Found a lot of animated One Piece ones up there. Let me give you a neon purple. I hope it doesn't clash too much with the background. It should be fine though. Let's give it a test run.
Hey, clashing is apparently what we need to do, right?
That's true. That's a good point. Let's see. What's the font size we're looking for here?
Par got that lilac shade apparently from Kev Dog.
Luffy lilac. Lilac. What is that a color?
Lilac is a color. I just like the word lilac. Lilac is kind of cool. Lilac.
That is a nice. Yeah, that's like a name. Almost like a nice name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be like could be like the name of a. Oh shit.
I'm joking.
Okay, I'll give you the purple is a little bit hard to read. I'll give you like a lighter, almost pinkish color, and then I'll give myself like a light blue, so they both stand out, easy to read.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, so I guess let me just see if we've established all the rules for this bingo board before we do get started. So we're gonna color code. We're gonna each, I guess we'll take turns filling out the boxes, and you can pick a box of your choice on the board to place your entry. Would recommend placing the more out there ones in places that aren't, like you kind of want to hope to get bingo. So I mean, you know how it works. We did this last time. Before we do that, I'm also going to just get to these couple of super chats real quick. Muglatan, thank you for the 2 pounds, bro. He said nostalgia. This is a nostalgic stream setup we got right here. The bingo board and us two, this is going to be this is a blast from the past. That's why I wanted to do this, because I was like,
I miss this.
Yeah, because I've been going on, recently about how like I want to recapture that energy that I had when like I was into One Piece back when I first started the channel. This is one of the funnest things I remember from that time. So I was like, you know what, let's just run it again. Like, why not?
And what's funny is if people wanted to have some fun and go back to that, besides what was written on the bingo board, what we said, there was some gems in there. Like I remember one of them was we ended up like about the worst generation and how they would be post Wano. And before we wrote down what it was, it was literally like I think I said like Bonnie would end up on the ship or something like that. And then you're like, oh, I could see that or something like that. And like that happened like with every single square, whether like the conversation or what we wrote down, there was some foresight there. And then the Shanks conversation, I mean volume 4 billion kind of helped a lot of that.
Yeah, it did. I'm actually, hold on, I'm trying to pull up the old bingo board just so we can, before we go over this one, let's go over what we did last time. That'll be a good way to start. Let's find out where we were wrong, what we got right, what we got wrong. Let's see. So we have let me just try and align this so it's easy for everyone to read on stream, and then you'll be able to see it.
Look at that first two. The big win.
Yeah, right? Ooh. Yamato stays on Wano. Okay. We both were in agreement on that, and we nailed that. Wano is only 3 acts.
We had completely different explanations for it too. Like it came to a singular point, but like when we sat down and discussed it, which is why the stream ended up being so long, is because you had an explanation and you had a video and I had an explanation, which is just like funny. But like on the next one, isn't it crazy, right? There was a time in the community where we were like 5 acts.
5 acts. Yep.
Whoa,
we were ready for the 3rd act to end on Luffy getting defeated, and then because that was like the whole thing, Raid's gonna fail is also partially based on the 5-act structure, because we needed the tragedy to end the 3rd act so that the 4th act could happen. So we were all convinced like, oh, something's gonna go wrong, and then it did go wrong, but the act didn't end. And then Luffy got back up with Gear 5, and then the whole thing, like, that was a pretty out of left field thing when it happened, but we still predicted it. We got that on the nose there. Fate of the Warlords, that was another thing. Well, see, we were predicting what's going to happen within 2022. Did we get the Fate of the Warlords in 2022? I think we did.
The chapter's just so crazy after Wano. I think so. Yeah, because Egghead started in 2022, right? So so we got like the cross guild stuff. We got like basically everything. Yeah, we did solidly.
Kinemon Hiyori dies. That one we were pretty off on. But the thing is,
that was a good timeline. Like our version of the events was a good timeline.
But like the Kinemon dying thing was like it almost did happen. Yeah, like it was close. Yeah. It was close, but then he reattached himself.
I don't remember what chapter this like stream happened on, but like I'm telling you guys, if you listen to a conversation, it was a good version of the events to go down. Because one of the biggest premises, to not go into all the details, was that it gives Momo like solid motivation to press forward. And hey, at this point in the story, Momo could just like, what reason does he really have to like not really like mess around, right? Like, I guess like he does have like solid reason because like Green Bull showed up, but I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. I feel like our version still had more oomph to it, you know?
Did I convince you Sabo is dead for this? Because we were in agreement on this one, but in retrospect, I feel like that was my hard bias pushing for that. I wanted Sabo to die.
Yeah, I didn't agree, but what I said was that the newspapers would be lying. So whatever is posted on the newspaper would not be the truth. And so I agree. So you thought Sabo was dead. You were hard pushing that. And I said absolutely not. But I agreed that, hey, a possibility is that the newspaper is lying and it says Sabo is dead. And then you agreed with that point. That's how we got to there. So my ultimate point was that whatever the newspaper said was a complete scam, which, you know, was kind of true. You know, I think the equivalent would be King Cobra died. And I thought that maybe that could have been a scam. But like at the time, or when we got the reveal, given the context of everything, I was like, no, Cobra's dead because of what he was going to the event for, right? Like
I love that you have a good memory of that, like how we got to that, because that I was looking at this, I was like, what did I say to you to get you to agree to this one? Like,
no, I remember. I think I remember most of these. The Sabo is dead was the one where I was just like, yo, I just can't agree with you, and you know, I think though. Something I want to bring it back to is I don't want to put Hidden in this boat unless he is on this boat, which is when 1060 came and we saw Lelucia get shot down. You didn't think Sabo was dead from that, right? Or
I for the first week it happened, I was riding hard on the we got him train. I was like, he's done, he's out. Like that's the first week. Yeah.
But then after you let it sit,
then I was like, okay,
you were like, maybe... you know what, guys? Okay, so that's important because I ran a poll later on, and someone brought your name up in it, right? And I was defending you, which I think is
thank you.
It's still accurate, which was that like, damn, people who thought Sabo was dead, delusional. And I was like, hold on, like before 1060. I can see, kind of like, you know, it's not that delusional, right? I just didn't agree. It wasn't delusional. After 1060, the Delulu was out there. You were there for a week. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it was like it was just the logic of how is Oda gonna get him out of this one. That was the logic I had. It was like it looked like he was looking directly up at a 70-degree angle. and like
No,
the
not
laser
angle.
was
You
right.
bring out the protractor,
I brought out the
bro.
protractor. I measured it. I was like, okay, that is a 70-degree angle. This angle of lighting is not possible from a ship directly offshore about 10 miles. Like no, I didn't do that. I was measuring it, and it didn't seem logical to me that he would have got off the island and survived. But look, we're in a fantasy world. We accept fantasy scenarios. If some characters need to survive based on some magical BS, then you know what? Let's more power to him. More power to Sabo. I'm glad you're alive, buddy. Great Green Demon. Let me get. I'm sorry, the super chat. Great Green Demon. I forgot to get to this.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the $10, bro. He said, "What up, Hidden Empire? It's been too long since I could catch a live stream. Just wanted to say that y'all are awesome, and to the loyal viewers, like these stream. Thank you, Great Green Demon. Appreciate you. Always happy to see you stop by the streams, bro. I'm glad you were able to make it today.
Also, that's a dope name.
Yes, it is. That's like something they would call Zorro. They'd call him the Great Green Demon.
It's like you can't say that name without remembering it. So now I'm just gonna be on the lookout for the Great Green Demon in the chat. It's crazy. Yeah, no Sabo stuff, crazy.
Yeah, you nailed Shusui stays on Wano. That was a good call there. That was a good call.
Oh, it is. It's in purple. Wow.
Yeah, that's in purple.
Yeah. The color.
Yeah. So this is a point. This is a point in your corner. Grand Fleet arrives. We were both wrong on.
Woo! Okay, so now I know. This is before Gear 5 then. Yeah. This is before Gear 5.
I think it was like 1040. It was like 1042 or something. Or like maybe like somewhere, because it was February that it happened, and I know that Gear 5 happened that year in around March or April, because I remember being out of the country when the chapter dropped, and that was like April-ish. So I know that Gear 5 did not happen when we did that stream. It did not happen.
And guys, to give you some background, we agreed on the point that like at that stage it's like, does Luffy just beat Kaido, or is there intervention from a third party? And this is how I've been coping with it. Technically an awakening from a godly sun god Nika from out of nowhere a little bit is a third party intervention, you know, like
yeah, as gotta far stretch as, it there though.
Yeah, like, you know, I'm not saying that Gear 5 came out of left field or it's like an ass pull. Like, obviously, that's not what I'm saying. I know some people do say that. But as far as, like, predicting, like, how Luffy gets out of it, we just kind of stayed with, like, what are the pieces on the board? And Oda kind of was, like, reached up here and was like, haha, you didn't see that one coming. You're like, that's a good one, Oda. Thanks for that one, you know?
You know what's crazy to me in retrospect is that we don't have Gear 5 anywhere on this bingo board. Like, was that not on our radar at that time? Like, I'm just thinking back to how we were thinking as a community at that time. Like, did we not have a whole new gear on the radar? Because I remember a lot of people were ready for, like, Gear 4 Tiger Man, Gear 4 Frogman or something. But no one was ready for, like, some Gear 5 Nika shit, you know?
Yeah, I think tapping into to the mentality there, it was kind of like, again, there's like so much stuff happening already that, like, you know, we were going from what, Zoro just be king, Sanji queen, Zoro king, like Kaido's getting drunk, then not King, Law and Kid versus Big Mom, and then it jumps into these chapters, and it was kind of like the CP0 guy showed up, and there was like Zunisha's, like, I think we were talking about like the other devil fruit name, right? And we were like, oh, his fruit's not really the rubber fruit, that kind of thing, and we were coming up with like, oh, it's a Logia. You know, remember that? Like,
yeah.
Oh,
yep.
So like, I think it was like a mob mentality that ended up putting people in a bunch of bins. And I think if we were like had some time, like this break month back then, prior to Gear 5, we might have like been able to rewind or consolidate and come back from a bunch of those ideas and go like, at the end of the day, there's a power up here, right? I think we could have came back to that. And you're right. I think around December of 2021 was when like a bunch of Gear 5, like a bunch of ideas around the Luffy's next power up came through. I had one, you had one, three. I think we all around then had one. As far as like coming up with a name, I don't know. Like, I think people were still memeing on like the Gear 5 name, right? Like it wasn't. We were still like, is it Gear 5 or is it another Gear 4 form, right? Like, is it Luffy's fruit isn't a paramecia, it's a Logia, right? Like, that's kind of where most people are going. I actually remember, not to like, you know, put myself on blast, I actually had a video where I said, like, if Oda does a mythical Zoan, then it would be interesting, but like I would have like a mythical human, because I had a video saying that Joy Boy was probably in a human fruit in my chopper video. And so I think somewhere around there I was saying, like, if Oda did a mythical human fruit, I would have liked it if we had like build up to that, like Sengoku and those kinds of things. So I think, like, when you think about how Oda prefaced Gear 5, there, and then how people reacted to it, and some of how their negative reactions were, like, oh, this is an ass pull, whatever. I think there was some validity there, but it stretched too far to when they were saying, like, this is completely not One Piece. You know what I mean? And then that's where, like, I, and a bunch of other people are like, no, wait, hold on. You can have what you want about, like, this coming out of, like, you didn't think about this. I don't know if you can say that Oda didn't think about this from the start, like, or not from the start, at least for a while now.
What's interesting about that is that I remember when Gear 5th happened, and that was the sentiment that people were expressing. I made a video in direct response to that, as like I called it yet another Gear 5th video at the time, and it was basically it was a video explaining all the references that were made to like the animation style of Gear 5th elsewhere in the series. So I talked about how Luffy's Gum Gum UFO is a lot like Taz the Tasmanian Tiger's like tornado. I pointed out how Gear 3rd is a lot like, for example, like Tom and Jerry. I put a clip of like Tom blowing into his, or Jerry blowing into his thumb to make his arm really big and buff. It's like the same, all those elements were present.
That video.
Oh, you did?
I put people towards that video because I took like the thing. Because that was that exactly 100%.
It's like
the moment Oda said, like, I really loved Tom and Jerry as a kid, and I like modeled it kind of like that. That's when it clicked for people, right? Yeah. But then you were, I think, like ahead of it a little bit, and then he confirmed it afterwards, which was like incredible that you did that too.
I don't even want to like take credit for being ahead of it. I just think that a lot of people were too focused on the fact that the power came out of nowhere and not enough. And not enough on, and that's what I wanted to emphasize, was that we got to actually look at what type of setup Oda could have done, okay, if you guys think he didn't do any setup, let's go back and look and see if he actually did. What did he do in the story to indicate that Luffy's powers are, they're rubber, but we only think it's rubber because he told us it's rubber. But could this power double as another thing secretly, and he's been using the rubber thing as a red herring this whole time? And then if you go back and you see all the different things that Luffy does, where he does the tornado, he does the blow into the thumb, all that stuff, it's like, maybe Oda was like, he was setting us up with the rubber thing, and he was like, okay, they're gonna think it's rubber, but everything I'm doing is actually not. This is not a rubber thing I'm doing here. This is a cartoon animation style moveset.
That's actually it. Because you said it like that, I was reminded that I did a similar thing that you did, but I did it from the word play, like kind of Nika, and that's how I came up with the shadows theory. It was because of figuring out the Nika thing. I was like, okay, if Oda figured it out, where could he have possibly foreshadowed it? And that's when I went to volume 56. I think it's 56, where Roger Rayleigh, I think that's the name of the volume, where Doflamingo opens up saying, like, the age of slavery is over, it's the age of smile, and or the next age is the smile. And that's like for me, I was like, wait, is that like a quadruple entendre that Oda's doing here with like the smile fruit from, and this is Sabodi, this is pre-time skip, the smile fruits of years down the line. And so I was like, okay, smile, Nika, like the slavery, he liberates it. And then I was like, okay, then the name of the previous century, or the void century, is named after Emu, which would be Void, and then that's actually what spawned that kind of thinking, where it's like Nika versus Void.
I remember you first brought up the Void thing. That was a while ago too, and you nailed that. That was like a really spot on. I totally buy into like what you're saying with the triple quadruple entendre, like era of the smile, era of void history, Emu, like the daydream Luffy night, like I that whole thing is like now we look back and it's like, wait, that all like does fit really well with what we have, all the pieces we have now. Like we can put that together and get that conclusion now with that, which is sick,
bro. Is it vindication the right word here?
Yeah.
Like when that chapter came out and we got the fan scan saying like Emu's referring to themselves as Moo, and then Moo could be void or dream, and I literally hit both of those. I was like, no. And then, most people don't know this, but you and Mrs. Hidden Island, I've been asking you guys about like various I'm like, Hidden, don't ask her about this one, she didn't think I'm crazy, but that was one I was like confident about. I was like, is this could there possibly be a world where this can be referred to like an imaginary, like a dream like thing? And she's like, sort of, but like a negative thing, remember that? And then yes, I was like, okay,
I do.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going for. And then it fit, and I'm like, okay, I'm not Japanese, I don't know this language, but Oda, let me tell you.
Well, that's why whenever you message me and you ask me for like a translation on something, I'm always like, I always make sure to get back to you with something like solid, because I know that you're gonna use it for some like now that I've seen it in effect, I'm like, okay, this translation, whatever it is, he's got something cooking up, and I'm just gonna give him what he needs I'm gonna give him the tools. Like Par is telling me, hey man, I'm about to construct like a crazy ass house, and I just need the tools. Can you give me like the 2x4? And then they're like, all right, I'll give you the 2x4. That's the translations for me. It's like, all right, I'll give you whatever you need, just cook something up. And you've been cooking like crazy with everything I've given you on the translation department.
When I tell you the next ones, because we got a bunch of these from the 1086 with all the names. When I tell you what I got cooked up, oh my goodness, it's wild. It's wild. I got most of it like triple checked and stuff already, and I'm like, I'm cooking with that.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited.
Terrible TJ said, thank you for the members message. He said, can't stay, but like D-stream. Thank you, bro. I hope you enjoy the VOD when you catch it later. Dax Sake, welcome. Welcome to Hidden VIP. Welcome to the crew, bro. I know you were a member before. You renewed it for I'm assuming for the goated emojis. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dak.
God, not the emojis.
Killer comedy. You do. Actually, I highly recommend the emojis thing. It's like,
I know,
it's so important.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Killer, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, my friend. Let me play the membership video for all the new members of the crew.
Wait, you do that sound manually?
I have it. That's been me the whole time.
Like, this is the first time I'm behind the scenes, so I thought that on the outside when I'm watching the stream, I'm like, damn, this is on a sound thing, and then I'm hearing you do it. No, he does it manually every time. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's been my soundboard. I just let it run. The audio, my mic is still in the background whenever I play that, so I have to just be totally quiet to not interrupt the little video that I have playing. But no, I'm gonna spice it up. I felt like spicing it up. Pedro Silva, welcome. Cam, welcome. Dilcor, welcome. Lucy, welcome. Phantom Greyfire, welcome, my friend. Cash, welcome. Isaias, welcome. Having a good time, welcome. Ramon, welcome. And Sam Fowler, welcome to the crew. Enjoy the rest of the stream, guys. And thank you, Killer, for the generous donations. I'm also looking at this bingo board. I noticed, I'm not sure if this falls in the 2023 window. I believe both of them do, but I have two things on this bingo board that was just me, and it was Great Cleansing Begins and Vegapunk Face Reveal. And I think both of those did fall in the 2023 window, if I'm not mistaken. Lelucia, was Lelucia 1060, I'm pretty sure was 2022.
Let me double check. Episode 1065, I believe, or chapter 1065 is the
first of
what's it called? Yeah, let me double check.
Well, if that's the case, then 1060 does fall in 2022, because that's when Lelucia happened. So that would mean I nailed both of those. Pretty cool. They weren't that crazy of guesses, though, to be totally honest. I'm pretty sure, like, in retrospect, the logic I used was like, okay, I mean, we had Reverie, something went wrong at the Reverie, Luffy's gonna like throw off the power balance after Wano, like some crazy shit's gotta go down for him to redirect his target from the Yonko to the world government, so Great Cleansing has to start. And then Vegapunk Face Reveal, I think, was just like a crack, like a guess shot in the dark where I was like, okay, who are we gonna meet? Who are we gonna meet before the year's end? That's like a mysterious character. I guess Green Bull. Green Bull at the time was still a silhouette too, but we didn't mention Green Bull on here. I guess because he's not as prescient or interesting. But Vegapunk was. That was on the radar. And at the time we had no clue what Vegapunk was going to be like at all.
Yeah. So that's where, in the context of the conversation, from what I remember, it was possibility of Vegapunk showing up on Wano 2 was something we were discussing, because we were talking about like third parties and like, you know, the like pacifistas and like them being part of the Marines that show up at the end of Wano. So that was more of the context that we talked about, and that being irrelevant to your prediction there. I think for me, the reason why I didn't agree was because at the time we didn't know how far Wano was going, right? So if the conversation was the Marines show up to extend into like a fourth or fifth act, I didn't feel that Vegapunk would show up on Wano. The next island part, we were kind of thinking like, I think in this conversation, something we prefaced was Wano ending like by the end of the year rather than in the middle. And so that was kind of interesting, because then like Wano kind of ended, you know, a little abruptly, but like, you know, in a good time frame, all things considered. And then we shot forward all the way to the future, and the Great Cleansing begins. The reason I was trying to remember, I was like, why didn't I agree with that one? And I think it was because of the context of what the Great Cleansing was. It was like how widespread it would be, but also one of my theories was kind of like a little bit in the mix. I think as far as Lucia being the beginning of the Great Cleansing, like, yeah, that's basically it. I think it's kind of interesting given how they were talking about it though, because they were like, they said like they need to test it out, but then they were also like, we need to get the Great Cleansing going. I'm just like, the whole thing about Mother Flame thing, super interesting.
Yeah,
like,
it's interesting to me that they haven't made an official correction for that yet, have they? They corrected other stuff from that chapter. They have not corrected the Mother Frame thing. So that leads me to believe that was intentional.
Yeah, so and that's the thing. He did give us his reasoning. Stephen Paul gave us his reasoning. My biggest worry is that, like, you know, it's weird that, like you said, some things were corrected, some things weren't. But what I did say to people is, this is applied to all of the names, not just in that chapter. Like, look at all the crazy names, in my opinion. I've been playing with more than just 1086 in terms of katakana and kanji. But if, let's say, Oda is doing double entendres with Imu's name, with everybody's names, then imagine a translator coming up to you and asking, is it Mother Flame or Mother Frame? And you are doing both. What do you answer? You can't answer, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, even if Stephen Paul went up to Oda and asked, and if Oda meant both, then he can't really. He's like, yeah, both. Go with whichever one.
Yeah.
You know, like,
is it Mother Flame or Mother Frame? Yes.
Yeah,
that's like his answer. Yes.
And then when you think about that, right? The reason why I think that was the case is because when you look at Stephen Paul's answer or justification, it seems like he was kind of guided in a thing. He said, it's mother, if you put motherboard and main frame together and you take Mother Frame, I'm like, that's like a contrived, like, you know, like, I get it. Most people think motherboard and Mother Frame, like, off the rip. You don't need a justification for it. No one looks at the etymology of that shit, but he did. And I'm like, that sounds like he kind of was like guided in a direction. And I feel like he just asked and there was like, yes. Because in Japanese you can get away with that, and the other part of it is my biggest counter to people who think it's Mother Flame or Mother Frame, one way or the other, is some people have come out. I know Sandman has also said like that he would spell flame like that in katakana. And hey, I'm not Japanese, I'm not going to go out there, but prior to 1086 I asked multiple people about a different thing that's very similar, and nowhere do they ever include the I in there. And the important part of that is that Oda forced Emu's name at the end of it. So it's like Emu's katakanas at the very end of it.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel like Oda is putting double entendres in there. It's like naturally, if you use a translator, if you ask somebody, you get fu ra mu. But prior to 1086, when I asked somebody, they never said fu ra emu. Like that's not. So it was interesting.
The katakana, if I could illuminate on that, is a little bit, is if I'm trying to like, what is the word, anglicize, or if I'm trying to like turn an English word into Japanese writing, like let's say mother flame or mother frame, in katakana both would be written, I'm pretty sure, the same exact way, unless there's a difference between the elongation of how they would say frame or flame, but I can't think of how that would be. It would just be fude imu, and that would be it for both words. That would be how you would say it, and there's no distinction, which is the problem.
And what you said there is important too. In my opinion, again, I always gotta preface this so people don't think I'm a thing. It's that it would be the same for both words, right? Like and I think I was talking to Artur about it when it came up to Lily. You know how Lily was spelled with like the extension, but there was like multiple, like Amazon Lily spelled differently than how Lily is spelled in the Nefertari Lily thing. And from what I gathered from him, there's 3 ways to spell it. There's one main way, but if you had spelled it either way, the message would get across, right? Yeah. But the point being that, like what you said, is if you spell it with the I in there, you're spelling frame and flame the same way. There's not a real way to differentiate the two. If that's like, if I pronounce it this way, then I'm going to pronounce frame and flame the same way. If for some reason I pronounce it Fraim, then I'm going to pronounce Flaim, and then that's how you get the katakana. It's all about the pronunciation.
Yes.
Right. So that's kind of the thing. Like for some people are trying to say like, oh, because of the spelling, frame and flame are different. I'm like, that doesn't make sense, because it's just the R and L's are switched, not the pronunciation.
I'm pretty sure they would not be distinct from each other. I'm pretty sure they'd be written the same way in katakana. This wouldn't be a debate if that wasn't the case. There would be no debate to be had. It would have the translators. It would have gotten across the translator's desk. He would have had no issue putting the correct thing in there on both TCB and the main, the official translators. Anyone that has a capacity for translating, if there is a distinction between 2 words, it shouldn't be difficult to just nail it.
And then a last thing, and this is a teaser into a few of my future videos, is like music is important, and Hidden here is he debuted last time. He had this in the back. It was stuck on the Hidden Island, but this year Hidden showed up with some habits here. I don't know if you shared the name, but like. The way I explained it too is like someone said to me is like, like this isn't standard Japanese, and I'm like, I'm not Japanese, but the thing is, like, there's a lot of English words that if I wrote down, you would never really know what I mean by it, how I even pronounce it, just by writing it down. And that's happens in music so often, specifically when there's wordplay. Shakespeare, Eminem, doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, they stretch syllables, they do word plays, they do that because they're so versed in their language that they're skilled enough to go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna go on a limb and say Oda's probably skilled enough to do something like that, where he's probably playing with the language a lot more than people realize, and it's probably not just like standard Japanese, right? Like I really need Oda to come out and like explain a lot of things, and he's just like, I could see him, like a Killer Bee from Naruto. Like, Oda, like, out here just spitting bars like that. You know what I mean?
You know what? I call this the Oda classic. I think I mentioned this to you. I was like, this is the Oda classic. He introduces a word. He introduces a new concept to the story that's mysterious and we don't know what it is or looks like. And he just refers to it by name only. It's an ambiguous name and he writes it only in katakana. That is the Oda classic, or hiragana. He'll just, but he won't give it kanji. He won't give any characters that give away the meaning of what it is. So he did this with the Hitotsunagi, the great Hitotsunagi treasure. We don't know exactly what that means, though. We just know, we know that's what it's referred to, and that's what he writes above the One Piece or whatever. But in reality, it could mean a bunch of things, and we won't know until Oda shows us. So it's just kind of like he loves to leave it ambiguous, and he's doing that with this.
And we know Oda knows what he's doing, because I see someone say, like, we need to see the English word or something in the chapter. And for Laugh Tale, he did that. In the Raws, it's just in English. It says Laugh Tale. And it's just like, you know, like, so Oda is cognizant of these, like, meanings, right? Like, he was playing with that. Like, there's no other reason to write it out in English if, like, he wasn't aware of that, of this, like, confusion. So, you know. It's a quick tangent, but I think it was an important tangent.
It's definitely important. I want to really quick. Didn't get to this when he did it, but Hassan Z, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, bro. We got another 10 new members, part of the Hidden Crew today. Just quickly gonna welcome all you guys. Alexander, welcome. Trish, welcome. The Slith Ice, welcome. Flavio, welcome. Lou, welcome. Vivid Purple, welcome. Red, welcome. Ben Rate, welcome. Daniel, welcome. And Kitetsu, welcome to the Hidden Crew. Glad to have you guys aboard, and I hope you guys enjoy all the exclusive content you got access to, past streams and emojis. Thanks again, Hassan, for that. What was it? There was one other thing I was gonna say. I think the Mother Flame thing, and I do want to get back to the bingo board, but just real quick, I do think there might be a connection in the ambiguity of what the Mother Flame or Frame is, and also the ambiguity of the man marked by flames and his name and what that's implying, right? Because the man marked by flames is another situation that Oda did this, the Oda classic, where it's like you have, and these are in close proximity to each other in the manga too. These are like really close proximity, where you have a character we've never heard of before called the man marked by flames, and the name is not made clear what that's exactly supposed to indicate. Is he marked by flames? Could mean a burn mark. It could mean a mark that looks like fire, like in its shape. It could mean a tattoo that looks like, it could be a bunch of things. In fact, I was talking to my wife about this, and she also mentioned that it could also be a loose indicator of simply the association with the color of flames. It doesn't even have to be the marking. It could just be red, and it could that could be the oh, so that hit something for you there, right?
Oh no, like, listen, I gotta tell you my crackhead ideas about Dax is still I think Dax is upset at me because he has his theory, right? And I've never detracted from his theory. I have told people to go check out his theory too, but I have like 4 different answers, and that's the reason why I made Dax mad. He's like, you gotta choose one. If one of these ideas happen, you can't take the W. I'm like, yo, these ideas are so crazy. Tell me you heard these ideas from other people. He's like, I haven't, but still, you gotta choose one. I'm like, no, but like they're so plausible. I told Kev Dog one of them, and like it's so crackhead. It's so I literally went up to him and I said, Kev Dog, I'm a crackhead. I'm prefacing it. And then he's just like, okay, tell me your idea. And he listened to me, and he's like, no, Par, you're not a crackhead. But what's your other ideas too? Because you have more. Which one's better than this? I'm like, bro, they're all so good. I don't know, but they're all crackhead. And that's why I haven't put out the video. And like, I haven't even, usually I make the thumbnail ahead of time. And this one I haven't, because like, because I don't know what to go with, but there's like so good. And then what you just said, the looseness of the thing, I've started, especially with the last chapter too. I forgot what sparked it, but I was meaning to ask you, but I was asking so many questions at the time. I was like, this one's down there, because I have no like idea which way to go. But the meaning behind the color or the man marked by flames, I was kind of like, there's so many nuances of what that is, and especially in Japanese, like you know, it could be fire, like red fire, but the man marked by flames is like, there's various characters that are symbolized by fire, probably, and show up by fire, and hey, I was just like, I was playing with that, and then, you know, I landed on a cool thing, and I'll tell you, if it comes up later, I'll bring it up. But
I just had a brain blast based on something that Brandon King said in the chat, and I'm gonna feed this to you. And if this helps you, or if this gives you a video to make or something, you just go wild with it. Fucking cook that. Okay, he says it could be a Sun Pirates tattoo. Now, it doesn't have to be someone who was on the Sun Pirates. It could be someone who has a tattoo or something similar. But what this idea gave me was that, well, it could be a Fishman. That the man marked by flames is. That would explain the whirlpools that are being formed. Now tell me this. Is it possible that this is where the original Vander Decken comes in some way, in some shape? Or if you can find anything to make that a possibility. Because remember, you talked about the idea that he may have been to Laughtail himself.
Yeah.
And the idea that he was also an explorer who got far enough to know of certain mysteries that wouldn't have been common knowledge at that time.
Like Poseidon.
Like Poseidon, right? So it makes me wonder, because, he's said to have been cursed, and there's the whole thing about Davy Jones' locker, and what is it? The Flying Dutchman, like the ghost ship wandering the seas forever. Yeah. So it could be that the man marked by flames and his ghost ship is Vander Decken and his ghost ship or something like that, and he's the one causing the whirlpools. He's the one with the exclusive knowledge. He doesn't need the poneglyphs to find certain things because he already knows it.
What I will say is that this is where I'll agree with Dax a little bit. I am annoying where, like, I think like this is a fair thing because this is one of my innate reactions. When we got the description from like Lafitte and the Blackbeard's crew, I immediately thought Davy Jones. But who Davy Jones is, right? Like, is it that it'd have to be a new character? And so like, I have like, yeah, like you could say it's Davy Jones, right? But as far as like a video or claiming a stake to it, besides just like, oh yeah, it could be Davy Jones, I think that's fair. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say it's like personal W if it reveals to that, because it's like whatever. But what I have done is there's like 3 characters that I'm like, it's this character, and if it's this character, they could also just be fulfilling, like they could be the Davy Jones. And that's kind of where I was going. And so like the original Vander Decken did come across in that, and I I didn't put too much stock in it in terms of the video, because like I do have it written out, but it's not like it's not packaged yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I have the ideas written out, but it's not like in a script kind of thing.
Yes.
And that is one of the ones where it's like the original Vander Decken fits in there, but it's also like there was 9 generations in between. You know what I mean? Like there's so many interesting play, especially now that we have the Holy Knights, and like where we can add like interesting characters like that. Maybe there is like a weird connection to tie in like all of these things.
We don't know how long mushroom people live. That's all I'm gonna say. It could be. Look, if he's half Fishman, half Mushroom Man, you could say there's no way the original guy is still alive. Well, but the thing is, he's only half Fishman, and he's half another race we have no knowledge of. So there's a lot of ways to make that work. And the reason I put it forward is just because you're a man who loves to make connections. The way you see the world is through making connections. That connects to one of your big popular theories, and I'm like, that would be if we're looking at the recent chapters and we're like, okay, Par got the Moo thing, that popped up with the Emu thing. Now we have the big question mark with the man marked by flames. That's a way where maybe that also slips in there too and connects back to a past idea you had. Maybe not as nice or neatly as I'm suggesting, but something along those lines where we have to explain the whirlpools and all that too.
Here's like a small thing, not in the whirlpool direction, but though it was depicted alongside it, like when he was like cursed by the gods. But something I said in that video was that the original Vander Decken probably had like a weird connection to the celestial dragons. Like he might have been associated with them, but like not like in the normal context. I didn't know what to say then, but now that we have the Holy Knights, I'm like, that literally fits. Where it's like you could be like what I said in there is like he was cursed by the gods. Who are the gods? The celestial dragons. Who's now giving sentences to people? A celestial dragon, a holy knight.
Yep.
So that's in that video. If you go back and watch it, I'm like, you did pull this out of me, but this isn't necessarily one of the pre-time skip ones. I've been teasing people saying I have 2 pre-time skips scenes besides the Whitebeard one, because I know some people don't agree on the Whitebeard, whether he was referring to a holy Garland, or whatever. I have 2 other points. I think I told you one of them that I think refers to the Holy Knights, but that is another one in post-time skip in Fishman Island. The fact that he was sentenced by the gods, and now we have a god sentencing a god. It's like, hold on. Is Vander Deck, and he knows about the Poseidon. Who knows about that? Like, especially back then. I feel like it would only make sense to be someone there. And like maybe Vander Decken is a holy knight in some regard. And I think I told Threevil my scrapped holy knights idea, but that doesn't mean the Vander Decken side is scrapped. Where maybe he was a part of the Celestial Dragons. That would explain so much. It really would. And then you would go back and look at his ship, kind of similar to the Celestial Dragons is all I'm gonna say. But
there's definitely a way where, I mean, that family name, it sounds like a name you would just attach to some big like Celestial Dragon type royal family,
That's what I'm saying.
So I do want to get to the current bingo board. I just want to quickly look at this. I don't think we got bingo here. I don't think on this entire board, I don't think we have bingo. At least every row has one thing we didn't quite get right.
You could stretch mine and say Sky Island connection. Like the newspaper headline, the Sabo is dead thing. It's like, at least from your angle, you were wrong, but from my angle, we were right. The Sky Island connection was like, I felt like we were gonna learn about Sky Islands again, and you could say something about Egghead a little bit, but given that there is an entire Sky Island there, but Vivi is captured. That one's solid.
If we had
new ancient weapon
info, that did happen. It's just
attack with liberation. The Dawns.
Oh.
Luffy's attacks had the Dawns in there.
Does that count though? Does that count? I don't know if that counts.
That
doesn't. I'm not gonna.
Doesn't show up. Your Rouge didn't show up.
And every row has one thing that's like straight up just wrong. That's the problem. Because like we have Luffy goes down again. Vegapunk face reveal. Like Grand Fleet arrives just didn't happen. Like that just didn't happen. And that like knocks out like a bunch of rows that like were pretty solid.
Yeah. Onigashima falls on Wano. Vegapunk.
Technically, it did.
Kaido dies to world government. You could say that the CP0 agent, if he didn't interfere, Nico wouldn't have been awakened, and then so technically. No, I'm
not giving it. No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't do that. We have to. This is what basically.
You could say Luffy's mom is Emu, and so technically Luffy is an agent of the world. No, I'm just.
Yeah, I think we got to get revenge. I think this one's got to be our redemption arc where we hit bingo this time. So we have to strategically place our things so that we have like sure bets at least in one row.
We got a lot of ingos, right? Like we just missed like part of it. We got bings and ingos. Yep. We got bingo bongo, like but just not.
We got your bingo bongo. Yeah. I just want to say before we go to the new board, missed opportunity from Oda. Denjiro's face goes back to normal. Huge missed opportunity.
Instead, we got Shinobu going back to normal.
Yeah. I was like, man. Denjiro had his face permanently warped by his salt. Okay, he needed some sort of victory reward. But you know what? Do we reward him for doing almost nothing the whole raid and then just pulling up right at the end? Maybe we don't. Maybe he has to keep that face as punishment.
Hey, he saved Hiyori, which we didn't necessarily want according to this bingo board.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That also hurt us. So actually Denjiro was like the biggest double L, biggest enemy of our bingo board from last time, I would say. So that's on Denjiro, man. All right, so let's do the new bingo board. I'm sorry, guys. I know that we spent a lot of time building up to this, but
reminiscing.
If you weren't expecting that, then welcome to your first Hidden and Parvision stream, because this is what happens when we go on live together. We'll just this is par for the course, no pun intended. Like this is just how we do things. But we're here.
A t-shirt.
Oh yeah, you should do like you should do merch with like like cool little things like that, like par. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I still need to get the Apple collab, Vision Pros.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Totally unrelated. I didn't know that Apple made over the ear headphones like AirPods, but they're like actual headphones.
Yeah, the Apple AirPod Pros, right?
AirPod Pros or whatever. Those kind of sick. Just
I can't endorse yet. The NDA hasn't locked in. The contracts aren't in there, guys. But if you guys want to support the mission, there's a tweet with over 200 retweets. Feel free to add to that.
Oh wait, you tweeted at Apple and you have 200 retweets for that? That's
yeah,
insane.
or something
That's
like
awesome.
that. I forget how many retweets. A bunch of retweets. I might be mixing up the numbers, but
Damn.
you know.
Wow.
Yeah, trying to make some waves. Take down a Yonko while we're at it.
I'm gonna at Mr. Beast when the stream is over. I'm gonna ask him for the sponsorship. I'm gonna see if I can pull some Willy Wonka some Willy Wonka sponsor.
Every opportunity I don't know if you know this, but like some people in this chat know. Every opportunity I get, like where the One Piece world or Mr. Beast is adjacent, I tweet Mr.
Oh, you
Beast.
tweeted at him?
Yeah, like I forget what he said. He said something
so
like.
hype.
He said like, oh damn, like I shared all my YouTube thumbnail algo tricks, but not so that everyone would become a Mr. Beast clone. I wanted like other people to innovate and build up and whatever. And so I tweeted at him. I said hey, you know, I'm scared and terrified to show you our ultra competitive One Piece niche on YouTube, but the trends here are kind of like fluctuating every month. You might learn a lot from this. And
Oh damn.
And so a bunch of people are like, two or three people said like, yo, Par, thanks for that Ferrari. Thank you. You really helped me out when you put my 8-year-old through college. I'm like,
something like oh yeah, me and my girlfriend were really thankful to you for saving us from that burning building. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like that's funny. That's very funny. I hope he responds. I hope he answers.
And all it takes is one spontaneous interaction, and it'll happen.
That's what I was saying. I was like, you know what? I'll just like I would just like tweet at him and be like, yo, check it out. You should get into this thing. Yeah, you heard about Netflix? Yeah, they're into it. They're into it now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. So I will give you the honors of choosing the first square and starting us off if you have something you want to throw. And feel free to take a second to think about it.
Yeah, I don't need a second. End of series is fun, hard, and interesting. But I want to be spicy, but I also don't want to mess it up. You know what I mean? Because I feel like for end of series, there's a lot of things that you could say and people would just be like, yeah, we're going to get that, right? And I know like Morge came out recently and said like, oh, this fight's going to happen here. This person's strength level, that kind of a thing. You know, that just definitely stirred the pot a little bit. But I don't know if I'm going to go like that direction. Yeah, the whole Mihawk thing, that being the last fight. I remember
people don't want to hear my thoughts on that. People don't want to hear my thoughts on Mihawk. I've learned that after my latest my latest Mihawk related.
I saw your tweet. I have a video locked and loaded for that to go, but it's not gonna come out soon because Oda decided to give us the Gorosei names. Okay. You know what? Okay. This is spicy.
Okay.
We are going to learn about the origin of the Kinokobito and plant people.
Oh, okay. All right, so where are we placing this?
One square down from the left. Left side, one square down.
Left side, one square down, like the edge, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put it there.
Okay. Let me just take a second to think about this. Do I think we will have the time to introduce a new race to the story? As a formal
Void Century, you know.
Oh, okay. That changes things.
Yeah.
I think the Void Century will give us. The Void Century will probably give us a new tribe of some sort. I was pretty cemented on Lunarians being like one of the last new elements introduced into the story because they do complicate like the politics of the ancient world a bit. But the Kinokobito are not, or like plant people in general are not very commonplace now, but they exist, and Oda's made sure that we know they exist. So the question
was on Roger's crew.
Yeah.
Crocus.
Actually, that's true with the flower hair. Yeah, maybe we get more insight into that, and I could see maybe there being an explanation for why they're not as common. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll agree with you on this one. I think we might get some formal insight to that.
Let's go.
So I'm just gonna try and keep these short and big.
Wait,
so
if
they
you're
fit in
on
the box.
board, since you're on board, I don't want to be the sole box chooser, right? Like since you join the ship, you get to. Do you agree with the placement, or do you?
Okay.
Would you suggest a swap up?
Well, let's see. I think it's easier to decide that when we have other boxes placed, because
Okay, all right.
yeah, I think for now the first box is kind of gonna, all this is dictating is this row and this row. It's better not to have it in the corner if it's not like a strong one, because the corner spots are like the most valuable. So I think maybe like one of these edges is good. Yeah, I'm fine with this placement here. I'd be cool with that. The only other thing, yeah, if it was like, I would do like maybe like one of these. Yeah, let's leave it there. Plant people.
Okay.
Plant people introduced. Okay, let me see what I add to this. I think we're getting a location that looks like Toontown. I think we're getting a location to some degree that looks like, I don't know if you've seen like the cartoon towns that like Donald, Goofy, and like Disney Toontown type thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if you ever played the MMO Toontown online, like back in the day.
I just need to confirm which, like, because I was, are you talking about the game, or like I remember like a TV show, like a cursed TV show.
I'm pretty sure like the imaginary suburb area that all the Disney characters are from is like, I think just like referred to as like Toontown. It's like the Toon City. All the cartoon characters are from there.
Interesting.
Like yeah, so I think it's possible that Nika is not the only reference we're going to get, and I think we're going to get some sort of Toontown looking place. The alternative for me is, I mean, look, the way I see Egghead is like a shadow of the Ancient Kingdom in a way, where it reflects a lot of what the Ancient Kingdom had. Right. So it could go two ways. It could be that the Ancient Kingdom had all that technology, and Vegapunk turned it into this futuristic type looking thing. But back then, maybe they while they had the same technology, it kind of looked different. Maybe it looked sillier. Maybe all the inventions were like toonified, but they were all advanced. They were all super advanced, but they were just kind of like cartoonish in their design elements, things like that. That's where the separation might happen between them and Vegapunk. If they are visually reminiscent of what we're seeing now on Egghead, the alternative would be that the Ancient Kingdom looked like the Jetsons. That's what they're gonna have. Flying cars. Everyone lived in these buildings. They're all They didn't use boats to get everywhere. They didn't do all that. They had like advanced. They got around on blimps or like rocket ships and things like that. So
I love that you brought that up. Me and Kev Dog knows
about the Jetsons.
Jetsons and the Flintstones. Like my version was like the Flintstones and Jetsons. Like the Flintstones kind of feel like the current world where there's like technology present, but they're like missing a core thing. Whereas in the Flintstones, they had cars, they even had planes, but they just made no sense because everything was made out of stone. So it's like, wait, how did they get to a plane? But you didn't have the other. you skipped a bunch of steps there, buddy. Like I feel like the One Piece world's a little bit like that. So I was talking. I think I said it on stream before too. With again, I think it's Threevil on his stream when he was doing his 24-hour stream. I extended out with a bunch of my not dead theories, but some theories. But yeah, no, okay. So here's the thing with the Toontown. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Is it Toontown? Are the Straw Hats going to visit it alone, or do you mean it's like a creation, like another dimension, or like a Void Century type of thing?
I think it would have to be, if we were going to see something that looked like Toontown, it would be an Ancient Kingdom. It would have to be like an Ancient Kingdom related location. So this would most likely happen in a flashback. The alternative is we see like the ruins or something when they get there. But then
what if Laugh Tale is just a Toontown?
But that's what I'm thinking. Like right. Like they get to Laugh Tale, and then like one of the things that made Roger laugh is possibly just the look of the place. Like it's like, imagine like you walk into like the cartoon section of Disney World, and you have like buildings that are like bent and warped, and like there's like big skyscrapers that are bent at like a 45-degry angle, and like everything's like wavy and loopy, and it's like
everything looks like Luffy's drawing.
Yes, it's like all like like you have like Luffy's sensibilities, but like an entire kingdom designed around Luffy's sensibilities and like what the Nika fruit is capable of doing. So it's like, imagine awakening the Nika fruit and then just applying it to an entire kingdom. And
all right,
like,
put me down.
You're down
put
for
me
that,
down, baby.
Where are we putting Toontown?
see, I agree with. It's not for me. It's like the only way modern works is if it's like like an antagonist, because I had like the idea that like Emu. So like to give clarity here, back at the Randy's Reverie, and like before that, Morge was saying like, you know, like I don't see how the fights can work out with Gear 5, and at the Reverie I countered him saying like, what if Emu's power is like a paintbrush, and that's how they bring their imagination to the reality. It's like through artistry and drawings or whatever. And this is like, again, I haven't had the time to like verify the full details of this, but I've seen on a few places that Emperor Nero like thought of himself as an artist before like an emperor, and he wasn't a good one. He wasn't a good one.
Yeah.
And so like when you said that, I was thinking like maybe Emu is like this, like just a bad artist. But
is there something with like dictators or like awful people just having terrible art careers? Like, what's the deal with that? Like, I don't like why do they try to go for the art thing? And I don't know. I was gonna put this in a video, but like, you know, it would be demonetized. But there's a certain World War II famous leader who also thought he was an artist. Yeah. And then he went to college for it, guys. And then I saw the thing. I was like, bro, this shit belongs on my fridge. He got he got roasted. He got roasted pretty hard by the art committee.
Like, the memes, I forget where I watched it, but the meme I wanted to make was like, bro, this is his origin story.
That's like part of it.
Oh god, but like
maybe that's what happened in One Piece. It's like Emu was a failed artist, and oh man, wait a second, Emu's a failed artist, and Joy Boy is like I was saying this, I think I said this with did I say this with Dak or with Threevil? I don't remember. You know that SpongeBob episode Doodle Bob where he like gets a pencil and then the pencil makes things come to life when he draws it?
Yes.
Maybe Nika is like the Doodle Bob for Emu. Like Emu created, or like some shit, like he like painted some propaganda hero and then that thing turned against him and actually became the warrior of liberation.
And got mad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why did you make me look like this?
Yeah, no, wait, like there's something to I love the idea of the paintbrush versus the cartoon character, because Emu claims to be the god of the world, so it's like in a meta sense, it's like artists versus their art.
Yeah,
and like Nika's powers are as the subject of the art. He's a character off the page who's like come off the page, has these cartoon powers straight out of like a comic book. Maybe Emu's like the alternative of that, where it's like his or her powers are based on the power of Oda, or like the artist drawing Nika or whatever. And it's like maybe that's like Oda's I don't know, he's like doing some sort of meta thing.
And like to go back to what I was saying to Morge specifically at the Reverie, and he, you know, he liked the explanation enough to like put it in a video, which he doesn't do often. I know that you had that happen to you too. I was like, damn, that feels nice, you know. But what I was saying was like the other part of it too is like you could have the same idea, you and I, same idea, which obviously we've talked about at the beginning of the stream or off call, whatever. But the way we think about it is so different. The way we can come to the same idea is so different. We could both say our dream is to live in space, but your dream is to travel top from planet, and someone else's dream is to live on Mars, like Elon, which is a little weird, but hey, each to their own dreams. You know, but like, hey, that's both living in space. And I think that would really fit well with like the One Piece thematic too, where it's like these people had the same dreams, they just were fighting over it, right? Or they imagined it differently, and then it being like as goofy as like, yo, you're just bad at like drawing, let someone else cook, right? You know what I mean? And Emu's like, no, I'm cooking here today, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't let anyone, because they're so egotistical or whatever, or childish, whatever it may be. There's so many ways you could spin around it, so I feel like it works.
Someone brought up what you're reminding me of now is like this whole conversation is taking me back to one comment someone said in the Emu chapter, where Emu used the arrow to attack Cobra, and it looked like, because it was a black arrow and it was attached to the edge of the panel, it looked like the arrow was coming off the page to attack like from the panel. And now I've always had this visual ever since Gear 5th came out of Luffy breaking the fourth wall, not in like acknowledging the reader kind of way, but breaking the fourth wall in like literally punching Emu from across panels. Like he's like his punch leaves the panel he's in, goes over the boundaries of the page, and hits Emu in another panel. And it's like Emu's like firing arrows, and it's like they're like literally fighting within the comic itself. And that would be like, I don't know. It might be a little bit too out there for One Piece, but just what you're talking about, like this whole like cartoonist versus cartoon thing.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. I don't know.
So I didn't put an ending on this because I didn't, at the time especially, I didn't know the ceiling of where Oda would go. But in my Shadows video, at the end, one of the later points I talk about is that whenever there's like a meaningful, like liberating moment for Luffy, so to say, like he's like, it's like a very impactful thing where they're talking about dreams, or he's like interacting with something tied to those dreams, like Roger. Oda takes away the paneling. He makes it completely white. It's just Page and Luffy, and like the people's dreams never die or end. No frame. Like when Luffy saw the altar where Roger died, no frame. And at the end of that video, I was thinking, like, is there a meaning here where like the Void Century is like kind of this like thing where it's like those pages are actually just void, there's nothing on it? Like, is that what Oda's getting at? Like, is there a meaning behind having this frame here? I guess, like, you know, in I didn't put an ending to it, but to tie what you're saying here, it'd be like Emu's the one who set that framing up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Luffy's gonna be the one who breaks that framing, and that's why I was like,
mother
I
frame.
wonder why Oda did that here. Yeah. And the mother frame, yup. That's been, I haven't said that out loud yet, but like the idea, or maybe me and Dax are talking about this too, because I know I hopped on his stream and we talked about we talked about this a little bit with the framing and the mother frame thing. But like, yeah, it's like, whoo, it's there. I think Oda is the type to break the standard, you know what I mean? Because I mean, even Gear 5, that's bringing Tom and Jerry to anime.
Yeah,
do it, you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't put it past him, especially because of like the nature of void and what void could imply. Like, void could be the space in between the pages and the panels. Void could be the empty part of the manga that has nothing in it, right? So like, that's the spot where like the author puts his notes. That's the spot where like those things happen, where it's like, yeah, that is the, like, the god of the manga is in the outside of the panels. There, Oda does not show his hand inside the panels, but maybe Emu is Oda's way of like, this is a villain whose power is not only in control of what happens in the manga, but they literally can, they like break the rules of the reality of the manga to suit their needs, making them like a true god of their world. And then that would like answer a couple questions. For example, why did that arrow hurt Sabo as much as it did? Like, you would think an attack like that, like, you know, he would be able to tank that to some degree, but it's like, why did that attack do so much damage? Could it be that if that arrow is coming off the side of the page, Sabo's being hit by an attack that, like, is literally, like, tearing reality itself? Like, you can't, like, he's literally getting punctured by an arrow that's coming from the fabric of the reality they exist in, through the edges of the manga that they're in. And I don't know, like, it could, it's weird and hard to explain, but like, it does line up with certain themes. The paintbrush versus the cartoon, white versus black, like the Shiro like moves that Luffy does, and then the white edges of the panels versus when Emu appeared with Cobra, it was like the flashback black edges to the panels, and that's why the arrow thing works. So like, it could be that the pages that Luffy is on are like, the edges are a certain color, the page that Emu's on, I don't know. There's a lot of cool artistic ways Oda could take it if he goes with that 1000%. Fourth wall. Yeah. But we're a little bit off the beaten path. I just, before we forget,
one thing I want to hit. Yeah,
let's just hold that thought. Let's just place Toontown on here before we forget.
Yeah. I'm with Toontown showing up. I like that.
Okay, let me put that in a different row just so that we don't.
Yeah.
Overcommit.
And the thing that I was gonna bring up was actually in line with that box, but also like a possible build up to what you're talking about, like breaking the framing and using the framing as part of the page, right? And it's not a new thing for Oda to do. Look at how he uses flashbacks, right? He puts the background in a gradient, and then he brings you into a black page that's indicative of a flashback. And I don't know if like a lot of mangaka do that, but I know that Oda does, and I really do appreciate that. But like as far as the Toontown thing, the build up for it, I'm gonna hit you with something I cooked up on 1086 discussion with Sai. No, 1085, I forget which one, but it was with Sai, and I was like, what if at the end fight Oda ends up doing something crazy like this, where every panel of like a fight progression ends up in a different mangaka art style. And that is also why
I love that. I've had that idea. That's so sick. Oh my god.
Yeah, like it goes from like Boichi to he gets a one point.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, yeah.
I had that
one.
Yeah, I thought that to myself a while. I don't remember when it was. I thought that to myself a while back and was like, that might be a little too extreme. But like, it's always just been in the back of my mind is like, hey, if Oda does this, he's a legend. He's
already had every mangaka basically they've taken a shot at drawing Luffy and One Piece. He's done it, and on page, like published too.
Yeah,
it's like so like, and I thought about that. I was like, what if it's so that at the end of it, Oda uses that, and that would just make so much sense because that's like thematic to One Piece, like, right? You know what I mean? And then it ends with a breaking, like a manga breaking moment where it goes into Looney Tunes, it goes into Cuphead stuff, and then it breaks the framing. You know what I mean? Like it would, if imagine an entire chapter, just like a fight breaks out and it just jumps through a dimension, a version. Everyone's like, what is happening? And you get like a Giola type of thing where like Brook and Chopper, like what's happened to our bodies? And then you get different physics, you get different things. And then Luffy's just laughing through every single one. And so much stuff is happening. And then you end it with like, they break through and then they bring it back. You know what I mean? And I feel like that would make the most sense, honestly, of like, a way for One Piece to transcend the manga itself. That would just be like something Oda has already been doing. It's just so crazy. He started that from the very beginning also. Like he's been having people draw like Usopp, Luffy, like the East Blue Boys and Nami, like at the end of the chapter. And that was from the very beginning. So
you just gave me the craziest idea, bro. It just hit me. It just all came together. So you're meta breaking the panels. Let's look at the thematic symbolism of that. If Imu's power can control the very edges and the borders of the page, these characters are trapped, in a sense, they are imprisoned within the panels they are a part of.
Oh, the liberation.
Okay, so Luffy breaks the panels and literally shatters the boundaries of the manga itself, freeing everyone from the panels that are constricting them. And now, without the panels being broken up on the page and the art on it is all in one piece. And you remove the borders, and then there's no more borders or anything. Like, it's just each page is like a full spread. And it's like there's no more boundaries in between, like, everything. And it's like Luffy literally destroyed the manga framework and like the framing that imprisons characters within their little box. He removed it, and now everyone's like the cartoon characters in the story itself are liberated from their own medium, and the story it ends with the image in one piece.
You know. This is so funny. This is so funny because that would bring into a meme. You know what I mean? Like that would canonify? I don't even know.
I think it would be canonized.
Whichever. Canonize a meme of like, if Luffy were to do that, that would allow, like, imagine One Piece ends. What would happen? And this has happened before in like American cartoons where like a show ends and then those characters, in honor of those characters, other series on the same channel ends up putting the characters like in the background or the thing, and they do like collabs, like, you know, Toriko, Dragon Ball Z, they all had that. And like they had a crossover. And like, so when One Piece ends, you'd see all the characters just in other verses. And Zoro's already shown up in so many other animes and mangas to the point where like the author's like, yeah, that's kind of there. Like I think in Tower of God, he's just there during the test. And that would make it so that like, oh, this is Zoro post the story. This is Zoro. He just got lost in the other verse. Like
he's just like in another timeline, another universe.
Yo, that'd be so funny. Oh my god. And then every time you see a Straw Hat, it's like, that's Luffy's Straw Hat?
Yeah, it's like now after the manga ends, anytime a One Piece character shows up in any promotion or anything else, we're like, wait, that's canon. It's like, wait, that's canon now. Like, oh, Luffy's in this McDonald's commercial. Like, no, he's actually like, yeah. Okay, so I think just for the sake of this discussion leading to a point, why don't we make one of the boxes a fourth wall, like just says fourth wall break?
Oh, yeah, 1000%.
Right?
Yeah.
That sounds like. Where would we put that? Where do you want to put that?
Oh man, I mean, I'd feel rude not putting that more in a ballsy spot, close to the center. You know,
close to the center or like a corner. Like those are like critical.
Yeah, I like that. Let's do that.
All
corner
right.
Center.
Or you know what? Let's put it outside the bingo board. Let's see.
It's the wild card. That one's like it shows up wherever you want it to be. Oh man.
Okay, let's see. Fourth wall break. I think that'll be, even if it doesn't pan out in the exact grand way that we're talking, like if some kind of fourth wall break happens where Luffy attacks through the panels or something, we're counting that as a W as far as I'm concerned. Okay, all right, so what does that put us on now? We have a fourth box to put in.
Oh, it's my turn. Oh, I got one easy. You sparked this one at the first talk.
Okay.
Elemental Haki, baby.
Oh, okay. Yes, let's get that on there. Where are you putting that? I'm in agreement with you. I think Elemental Haki is still very possible, very on the table.
I think a top or bottom row, right? Like I feel like top or bottom row.
And let me clarify. I think Elemental Haki is going to be limited. Personally, I think if there is Elemental Haki, it's limited to conquerors, and different conquerors have different can use their conquerors for like different elemental reasons. So
that's perfectly fair, because that is something in the first video I was like, the point of conquerors is to affect the spirits of other things. So the only way to really do this is if you had some kind of conqueror's ability. Technically at the very beginning it was like electricity type of thing, or creating energy. So makes a lot of sense. I like your version of it. You get the par approval on that.
Sick. Okay, so where do you want to decide on where you want to put that? I'm gonna answer a couple super chats, and then once I'm done with these, tell me where we're throwing this. All right, $2 from the Black Man Who Laughs. Thank you, bro. He said, "Hey, Hidden, tell Par the emu thalassophobia theory." Trying to think of what the theory was. I think this came up. I'm not sure when.
Emu's afraid of the ocean.
Emu's afraid of the ocean. I think that's the discussion. Yeah, like there was a discussion. I don't remember when it happened, but we were talking about emu maybe wanting to be as far away from the ocean as possible because they're afraid of water, or they're afraid of the ocean, and that emu might be directly responsible for devil fruit powers. So the reason the devil fruit powers don't work in the water is because emu's afraid of water, and it's like something like that. And that's why emu's all the way up there and away from the ocean as far as possible. So.
Okay, see this. I like it, but there's a way to spread it to a place where people don't like. Very easily spread it to a place where they don't like it. I don't know if you discussed this in the original conversation, but would that be similar to I can't step on this island disease from Usopp? Is it like that kind of up here?
If that was the motivation for emu, if that was like some, oh man, I never even put that together.
Like Joy Boy is the brave warrior to see that, like, let's go on boats, guys, and emu's like, nah, I'm good, I'm gonna be up here.
I think that'd be too ridiculous for like a final villain if they were like a buggy Usopp type character.
Where there's like, that's where I was saying like I very easily could go in a direction of a lot of people. I figured you wouldn't like that either.
Yeah, I don't like that. I need drama. I need height. I need I need emu in the final conflict to not only be very justified, and like emu has to have even if it's not a correct justification, they have to have a valid reason for subjecting the world to all this crap, and it can't just be something like, oh, I'm afraid of water. Like, that's not, like, that can't be it. So, like, I need
There's two ways though.
Okay.
The reason why I said it that way was because when you think about how Oda has phobias in the story, Usopp, or even Bonnie recently with the bugs things, it's kind of like a comedic thing, right? Like they're like overly anxious, right? But the one that I think is probably not overly. Bonnie's a little separate, but like when Usopp's like, I'm afraid of an island that's half on fire and half on ice, I don't think he's that crazy, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Right? Like when he says that, he's kind of valid. Everyone who thinks that he's not valid for that, you're crazy. Yeah. Because you're not stepping on that island. I'm telling you that you're the type of person that's gonna go on the Titan sub that's going down at the bottom. You know what I mean? That's what you're saying right now.
Most readers would be Usopp. That's the funny thing. People criticize Usopp so hard, and I talked about this in my Usopp video where I was like, guys, we hate Usopp because he's like us. That's why. Because like if you were in the manga, you'd be Usopp. Everyone wants to imagine themselves as Whitebeard or Zoro or Mihawk. No. If the average person like us, we were in One Piece, we would most likely be Usopp or even less, like a random guy living in Dressrosa. Like the average person does not become this world-saving pirate like Luffy. Usopp is the example of like a typical human trying to go on this adventure and dealing with the repercussions and how intimidating the world is, right? So like, no, we wouldn't go on that island. I wouldn't go on it.
In my Usopp video, I said something similar, but recently I had a TikTok short go viral about Yasopp, and a lot of you could tell from first comment these are just like kids that just didn't understand like nuance, but they were like, good riddance, Usopp sucks, right? Like Usopp deserved to be abandoned. I would have abandoned too, like those kinds of things. And I responded to like two of them or three of them. I was like, oh, hey, why is Usopp? And he's like, oh, this is the worst character. He's such a freak. I'm like, you realize like you would be Usopp, right? You just sound like Usopp right now. And they're like, nah. I'm like, and then I like said something that like Usopp went through that they quoted, like, you know, I wouldn't be around. I was like, so, and then they just sounded like one of those like Sigma dudes, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, a macho. Like, I'm like, you hear yourself right now? You saying you're gonna walk up on like Whitebeard? Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got 8,000 men. You got 8,000 men behind you too, I bet.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like their comments literally sound like Usopp in Sierra Village. I'm like, yeah, you're that guy. Sure.
Yeah, we tell ourselves those things to make ourselves feel better, just like Usopp does. We're like, no, I wouldn't be Usopp. I would be a brave warrior of the sea if I was in the One Piece world. It's like, yeah, that's what Usopp said too. It's like, you prove the point. You prove the point. Like
exactly.
You know?
Exactly. I forgot what I was. Oh, the other side though of the fear thing, really quickly, is I would like it if it was this direction, and it works if Imu's a childlike character. Is Momo is a good example, because Momo was afraid of heights, and we found out why. It's because when Kaido, like, he wasn't afraid of heights, I don't think, before that, but then Kaido like killed his dad, held him over the edge of a burning building. Then he was like, I'm afraid of heights. And that makes sense. You know, he acquired a fear from that, and then he had to overcome it, because Luffy was like, if you want me to save your country, fly me up there right now. Right. And so he had to overcome that. And then it was the fear of Kaido that came afterwards. And Luffy's like, you bit him. What are you afraid of? Right. Yeah. So it's like fear like that. And Oda has shown that in a very important character that maybe Momo's ends up being a parallel to Imu in some ways. I could like that. Maybe Imu was like tortured underwater or something like that, and then they're just like afraid of it.
Maybe they
could make a lot of sense.
Maybe Imu got waterboarded 900 years ago, and then hates the ocean.
I'm not trying to get waterboarded.
I'm not trying to either. $5 from Pirate King Trig. Thank you, bro. He said S-Croc has the Sunasuna like crocodile. Vegapunk never said it was impossible. Thoughts on this? I mean, I guess you could give him any fruit by that logic. You could just say, you know, any devil fruit. Vegapunk never said it was impossible, so he could have it. Does he have a Logia? I mean, if Vegapunk's telling us he hasn't cracked the code on transferring Logia powers, I'm going to assume he meant that with all the Seraphim. So I have to guess he does not have a Logia. But
if a Seraphim has a Logia, God bless. That
Yeah.
is the craziest monstrosity in the entire story.
I would be more intimidated by Vegapunk using his knowledge on recreating mythical zoans on a Seraphim. Like, if you give a Seraphim, you know, like, he made the dragon. Like, imagine if he did it again. He could have made the dragon fruit a second time and then given that to any of the Seraphim.
I just can't accept that he didn't do that because it was pink. I can't. It's just crazy to me that, like,
I call that.
Like the Logia, yeah, you did. The Logia, like, if you look at the Seraphims in terms of defense, it's like, if between Logia and Seraphim defense, that's nasty. But then if like the fact that he just didn't give him it because it was pink, man, that's crazy.
Because he's a perfectionist. That's like, it's like that's what it really boils down. And you know what? I'm down for that. I'm down for Vegapunk being like a super genius, with the major flaw being that he cannot accept 99%. He needs like the project to be perfect and before he moves forward with anything. And
hey, he's got a good report. Mother Frame is fully operational.
Well, so this is the thing, right? So now the question comes up: has Vegapunk really truly perfected any inventions? It could be that everything he's made, because of his track record, has a built-in flaw. The Seraphim have a built-in flaw, possibly, that counters them. The Mother Frame, if it is Vegapunk's total invention, I guarantee there's a flaw built in that's going to be the downfall of the world government.
I might know the flaw, but I can't share it.
Don't share it. Nah.
Yeah, I could tell you later though.
Oh, please do. I would love to hear that. Yeah, no, I think that goes for all of his inventions. Personally, I think there's possibly a flaw built into all. I
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Gudliff, thank you for the $2. He says you two just surpassed Sanji with the cooking. Done. Thank you, bro. Another $5 from Gudliff. He says world government building Tequila Wolf, so there is a land bridge between all of the islands. Eam gets punched through the Grand Line, pinned down by it, drowning but cannot die. Okay, so there's a couple. I think there's 3 ideas here. Tequila Wolf, land bridge connecting all the islands. The only reason I don't buy into that personally is because it makes more sense to me that the world government would want people not to be connected, and whoever ordered it would make more sense that they did it out of cruelty to just have people working on something endlessly. But if there is if there's a greater purpose to it, then
here's an idea.
Sure.
Ties to the thalassophobia idea.
Oh, right.
What if the Nerona family is what's building because we know a celestial dragon is sponsoring this. Not sponsoring, but they're behind it. What if it's the Nerona family?
Man.
Like, oh, you know what I found out? Not found out, but like, you know, after you look at 1086, if you go down the rabbit hole one way or the other, you find out that Nero in Greek
set
is
the fire to
water.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how you say water in Greek. And so this is just a meme, but what if it's Nero? Nah, like water,
really?
Nah. Like, I'm joking, but like Nero actually, yeah, that actually just means water. But I was just joking about the last.
No, the Nero. No, because you hit me with that, and it's like, wait a second. If there was a reason for Emu to request a bridge to be built, it would be because they don't want to go near the water. So
yeah,
they don't want to be on a boat.
Family.
Maybe they don't want to be on a boat. They're like, no, I have to walk around like that. We can't be. I get sick on ships. Like, I can't do that. You know, like maybe.
No, if they get motion sickness.
Yeah, seasick. That's why. Emu gets punched through the Grand Line. I can believe. Gudliff. That I can see. Pinned down by it and drowning but cannot die. I think that's an interesting. I think that's a terrible fate for Emu and a deserving one based on what we know so far. I like the idea because that's something that they did in JoJo's a couple times, where a villain in JoJo's died, or they didn't die. Gotta readjust my cam here. They didn't die, but they were condemned to like an eternity of just like being stuck in a place. Like one JoJo's villain was like sent. He was like catapulted basically into space, but his power was basically that he was like perfect and invulnerable. So like he doesn't die from that. So he's just like floating in space now, and they're just like out there somewhere. Like
there's another. That's a cracked out example, and then here's another example of torture where it's like, if you remember, so art is subjective, beauty is subjective, and we saw that in Sanji's what's it called? Sanji's plastic surgery kicks. Duval really liked what happened to him. He became handsome, right? He became Mr. Handsome. But Wanze did not like what he looked like, and he asked to be changed back. So Sanji changed him back. He looked goofy, and he got changed into a beautiful person, and he got changed back, and to this thing. And so, what if Emu likes it when it's like things are ugly, and so like Luffy puts him in like a beautiful place, and then it's like not really torture for most people, but for him it's torture, or her, or whatever the emu is. It'd be kind of crazy.
Emu's like thrown into Toontown or something, and Emu has to like watch like all the cartoon shit.
Exactly. Yeah. They just hated Joy Boy's art or music.
They're just Emu's stuck. Stuck in a Saturday morning cartoon forever. Like that'd be crazy.
It could be that they hate sound. It could be that.
Yeah. I mean, one question I have, and this is, I do want to get, because we only have 4 entries on the board, but I do want to say this. One thing I've wondered is, why is it that Emu is so pressed about keeping their identity a complete secret, but the Nerona family and Emu as a person is mentioned in an actual book published by the world government, as we saw with Ivankov. Like Nerona Emu is mentioned in the book. But I feel like you would think to some degree that if you wanted to keep Emu a mystery, you would just wipe Emu's name from the books too, and have no one even be aware they exist except for the people at the very top. But like,
do we know that it's from, because like the way I read that, from at least from memory, was that like the Ivankov took out the book and then talked about the Opi no Mi, like the immortality
procedure
thing. So was, because that's where I was also interested in, because it's also Cobra apparently heard of this. So did Cobra read it out of this book, or is it something that so like from the way I see the panels in 1086, it's like Sabo, you said the name Emu earlier, then it says there was a monarch, and then says look at this, pulls out the book and talks about the everlasting thing. So I don't know if the name comes from the book. It could be. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just didn't personally. I know other people brought it to that book too, but for me, I was pulling outside of it, and I was looking at like, well, Ivankov is technically a queen or king of Kamabaka Kingdom, and Cobra is a monarch too. So I was like, maybe there's like some kind of monarch connection, like they know about it for some reason. But hey, I'd love to find out where these two found out about this thing, because like you said, why are they? Like, if their name is common knowledge at the minimum, why are they hidden, right?
Yeah,
like, that's kind of weird.
That's the thing. And I saw that in the chat, Majin said people would wonder who the last of the 20 was if they weren't in the book. But you could just make up. You could just make up whatever. Like you could you control the public access to Perona. You control public access to knowledge. Like you can write whatever you want. People will believe it. Right, like that's what
they did with the Nika fruit, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they wiped the existence of Nika from the books, but they didn't wipe the existence of the person who they're trying to hide currently. Like they're trying to hide Emu's existence, but they didn't wipe them from the books. So like, could it be a pride thing? Could it just be that Emu is like so prideful that they need to have their name in the books? They need to have that recognition as like royalty, and they can't do that because to erase like Nika would be a different, because they're your enemy, but to erase yourself from the books, maybe there's a pride getting in the way of that, which
there's another version of that to keep it quick so we can go back to the board was what we learned 1069 was like, as long as hope exists, Nika will exist, right? And so I took that in that video where I talked about Emu possibly meaning void and dreams and stuff like that. In that video I was talking about like maybe that's why fear, like the opposite of like the dreams and imagination, is like the fear stuff. And so maybe like having that fear exist allows Emu to exist or empowers Emu. And so like in your line of logic, maybe the name existing in some line of logic would allow Emu to stay immortal, right? Because like that's kind of what it's saying with like Nika. Why change the name, right? If the name is known, then doesn't that make Luffy like more immortal in a sense, or Nika immortal in a sense, right? Because they won't be forgotten. Because as long as hope exists, if they know the name, those two tie together. Maybe that's why the Neurona thing is there, so that it's still there. And then you tie fear to it, you got something there, right? And the celestial dragons are always feared, so you kind of tie the two together.
That's good. Though. That's a good point. I mean, I wonder if there's more Neuronas, if Emu's not the only one. And maybe Emu's the original Neurona or whatever. They're kept secret, but there's still there's maybe modern day descendants that are part of that family that are just like chilling. Could be.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do the next box. Okay. I'm trying to think of something end of series. It could be anything, right?
I like how you said that like you just realized.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think like once you know what's funny? They say that like creativity is fueled by limitations. So like when when you're given limitations, it's easier to like be creative or be pointed. But when you have like an open blank canvas, it's a lot harder to pin down something. So like
that's how I feel right now. By the way, with the break month.
Oh yeah.
I'll say it later. I don't want to take up time, but whew. That's why I'm just on vacation mode. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a time when Oda comes back from vacation, we're not going to be on vacation. So, like, might as well, kind of line up our schedules that way. Let's see here. I think the Straw Hat crew.
I'm scared. Don't say it. Don't say it. Hidden. Don't.
So this is the thing, right? Do they disband or not?
Oh, you said it.
Do they disband or not? That's the question. Because
Hidden. This is supposed to be a happy-go-lucky stream. Come on.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm trying to decide whether or not their main priority is the adventures. Because if so, even after they find the One Piece, they're going to go on adventures together. The story's going to end in an open-ended fashion where the Straw Hats, we can just kind of use our imagination to fill in the blanks where the Straw Hats spend the rest of their days adventuring on the seas and being happy, right? Because that's like what they've kind of done right now, and it's all these villains that get in the way of that. But once the villains are gone, there's nothing stopping them from just being a happy family on the ocean. So they don't have to split up, but then again, there's certain goals on the crew that require them at some point to maybe leave. And I think, for example, like Brook. Okay, so like Brook reuniting with Laboon. I've always had this idea that Brook, when he reunites with Laboon, the way that it's going to work out is that Brook is going to hold concerts from like inside Laboon. Like he's going to take over for Crocus, and they're going to use the inside of Laboon as like a concert venue. And that's going to be Brook, and like Laboon's going to be Brook's tour bus, basically. And I think that I think that would separate him from the crew. I think that like I don't think he's going to stay with I think he would go off unless Laboon comes with the Straw Hats and Laboon becomes follows the Straw Hat ship, because he does have the Straw Hat logo painted on his head. So it could be like a Vivi situation where the alternative is like, no, maybe Laboon joins the crew at the end and follows the crew, and Brook stays with the crew, and then it's like the Rumbar Pirates all over again, where they're singing, playing music, and Laboon's dancing behind the ship with the Sunny. Yeah. So like it could go both ways. So like that's what I feel like. I have to take a stance, right? Like you're either going to disagree or agree. I have to take a hard stance.
Let me hear that hard stance.
I think they stay together.
Damn, I thought you were going to say that they're going to disband.
Yeah, I was at first, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, this is my logic, okay? Mm-hmm. Luffy is going to do what Roger couldn't do. I think Roger disbanding the crew was not that he wanted the crew to go off and do their own thing, but it was mainly because his life was coming to an end and he wouldn't be able to lead them anymore. And they knew what they had to do. They got to Laugh Tale. They knew, at least to some degree, what was going to happen in 20 years, or that they were too early for something. So they didn't have a reason to continue on their journeys. They circumnavigated the globe. They saw what there was to see. Luffy is going to succeed Roger. He's going to do what Roger couldn't. And I think that also goes for... I know a lot of people have predicted that Luffy's going to die at the end. It's for this exact same reason. I don't think he's going to die. If Roger died, Luffy can't. Luffy's going to be the one that actually survives and doesn't just have some noble death setting off the next great era. I think it's going to end more on a happy note for Luffy and the Straw Hats. So I don't see them disbanding. I see there's a way where maybe they all hold it together. I mean,
damn, this is a different Hidden than last year.
It is.
Last year, Hidden would have been like, everyone's dead. No, I'm joking.
No, I mean, okay, so there is a question mark for me. I feel like it depends, like, okay, so if they do go their separate ways, let me just look at this scenario here. Usopp would go back to Syrup Village. He would go back to Syrup Village. He'd return as a brave warrior of the sea or something like that. Maybe Zoro becomes a wandering swordsman like Mihawk, lone swordsman wandering around thing. Yeah. Robin, I see her starting a new library to replace O'Hara. So she can't do that from the ship. She would have to, like, settle down somewhere and start the library. It's tough. It, like, goes both ways, right? Frankie's created the Ship of Dreams by the end of the story, so what does he do next? Like, does he stay with the ship? Does he go off and make something new? Man, it's tough. Help me here.
I think there is a world where they disband at the end, but, like, the meaning of disband is not, like, separate, you know what I mean? And that's where I was like, you know, like, I told Joy Girl an idea of, and this isn't necessarily disbanding, like, I told her an idea. I started off with just the headline. She didn't like it, but then when I told her, not that she didn't like it, but, like, she was on board. And then when I told her the full idea, she's like, wait, oh, that's kind of cool. And I won't say the full idea here because it takes a little bit longer, but the kind of that the last fight that happens, the Straw Hats are disconnected, and they end up having to rely and trust in each other of succeeding, kind of like how in Onigashima you see a moment where, like, Luffy's dead and that's what they was told, but no matter what, the Straw Hats did not falter. They continued. They might have thought like Luffy's dead, but at the end of the day they ended up believing in him and continued on in the mission regardless, because that's how much they believed in Luffy. And when basically the idea behind what I was telling Joy Girl was kind of like they're in a situation where they're out of contact, but they just have to trust that the other Straw Hats are going to achieve their thing. And the only way they succeed is every single one of them achieves their own mission. If one of them fails, they all fail.
Yes.
But if one of them loses trust, they all fail at the same time. And that's like, you know, it would tie back to, like, Zunisha, right? Zunisha was punished, or Joy Boy not fulfilling his promise, right? There's, like, kind of parallels that you can tie back to. It's like, why are there so many people that messed up, right? And it might be something like that where they were out of contact. They didn't have a way to contact each other, and maybe that's where, like, the Punk Records comes in and fills up the gap.
Yeah.
Or my idea with the mind rope thing, where my idea was kind of like with mind rope, it gets to a point where, like, Luffy disbands, but it's kind of like, it's not like they can't talk to each other, kind of like how Shanks showed up at Wano. Shanks sent out a blast and he was able to, like, gauge. He got a progress report. He was like, Luffy's there, they seem chill, you know what I mean? Like, and then what's his face, Luffy saw Shanks's face, like, kind of like an expanded version of that. So I feel like they don't have to necessarily be on the same boat to be like to be connected, to be Nakama, to not be alone, right? Because that's at the end of the day Luffy's, like, worst fear is to be alone. That's why he takes on all the pain, is to not be alone. So that's why I'm like, I don't see him disbanding, because he wouldn't want to be alone, and he's very, like, protective of the Straw Hats and, like, the crew and all that. But, like, at the end of the day, something I pointed out, and Threevil also said, like, this is something he never recognized. That a big difference that a lot of people, I think, I highlight this in my Blackbeard video, is that Blackbeard says people's dreams never end.
Yeah.
It's ironic because Luffy said in 1060 his dream does have an end. And so, like, a lot of people think that, like, you know, Luffy is, like, this person with like, endless dreams, but no, he said that his dream has an end.
He has a definite goal. He has a specific quantifiable goal with a finish line.
Yeah. And so, like,
yeah,
and what I was saying in that video, that Blackbeard video, is that if Luffy's truly the sun god and it's like a natural existence, suns have a life cycle. They have a beginning and they have an end. And the sun, like, what I was saying also is that it's symbolic because, like, the sun is this nuclear radiation ball that does no good for itself. It's super toxic for itself. It cannot support life on its own in any regard. But what it does is it gives life everywhere else. You know, if you're in the right area, you will prosper. We call it Goldilocks regions, right? And so in that regard, Luffy might end up like the sun, where at the end of the day, the sun is this generous thing that just keeps on giving, irrelevant to the pain and suffering it suffers. And there's a time where the sun ends and dies out and turns into something else, whether it's a black hole or whatever, right? But I think the part where Luffy says this dream has an end is like that lack of greed that Blackbeard doesn't have, which is why he's a black hole. And so that lack of greed is where that's in the Blackbeard video. It's like it's like the packaging. You know how I like the package things.
That's a cool like dichotomy there between the two of them. And I like that you're actually, because we've taken what Blackbeard said as like a general truth for the story, like the themes, but it could just be that that's his perspective, that dreams don't ever end, and that means that greed is endless in a way, where like his desires are never going to end. People's desires never end if dreams and desire are used synonymously here. And in Luffy's case, like what you're saying, yeah, Luffy actually does have an end to his desire, which is what makes him so noble, is that he doesn't keep taking and taking and taking. He has a point where he's gonna say, okay, I'm done, I did what I want to do.
Right. And then that's where things like being immortal, right, that Emu in the Gorosei are probably doing, that wouldn't fly, right? That's where Luffy counters that as well, where at the end of the story, that's why I'm saying like disbanding could make sense, because everything runs its cycle. The Straw Hats are going to run its cycle. I feel like Luffy can do that, will do that. As far as, do we see that in the story, is like, or is it an imply ending? You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's where I'm kind of hung up. And so
you kind of gave him a middle ground though, because like the way you're describing it is like they separate but don't disband. Yeah, they all go their separate ways, but they're still Straw Hats. And should Luffy's ship ever dock on their shore and call them to sea again, they will go again. And it's like yeah, that's it. That's the one. So like Straw Hats, like Straw Hats separate. Yes, Straw Hats split but don't disband. Yes.
There we go.
I like that a lot. That's actually that's a way where it kind of like, it's like the best of both worlds. You know, they do split in the way where they're able to go pursue what they want to pursue, but not in a way where it like cuts off their adventures for good, and prevents them from being a cohesive unit ever again. So I like that. Let's put that in like a strong spot, because I think that's a 50-50 shot. That's a pretty safe,
right above the Straw Hat.
Oh yeah, we could do that. Let's do that.
Nice.
Let's put it right there. Let me get to the few super chats that came in. Godlift, thank you for the $5, bro. He said, in mythologies, gods do not die. Atlas, Tantalus, Lucifer get ironic and eternal punishment. For Eam cast down from heaven to a watery hell at the bottom. I like that. So you were talking about like Eam being stuck there forever. There's a lot of that in mythology. Sisyphus is another example. He was condemned by the gods to roll the boulder up the hill forever, and every time he got to the top, it rolled back down. That's like a very common theme in ancient religion and mythologies. Like the bad guy gets, not only do they get punished, but it's like they get punished forever. Like, so it's like an extra bad. I could see that working out, especially with all the ties Oda does into mythology. And I know, we always keep saying this, but the Rome Piece 2 thing has been increasingly up there on my radar, and I really want to do that soon. We're going to do that this summer, I promise. I actually started listening to, this past week, I started listening to a podcast going over everything from the start and foundation of Rome to the end. So I am listening to it. I'm working through it. Every little detail I pick up on the way, I'm going to be making mental notes of. And I'm going to try and apply that, so when we do sit down and try, because we've always been talking about like expanding on that original idea, and now I'm doing the hard research on that. Like now I've started going deep into like the foundation and everything, so I want to see if we can connect that to maybe something in One Piece.
You know what's crazy about that one was when you came out with the Rome Piece video, and then I messaged you off thing, and then I shared where like all of my pieces that connected to your thing, and then we were talking about making the collaboration. We sat down like maybe 2 or 3 times, like multiple hours, and one thing that we said was like, if this detail shows up in the story, then it's like, I think that we are confident in the rest of it. And that detail was low key kind of like the Seraphim.
Yeah.
We didn't have like the Seraphim was complete. I feel like both of us probably, I don't remember if we talked about it at that time. We probably did because it was around like the reverie. But when that name dropped, I thought the face that came to mind was your face, and I was like, oh man, we should have had this. I was so mad, but we didn't have like the name. We would to like, I'm not saying that we got the name or what the Seraphim were, but like the descriptors of it, right? Like everything around that, and we were kind of like, if this shows up, you know, this is kind of just locked in. And then Oda brought it in Oda brought it up in a package that I don't think we would have truthfully fit in what we described, but the fact that it was brought up, just what you need to do is just take the rest of what we said and just like recontextualize it with how Oda did it. So like that was incredible. And yeah, 100% now, like with Nerona also, that shout out to no, what were you gonna say?
No, the Nero thing, that's like been on the forefront of people's minds now. Like, so like now that people are talking about the potential connections on their own, like organically from this recent bit of info, this might be the time to like get the whole picture out there for. And
that was my back then version, like not version of Rome Piece, but like I think I messaged you before I put it out. I was like, I'm gonna leak a little bit, and that was what the Straw Hat was, the winner of like the Olympics, and then Nero was the one who destroyed the Olympics, and that's why I brought up Nero in that video. And then now after that chapter, I had to go back and be like, is Oda doing this? This is kind of weird. It's kind of crazy, but hey, maybe it's there.
Little fun fact: did you know that prior to Rome being a republic, there's an era that Rome was actually ruled by kings, then not emperors. There wasn't an empire yet, and it wasn't a republic yet. It was actually a kingdom, like a standard kingdom. And there were, at least it said, there were probably more, but there were said to be 7 kings of Rome. I don't know how this connects to the world government using 7 warlords. We could talk about
what time period there was.
This was like 700, 800 BC, if I remember correctly. This is when, I mean, now we're getting into real history, but this is like, this is early Rome, when like the Latins and the Etruscans first came together and they made Rome. Romulus, all that. But
I've been doing something similar to you, except I've been going at your idea is so much better. Go to somebody who packaged it already and probably put it into chapters. I've been like, okay, this is 13th century, this is 12th century. And I'm like, okay, I'm not reading this right now because it's from the 900s. We're staying out of here. Should do what you're doing. That's so much smarter.
No, it's really interesting stuff, man. And when we do get to that, it's gonna be, you'll be surprised. I'm gonna come at you with a lot of stuff. So
I love it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to get around to that. Real quick, I am gonna run through these 2 super chats, and then I'm actually gonna run quick BRB bathroom break. In the meantime, I'll give you that time to think of what your box is gonna be, because I've been just downing this water the whole stream. Godliff, thank you for the 5. Imagine at the end Sanji with his 3 wives cooking at all blue, and Emu just seething below him, like at the bottom of Mariana Trench. Also, Laboon ideas 10 out of 10. Well, thank you for the 10 out of 10 rating there. Where's the 3 wives thing coming from, Godliff? Is this is a theory you had in the pocket? I need the details on this. Sanji's 3 wives. I mean, you could say, are you saying like Viola, Pudding, and then who else? Would it be, what's, I don't know. Are you shipping Sanji and Nami at the end? Is that also being factored into this? Definitely Viola, let me know.
Pudding.
Viola, Pudding, and someone else. I mean, I don't know. If it's Nami, a lot of people are going to hate Sanji forever.
Yeah, that's true. That's funny. 3 wives. Not Santoryu with wives, though. That's crazy.
the Santoryu with wives. That's so funny. Rubik's, thank you for the 5. He said, I'll say the full name just to give respect. Mr. Rubik's01, thank you for the $5, brother. He said, since one of the main themes is inherited will, I feel like the end of One Piece has to involve each of the Straw Hats passing their will on to the new generation. I like that. I think the way that would be done is through like all the things we're talking about, like Robin starts the new library. That is that way of passing it on to the next generation, because she had the Library of Ohara. It was destroyed in her lifetime, and then at the end of her journey, she rebuilds it for the next generation. For me, it doesn't have to be like every Straw Hat has to meet someone that directly carries on their will, but they do some sort of action that sets forth the will for the next generation through some nondescript people. It could be anyone that inherits their will.
I don't even think it needs to be a direct thing, and I think you'll agree.
Yeah.
It's going to be a story, right? Like someone's going to say the stories of the Straw Hats, whether it's Brooke, I know that's an idea, whether it's Usopp, whether it's just a book that Robin wrote, and like the Nolan telling everyone the story, and then you see a crowd of kids that are just like wide-eyed listening, right? That, I think that's how the story gets passed on, and the will is inherited, right? We see that happen on Onigashima a little bit with Luffy not taking the credit, but the story of Joy Boy. So then all those kids are now Joy Boy, woo! And then the same thing in Fishman Island. They saw Luffy, sure, but they don't, like, as far as the rest of the Luffy stories, someone's gonna tell them, right? And then like they're gonna, oh my god, I want to be just like Luffy. And that's kind of how it is. It's just the rumors of it. It's the history, it's the tales.
The hero's hat they were talking about on Fishman Island, like, oh, I want a hero hat too. They wanted to buy. They were like, "Oh, Dad, can you go up to the surface and get a shipment of straw hats for us?" They were talking about that at the end of Fishman Island. It's like, which is sorry, I cut you off. No.
I was just gonna say, which is why probably the Void Century is such a closed knit thing where, hey, if you share the stories and everyone reacts like Roger, you're probably gonna inspire a lot of people, right? So that's kind of how I see it. Yeah,
and I think there's going to be some moment where we directly see a whole generation get like in the same way Gold Roger inspired a generation, Luffy will have that in a sense. But I don't think that has to go for every Straw Hat. I think every Straw Hat's going to do something that's going to be a vehicle for passing their will on, but it doesn't necessarily mean Nami has to find her, like, she doesn't have to find her daughter or whatever, or like pick a daughter, pick a successor. Another $10 from Parthavad Lamani. Thank you, bro. He said, I've always thought that Luffy would take Joy Boy's throne at the Ancient Kingdom, and the crew would lead different parts of it from wherever they are. For example, Zoro leading the military from Shimotsuki. So like each Straw Hat leads an army from like a different nation that they've been to. That's sick. I love that idea. Like Zoro leads the people from Wano into battle. Nami leads the people, I don't know, I guess the old guys at Witheria into to battle. That's cool.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you my stream with Joy Girl, I talk about an extended version of that. I think you'd really like that, Partha.
Yes.
But I just wanted to add, sounds similar to the Godheads a little bit, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like if each of them martial war leaders of different things, maybe we got a parallel there.
That's true. The Straw Hats are like their own. They have their own like little like their categories that they manage. I like that a lot. All right, I am going to take a quick break. I'll be back in like a minute.
I gotta think of my
Par, feel free to think over your next entry.
I got it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna rush them. I'll be back.
Yeah, go for it. I get the chat now. All this power in one man. But the ultimate question is, am I just one man? Have I been catfishing you guys this entire time? Am I just a catfish? Some people thought I was the mushroom. These are things people have said to me in the real world without even One Piece being involved. Believe it or not. The many names of Par. Oh my god, there's so many super chats. Do I read here? I'll read some of the super chats just to get my thing out, and then I don't want to stretch it out later. Mr. Rubik's $2 super chat. Thank you for funding the heavenly tribute to the Hidden Island. We got Saint Enland. Perfect. No mistakes there. Will we go to the moon by the end of the series? God damn it. I'm gonna have to pocket that. I'm gonna have to pocket that. Gudlift $5 super chat says, dude, to displace the three brothers, Sanji will have three kind-hearted wives, like all great warriors in feudal Japan, putting Viola and Redacted. Damn, bro's writing super chats like Oda does interviews. That's crazy. That's pretty fun. What's up, Dax? Eloy? So I'm not responding to that, those super chats as deeply as I can. I'm gonna think about it. What's up, Greg? You're glowing right now, not gonna lie. Am I? I was supposed to get a haircut. I was supposed to like fully shower, but then some plans got canceled. So then I was like, I'm just gonna show up vacation par, because that's truthfully what it is. I haven't posted in a month, guys. Isn't that crazy? I've had a lot of life hit me, so you know. Oda was like, here you go, par. Hito model, no vision. Aw, man, that would be sick. That would be sick. Who else joins the Straw Hat Grand Fleet? Shanks joins the Grand Fleet. That is a theory on my channel. Sounds crazy, but it doesn't sound crazy because Oda made it canon. That Shanks joins Luffy's crew. Par's 3 people confirmed. Define Prague, 100%.
What's up? Yo, Prague, what's up, bro? All right, I'm back. All right, got another couple super chats while I was gone. Thank you, guys. Rubik's, thank you for the 2. Will we go to the moon by the end of the series? I think that's a good one to talk about for the bingo board. So we'll save the answer to that. Actually, that I don't know if you told them what your next box was going to be while I was gone. Is that related to that?
What did you think I said? When I did read the super chat, so you got that right. Theorize what I responded to that.
Yes.
Considering the time that you gave me.
I think your answer was yeah, like 100%, because like you have the theory with like the moon records, right? Like
I didn't answer because you were gone for like a minute. If I answered, I'd still be talking about it. Come on, Hidden. I gave you the context.
I thought I was taking a long time.
No, you were literally gone for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I did marathon. That's not a marathon technically. That would be like a sprint. Yeah.
You seem calm leaving the camera, and then you just whoosh.
Yeah, I was running. You should have seen me in the apartment. I was just sprinting between hallways. Moopy worked his way into the room while I was gone. He was like sniffing around on me. I don't know what he's doing.
How is he doing?
He's we actually we did the whole, for anyone that hasn't been keeping up, my dog was just having some like medical troubles. And like all the medicine we were giving him for like the last 5 months was just not working. So we did this final like hardcore round of medication, did it for 3 whole weeks. And we recently, last week, we did a test after we finished it to see if he's good. And thank goodness he's good. There's no more infection, nothing. My dog's totally back to normal. We're going to test him again in a month just to see if anything comes back. But for now, my dog is good to go. Moopy is healthy and happy. And I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very grateful for that. So yeah, thank you for asking, bro. Yeah, he's good. He's very high energy now. So yeah, he's back to normal. He's very curious. Yeah, usually, you know, back when he was taking the medicine, it had the side effect of like making him feel kind of sick. So he was like always just sleeping all day. But now he's exploring back to his normal self. All right,
couldn't ask for anything better. But going back to the super chat, what I said is like, oh, this would be great for the bingo board, so I'm gonna leave it for later. And so that's what you said too when you read it.
Yeah, right. Because that's funny. Because like I see that and I'm like, oh, that's a bingo board question, 100%. Like that's one of us is gonna like definitely bring that up either way. Godlift, thank you for the 5 again, bro. He said to displace the 3 shithead brothers, Sanji would have 3 kind-hearted wives, like all great warriors in feudal Japan. Putting Viola and Redacted. The Redacted one I'm gonna have to assume is Emu, right?
Wait, that's so funny that you say that, because in my Sanji mega theory, I laid out what god Sanji was connected to, and there was a god that had a wife that kind of like was able to reel in his power a little bit and guide it a little bit and help it like ground it, and that's kind of like what Sanji needs a little bit, you know what I mean? Like once Sanji gets like a devoted wife, like he ain't running around anymore.
Think he's gonna riz Emu?
And I laid out a bunch of criteria that would make sense, and a lot of people looked at that criteria and said Emu question mark, and I was like, hey, this is all we got were eyes, bro. I don't know, but it doesn't help that Emu might be a little kid, so let's slow our cool on that one a little bit right now. I just want to point out that was people's responses at that video.
Well,
but we didn't know that Emu was a little kid back then. All right, guys.
Well, I'm not gonna say anything else. Film Z, that's all I'm gonna talk about.
No,
I'm just gonna say Film Z. If you know, you know. Sanji fans will never recover from that one. That's the eternal curse.
Oda didn't write it.
He didn't write it. That wasn't his writing. It's not canon.
It wasn't his writing. Yeah,
it's not.
Exactly.
Whoever did write that though, They're catching heat. They got to catch some
We
heat
might be able
from-
to figure out which mangaka it is, honestly. No,
Yeah.
I'm joking. You know who it is. But...
Oh yeah, I think he wrote Rurouni Kenshin, I think, or something. I'm sorry, guys. All right, let's go. All right, so what was your next box? We haven't gotten to your next box.
All right, this is spicy. I don't know if you saw the video yet. Zoro
Okay.
has mink lineage.
I did hear you talk about this. I never caught the full theory, but I remember you mentioning this before.
Yes.
Now, explain this a little bit for me. Help convince me so that we both can. It's hard.
The video, yeah, because that was why the video needed to happen. But like one of my favorite parts of that, the line of logic was, So where are you on Sanji having Lunarian genes?
Now I'm more willing to buy it.
Okay.
In the past, when it was first brought up and people were like just jumping the gun saying he's a Lunarian, I was like, well, that makes Luffy a Lunarian too because he can spawn fire.
Right.
But now I'm down. I'm down.
Right. So the reason why I would like it is, especially at this point, like the Lunarian thing is kind of like, let's just lock it in a little bit because there's so much crazier, honestly, at this point for like Luffy and other things. Like the box is open. And what I was saying was in Onigashima, Sanji had like his entire body broken, and then the Germa genes kicked in, and then if that was Lunarian, then you have this situation where like Sanji gets tied to the Lunarians very briefly through the conversation with Queen. We get revealed with King being there, Lunarian, but like Sanji at that point doesn't really understand it. It's just like loosely tied. And then as a parallel, Zoro also had his entire body broken, and then he used mink medicine to revive himself. And Sanji even said, like, if this doesn't work, which like, it is an interesting thing that Mr. Miyagi was like, hey, this is a mink medicine, you know what I mean? And then it used on Zoro and it worked. And then like we see like prior and after like this whole like greater importance of minks with like Zunisha, with Pluton opening up the borders, they're tied to the moon, Shimotsuki, all that stuff. There's so many things there that I really liked, and I can expand on that also. But like to fill in some fun things that I found out afterwards was Toei animated and I don't know if you remember my first Zoro video. I basically said that I thought the Zoro was a natural Zoan, and he would be able to demonstrate elemental Haki to the point that he can become an animal.
And you connected the tiger thing to that, right? Is that, if I'm remembering correctly?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now I'm going the reverse direction, where instead, if you think about all of Zoro's movesets being animal based, and you think about mink lineage is you have all of the animals in your lineage. So like you could be, if your parents are a kangaroo and a panda, you could be a giraffe mink. Like it's all the animals prior, and that could be why he's able to like literally manifest the abilities that we see there. And then people were like, yeah, but he's not an animal. What about Ashura? What about these things? I was like, well, you go in the Buddhist route, right? Like the Ashura, the demons, they're in the realms of like the animal realms too. Like those like demons were kind of like in a lot of the realms, but except for like the god ones, I think. But I think even in the god one, the Ashura shows up too. But that aside, and how in fiction and lore pushes it on, the idea behind the moon thing got elevated to me even more so, and I'm gonna have a part 2 when we saw Beppo use the rumble ball and then access Sulong. And I looked at that, I was like, it would make sense if Chopper studied the mink medicine because he saw how effective it was, tried to incorporate it in his rumble ball, and then that's how he got the Sulong thing, which would imply that the rumble ball somehow or the mink medicine gets the essence of the moon in there. And that moon thing is like the steroid that Zoro got that revived him. And then it would also explain what the Grim Reaper was, because there was a full moon that night. And so my current thing, and this is all new, this is in my part 2 video, so this is exclusive for the hidden stream, but I've also had this in the back pocket for like 4 months now, because I've had the thumbnail made like since whenever that Beppo chapter came out. But it was that when Zoro saw the Grim Reaper, when Sulong see the moon, what is said is that they see their ancestor. They access the memories of their feral ancestors. And so I think it might be that when Zoro saw that Grim Reaper, that was one of his ancestors. And it not necessarily Ryuma, on his dad's side. And that's where it comes full circle.
Pinzoro?
To like, wait, the Pinzoro thing.
Like that's on that side? Okay.
Yeah, people were upset about the the paternal grandfather side. People were upset about SBS 105. That's why I made that video, because I didn't know we always had the name Roronoa, but we didn't know that it was a lineage name. Like, it was passed down. We didn't get that confirmed until that SBS. And once that got locked in, I was like, wait, that means the Roronoa thing is way more important. The French aspects. And so a lot of people know I'm on the French piece, especially now, after that video. With how like the later things, and one of my predictions might be coming in fruition, because what I said was later on we might see an entire group of swordsmen that might connect back to a French thematic or like European thematic, and there might be multiple swordsmen, and then thereafter we got the Holy Knights like fully like revealed, like we got the silhouette of them afterwards, like maybe 2 weeks after that video. And I was like, this is the group that I was talking about, guys. Like, I didn't like back when we got the Holy Knights originally, we didn't know that they were gonna be like that. It wasn't until the silhouette that people thought like more about like the whole swords thing. And then the West Blue connection, you know, especially with the Garland being like a hero from there, whatever it is, like all that connection. But this is where the complex part comes in, and I'm not going to take up the time on your stream to explain all of it. If you guys want to know more, and if you guys haven't seen the video, which I think based off of all the most of the names I see in the stream, probably watched it. There's like 2, 3, 4 names I see right now that didn't watch it, probably. But it was that from the French side, you get an interesting explanation of why the Kozuki were friends with the Minks. Because if you remember, we never got the explanation of why they were considered brothers.
Yeah. And
if anybody remembers, the Minks are a Void Century time capsule. But what are the outfits? What is the thematic? The dukedom. That's French. They wear musketeer outfits. They have French outfits.
Yeah, they do. I'm realizing. I'm thinking about what's his name? The guy. Why am I blanking?
They literally have the three musketeers.
The guy who not Pedro, but the guy who's also like a cat mink. I'm trying to remember. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. He like straight up is wearing a musketeer outfit.
Shiri-sen or something like that. Something like that. He has she in it because lion or whatever. But yeah. That guy, Inurashi or Inu Arashi, Dog Storm. Hold on, what's Zoro's dad's name again? No, I'm joking, but like his name is Storm. So hey, we got a tie-in of names there. I'm not saying he's related to Inurashi, but dukedom is implied when you go down the French like hierarchies of stuff. The musketeers were not a noble class, but they were a noble class of the cavalry that came from commoners. So commoners that were allowed into the noble realm, and then up to above that they had like noble fighters and then the royal fighters and stuff like that. And so the musketeers were pretty important. And so Duke is underneath empires, right? Like you have an emperor.
Yeah.
So if you have a dukedom and dukes, who's the emperor? And then you look back at East Blue, you remember there's 3 kingdoms. Goa Kingdom, where Luffy's from, based off of Portugal, most likely, heavily implied, especially by the live action. Then you have Oikot Kingdom. We don't know necessarily yet, but tune into my Nami mega theory that's coming out. I'm not going to tell you guys a day because I don't even know. I'm on vacation. But do you remember the third one, Hidden?
Let's see. We have Goa, Oikot, in East Blue. I'm trying to think of other East Blue locations.
There's only one other one.
Oh, Shimotsuki Village? No. No.
I theorize that they're a part of this kingdom, or they were originally a part of the kingdom.
In East Blue?
In East Blue,
I'm gonna lose my mind when you tell me. I know I'm gonna lose my mind when you tell me.
You want to tell you?
Yeah, go for yeah. Tell me.
Frausch Kingdom, which is Middle English for France. So
wait, which is this place? Wait, where is this place? Where is this place mentioned?
East Blue, Frausch Kingdom. One of the reverie leaders is from there. One of the most eccentric ones, honestly. And I thought the French thing would just make sense that Oda, because France is like the biggest consumer of like things of like Japanese. They have a crazy. This is actually another part of the video. I didn't expand on this. I was gonna do a part 2, but this is actually something I mentioned in the video. Crazy thing. Not the first person. Let's start here. Zoro's based off of Francois Roronoa. That's a French person. Most vicious pirate according to Oda. This is also answered at the first SBS. Very first SBS. Oda had that locked in. So now his Roronoa name is even that more important. Tied to France. There's a French kingdom in the East Blue that most likely, if Roronoa were the people living there prior to the Shimotsuki coming, then it would make sense that they're a part of Frausch Kingdom. Frausch Kingdom, if it's part of the Reverie, might be part of the 20 Kingdoms, 1. But 2, they might have been the originators that controlled or like colonized, I guess, the Mokumo Dukedom, because it's a dukedom. France is also one of the places that was the most widespread in terms of like their influence. If we're talking like Rome, France, like they were really influential. But then the other thing with when we come back to the Roronoa thing, here's the fun thing, and this won't make sense to a lot of people, but I'm hoping Hidden remembers this. You remember Oda gave us the personifications of Zoro's swords, and we got Kozuburo for Sandai Kitetsu. Yeah. And then we have, and then I have the theory that the Amatsuki is connected to the Shodai Kitetsu. Oh no, not the Sandai. The what was the Wado. Wado was Kozuburo. Sandai was the Amatsuki one, possibly connecting the Shodai. He had the Shusui. Oda personified the Shusui. If you remember, if you want to Google it real quick,
Shusui, I do remember what it looked like.
Looked like a French dude.
Like a French guy with the mustache, with the curly mustache too. I like that. That's actually a cool connection.
He drew it twice. Why is the national treasure of Wano a French guy? I wonder why. And then guess what the crazy part is. This is one of my favorite parts of the video. Woo! Ronnie, have I talked to Kube? I have. We are in the DMs. I had so many theories come up in between that conversation. I'm gonna reach out to him again. But going back to it, if you look at Francois Roronoa, the pirate, he looks like a caricature, or Shusui's personification looks like a caricature of Francois Roronoa. So what I'm saying is that guy is the original, originator of Zoro's lineage. That guy's the originator. And craziest part is the name of the first person who landed on Japan from France, last name Francois also. After first documented person to land in Japan was from France was Francois something. And I was like, is it a coincidence now? Because my logic is that this guy, the guy for the Shusui, probably came to Wano and interacted with Ryuma. And so kind of like how Odin had Whitebeard, Ryuma had the Shusui guy. And Zoro is related to the Shusui guy. And that is, there's a whole line of logic there. I didn't fully explain the Mink connection, but that, the Zunisha, not the Zunisha, the Mokumo Dukedom, the French connection, it's a loose thing there. And then we start going into an interesting boil down to what's it called? Why Zoro's a Mink, behind his move set, is what he's referred to himself as a wild beast, the way the Mink medicine worked, a few other things. I'm forgetting some of the parts of the video, but there's a part 2, guys. I don't want to take up too much more time, but lock it in. For me.
Okay. I will say this. I think the ideas are fun. I think some of the French connections are interesting, and I think that Oda definitely is hinting at maybe to a deeper level the connection to the original pirate, like the Francois Lolonois, right? Like that's direct connection there for Zoro. Do I think we're going to get Zoro's family expanded upon more than we already have now, considering Oda didn't even dedicate time in the manga to doing it? That's the thing that I'm stuck on. And while you know,
so that was another part of that video where I was explaining, because that was a lot of people's takeaway, that Oda cut it off here. But the thing is, Oda ended that SBS the same way he did for every single one of the Shimotsuki ones. So I laid out the chapters where it's like, in chapter 925, we got the personifications of Zoro's swords. 100 chapters later, that personification leads into the thing, and he ends that with, I wonder what this means. And then midway through, I think chapter 960, I believe, that's in that SBS, he tells us the Shimotsuki, not 960, 975. So it's after we see the daimyo, I believe. And he tells us that, like, he tells us Kozuburo. He tells us that old geezer that Zoro is referring to is Kozuburo before he's revealed in the manga. In the SBS, he says that, and at the end he goes, I wonder what that means. I wonder if we're going to solve this mystery. And then at the end of this last one, he did the same thing. He's just like, I wonder, like, you know, I wonder if this mystery is ever gonna whatever. He, like, literally, like, word for word, I forget the exact words, but I laid it out. SBS. I was like, he literally showed us every single time why it was meaningful to do that. And as far as, like, fleshing out what I did explain is, like, even in the manga, we still don't get the explanation of, like, why it was meaningful for all the people on the ship that left with the Shimotsuki people. But then we find out, like, oh, that might be the guy from Logtown. That might be Toshigi's like relation, right? Like, there is, like, a loop around there. As far as if that stuff connects, I don't think so, right? Like, maybe we don't get that stuff. But Zoro's family, that was where I was like, Oda never confirmed this anytime else. That was the only time. Why would he need to do that? Why would he want to do that? And then he ends it off with, I wonder if this mystery is ever going to do anything. I'm like, he literally did that 3 times in a row, guys. I don't know. Like, everyone was just like, oh man, Zoro, he revealed Zoro in the SBS, it's raps. But I'm like, wait, guys, did you read the ending? Did you read the ending, guys? He said the thing that no one does. This is classic Oda.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see him giving us more, like, shedding more light on the backstory for Zoro. Yeah. I feel like it's too, I think it's too much of an expansion of Zoro's family and, like, an explanation for certain things about him, where I think if Oda hasn't gone out of his way to, like, take certain, like, we had Wano, a country of samurai with direct connections to the Minks, Zoro fighting alongside major Mink figures in this battle, and there wasn't a clear way where Oda set up any sort of connection between Zoro and the Minks, but there was connections made between Zoro and the people of Wano. So I feel like, just knowing Oda as a writer, if it turns out that the Wano thing was, like, maybe, I mean, he's still related to Wano, but, like, it's more of, like, a red herring or a distraction for the bigger twist that Zoro's a Mink of some kind. It just feels like that would be a really out of left field for me. So I'm gonna mark it pink, but I will say that was a fun listen, and I did enjoy that. Some of those connections I never even put together, like the Lolonois Shusui, like, look-alike thing, that never crossed my mind, despite me having both images in front of me, doing multiple videos in the past, and I never made that connection there, which I think is. How about this, Hidden? Yeah,
make it pink. But whenever you get a chance to watch that video, and then part 2 comes out, so when that part 2 comes out, if your mind changes, just in the comments of this stream, just be like, so we have it noted that, like, oh no, we'll change that one to white.
Okay, next theory review, I'll pull up that video, and then I'll come with the new and improved.
Oh no, I have to defend my title with that one.
Oh yeah, you are defending your title. Then I'm giving you the option to choose. Title defenders get to choose which video they put up. So I'll leave that up to you. But if that is what you decide to put up, then that will be my full exposure to the idea. Where do you want to put this on the grid?
Let's put it. I don't want to mess up Toontown. But I don't want to mess up Plant People. Let's put it middle row all the way to the right.
Is that about middle row?
Oh no, that takes the box, right?
All the way to the right. Yeah, that's one. I mean, well, everything crosses through the freebie in the middle.
Here, yeah. How about no, I don't want to tying elemental Haki and the Zora's a Mink one. Dude, how ballsy am I?
I mean, you could put you have your column with elemental, like your elemental Haki edition was here. So if your ideas are put in the same row, I mean, I don't know if that actually helps increase the odds of I mean,
yeah. How about let's just do it the second row, top of the list. How about that?
All right. Zoro's a Mink. All right. Cool. All right. Before I give mine, let me. I have to catch up on a few super chats. Godlift, thank you for the $2, bro. He says, "So par, you saying Zoro got that dog in him?"
Hey, I mean, yeah. He's shown that.
I think that is. I think that's the conclusion we can safely make, regardless of whether or not. Yeah, yeah. Well, Zoro got that. Zoro got the tiger in him for sure. Lenny Deadstock, thank you for the 5, bro. He said, greetings, some French piece for you guys. Look up John Lafitte and his connections to a pirate island IRL. So I know about that, but yeah, basically Jean and Pierre Lafitte were two, I'm pretty sure they were related to each other, but they were like two pretty infamous pirates that were around during like the golden age of piracy. And was it like,
I came across this name.
There was like a pirate island, or it was like Libertalia or something, where it was like a colony that was converted basically into a pirate haven, which is like the closest thing we have to like Full Lead Island in real life. I don't know how Lafitte connects to it specifically, but I do know if you caught me when I was making that original like real life connections video, I would have known this, but it's kind of like faded away into my memory. But yeah, that is John Lafitte, and all that stuff is actually really interesting too, and it does support the French peace idea. And I'm actually very about French peace as a whole. Like, I know I support the whole Rome peace thing. I think both of them work because Oda's clearly pulling from many sources. He has influences from all over the place. And if you really want to get specific with it, like if Rome peace is a theory about the ancient kingdom, then French peace is a theory about the world government to a degree. And I would compare Emu and the current world government to essentially Napoleon's effort to turn France into an empire, and that spans Europe just like the Romans did. Basically, Napoleon was trying to be Rome too, but instead of the Romans, it was French. And I could see that being what the world government did essentially, if we're connecting it to real life. Willa Gill, thank you for the $2. He says, here, get yourself half a gallon of gas. Thank you. $2? Is that what's gas at now? Isn't it like $6 in some places? It's insane. Some places. It's like a third of a gallon now.
I go to Costco. Costco keeps the cost low.
I don't have a Costco near me. I do have Trader Joe's though. They're pretty good on cost too. Godlift, thank you for the 5 again, bro. He said, on Nero, Mark of the Beast is 666, a Hebrew gematria of his name and title. Known as a tyrant to tyrants, he is the one that started crucifying Christians. Yeah, I mean, if we're going to really go full swing with the Nero Emu connections, and then the only objection I would have to that is that a lot of the Christian symbolism is on the side of the world government, not on the opposition. Nero was anti-Christian. So, you know, if the world government is employing like this angel hierarchy, they have like a cross symbol as like the representative of them. Emu claims to be God. Like, they seem to be more in line with, I don't know if there's like a religious comparable tyrant in history, but you know, something similar. The Nero thing's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that more and see like where all the connections lie. Because if it's just in the name, like the Nerona thing, that's not enough for me personally. I kind of have like a rule of thumb where I need at least 2. I need more than one. Yeah, 2 or 3.
Same. I'm in the same place.
Yeah.
Kind of with the Nerona. I don't want to go too deep in one direction, but I think maybe there's a surface level on all of the directions that Odie's going with. So maybe there's something there though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there could be something there. It's just we need Oda to kind of add a little bit more weight to whichever side is the correct one. Young Usopp, thank you for the 2. He says, end of series, we'll learn Zoro and Sanji are blood cousins. Imagine it turns out they're related in some like that really extraneous like way, like, you know, like extra deep in the family tree, Zoro and Sanji have some sort of relation. Or maybe it's like maybe their families like go back hating each other as far back
as that was in the original video that maybe it was in their DNA, Minks versus Lunarians, but when you look at Minks revere the moon in a lot of ways, and Lunarians are moon things. So like as far as a civil war happening between them, well, we don't really necessarily know of like where they would go, but what we do see is even on Thriller Bark, like even their shadows are fighting. And like I think Robin or Chopper says like is it just like built into them? Like what they don't even need their memories to want to hate each other. And hey, maybe that is the story that goes down.
Okay. I'm also looking up something here. I see
I saw
Gudliff. That's a very interesting super chat. I was looking this up, and you're hitting me with something really cool. He says, also a very influential Christogram in Orthodoxy is ICXC Nika, meaning Jesus Christ conquers all. Christ got that Pete conquers Haki. Now, let me explain the ICXC thing from what I'm gathering here. IC are the first and last letters of Jesus in Greek, and XC are the first and last letters of Christ in Greek. So the first 2 letters are like, that's like, I guess, taken from his name, and then the Nika part is conquer, right? Like Nike, like the goddess of victory or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That's a pretty cool little connection there. I hesitate to say that Oda went that deep into it, but it could have. I just the onomatopoeia thing. I mean, there's a lot of, you can find Nika in a lot of places. I wonder if Oda did pull from all of it, because I've seen some examples of like some obscure gods with the name Nika, and it's like, did Oda, like, I don't know. It's like the hard part about this author is that like I wouldn't put a lot of things past him, you know.
And what you're saying, I see the website that you pulled that info from. Even this website isn't necessarily like a this is it, from what I'm reading at least, it's like this is almost like a theory at this point.
Yeah,
you know, like this guy's theorizing that this is why Nika's there. But when you look at the actual symbol, Ni and Ka are actually separated.
Ooh.
And I'm interested in that meaning. Like, why is Ni and Ka separated in the symbol? Because like that might carry something else.
Yeah.
But yeah, like everywhere else, they kind of connect the two, which is interesting. But hey, hey, that's kind of,
yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like it's a, you know, the connection, if it plays out and it turns out to be true, I'll be like, oh, Oda, you were crazy for that. But like on the surface, there's a lot of things you could do with that where like, I don't know. It kind of falls into the branch. This is the same reason I don't, and this is nothing against Uteron. I just, like with the number-based theory crafting, where it's like this number will imply X, Y, or Z in the story. I'm not about that, because I feel like there's a lot of sources, a lot of numbers you could pull from, and like you could take the numbers in Japanese, and then since there's multiple ways to say a number, I feel like you could make a lot of different possibilities. And I think we've seen him do that in his videos, where he'll pull up the number and he'll list like 10 different possible meanings or something for this. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if you list out 10, maybe one of them is bound to be correct. But at the end of the day,
he does choose. Yeah. I like that he chooses.
Yeah, it's just like,
and
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, this person who's Greek says that Nika, when it's split up like that, it means that's the part that means he wins. So the he is implied and wins is there. I guess that's what it is. So that's interesting. That's kind of cool. I'm going to be thinking about this for sure.
Yeah. And Tosmore made a good point in the chat. He said, I don't think you spend 20 years writing a story and not hunt for anything that could be tangentially related. Like, yeah. I mean, if Oda is doing what I think he's doing, and he's trying to bring all of world culture and history into one story, then yeah, he's probably pulling from all avenues. So, Card Shark, welcome to Captain. Welcome to the members, bro. That's really appreciated. Captain tier. Thank you, man.
Damn,
all right,
flexing his Haki there.
He's flexing the Haki. Nika, he wins. He wins right there. All right, let me put my box here. Let me put a box. Let's pick up the pace just for the sake of our own time. We're gonna be here till like 1 a.m.
I'm with you.
Okay. All right. What happens to the Gorosei? I'm trying to think of what happens to the Gorosei at the end of the story.
Damn.
Right, because they get defeated. What happens after that? Do they get thrown in jail?
Way to spoil me. Hello?
Yeah, the Gorosei get beat at the end. Yeah, sorry to tell you. Do they get imprisoned? Do they die? Are the villains going to die at the end? Like, is that something that the main characters will be responsible for? Or is it like the world kind of like collectively?
I have an answer, but I don't. You
Trying
go.
to think.
You go
Yeah.
first. You go first.
Okay. I think the Gorosei are going to get like the Hody Jones type treatment, where whatever power they're using is at some sort of sacrifice, and maybe something related to like the eternal youth. Like if they're all eternally young, maybe there's something about that is going to backfire on them at the end. And I think we're going to have a Hody in jail, aged 100 years. Like he's not a threat anymore. He also is like cursed to have this old, like, you know, sickly body. And maybe that's like the Gorosei are going to be cursed into like some sort of state, or like that, like because of their hubris, you know, because of their hubris of using these like great powers, it's going to backfire on them in some big way. And the Gorosei are going to be like a subject of ridicule.
That's interesting. The ridicule part is where my idea separates. But so you could choose to do this separate, or my version is that I can't choose more exact words, and people will understand why in like maybe a week or whenever I put up these videos. But disappear. I think they're gonna disappear.
Oh, they just disappear. It's like are you saying that their existence is contingent upon something, and then the end of the story is gonna basically wipe them? Oh. Ooh, I almost like that more.
You said a few things that like I was like, yep, he's gonna like this.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't even tell you the details about it. But disappear is the most accurate word I can use right now. And I think that's like what it is.
Am I thinking what I think? I'm thinking end of Thriller Bark type disappear, like shadows type disappear when the sun comes up. Those without a shadow.
Hey, I mean, it was shown to us somehow for some reason. I'm not gonna say one way or the other just yet, but you guys want to rewatch a video and think about it, and the Gorosei, because Hidden knows it down to memory apparently. So
I like what you're cooking with that. I'm actually gonna piggyback off of that. I'm gonna change my entry here. Yeah, the Gorosei vanish, or like they get disappeared at the end by some magical force or some property of something. But they disappear.
Yeah, I
like that. I'm gonna put that in like a pretty strong box too, because I'm pretty that actually. Yeah, I'm down. All right.
Strong box.
And it's because of the Thriller Bark connection that I'm convinced now, because I know how that the shadow thing works in there. Yeah, I like that. The whole symbolism of the sun coming up, and like
I think with like, especially with the theories too, it's like the sun is pivotal, and I think that was like a crazy way to go out, you know what I mean? Like that one was wicked. I think Robin said like, bro, it felt like I was going to heaven. I was like, whoa, they ain't never said that shit. So like, or not like you know, like,
but like
some kind of
my life's flashing before
awful.
my eyes. Yeah, like
yeah, something awful. And so like I have 2 or 3 ideas that fit in that bucket of disappearing, and that is one of them. And then there's another one that I really like at the moment, but can't share the other one.
All right, yeah, no, that's a good improvement to what I was saying. I like that. Do you have anything you want to throw on a box here?
Yeah, I ended up realizing what this was. End of series bingo is literally like because I was stressed at the beginning. If you guys didn't tune in at the very start, I was like, oh man, hidden whip gave me whiplash. But then I realized like, wait, this is just my entire channel, just like on a board.
It's just theories. It's like
I got all stressed out, but then I was like, wait, it really clicked when I got the Zora's a Mink one. And it might I got 2 plant peoples there. Zora's a Mink. I gotta throw out the patented we are going to see a sentient sword. I think sentient sword is where I'll say. Whether Mihawk is that sentient sword, because I actually have a changed theory now that Mihawk is a sword is something I believe in. I think there's foreshadow for it, but I have a new theory that gives more depth to it, and it makes it so that Mihawk doesn't have to be it, but sentient swords is a thing that I think I am convinced on that there will be sentient swords, because Enma is a sword with a personality and a will, but it's not even a black blade. It's not even technically considered a cursed blade, and it's an excellent grade. We have supreme grades on the way. Supreme grade cursed and supreme grade blackened blade. And imagine if we find out that there's a supreme grade black blade that is cursed. All I'm gonna say is if that's the case, then yeah, I feel like they're easy. If the Enma could almost kill Zoro, and Zoro says that in the story, then I think that sentient swords is going to be a thing. And then if you guys have watched my shorts, you guys know where I go with that. But
so I know this is for the Mihawk as a sword thing, but I feel like sentient swords is already a thing in the story.
Yeah, I get what okay.
Because they do have, some of them already do have shown to have a mind of their own almost. So like if you want to get specific, like don't be afraid to say the Mihawk is a sword thing, because like realistically it's until the end of One Piece. So any idea we put out is any of our remaining theories that have yet to be proven. So Mihawk as a sword is valid. It just if you want it to be white in the box, you gotta convince a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, no, so like the Mihawk as a sword one was stemmed from the idea that like so to clarify, I see it like you guys are saying, aren't sentient swords confirmed? Yeah, and I already have a video on that, which I get, which is I think where I'm getting at is like the personification of it, right? Like the sentient swords, it seems like they are restricted from their user. But like in the same light of like Nika came from a entity, from our knowledge, has a will that the Gorosei can defy them. I'm saying like to an nth degree, like Nika awakened, and are we seeing Nika in the full body right now? What I'm saying is that there will be swords where we'll see the personification that Oda has been giving us come into the story. Like the sword is going to show up, whether it's through somebody taking over them or straight up like a Cloboterman type of thing, like a personification of it. And I think it will only happen, it's not going to be like a bunch of them. I think it's going to happen like at least one time at the top tier. And that is wildly different, in my opinion, than what we've seen of sentient swords so far. I think it's going to go even further. So I guess the way it would be, it was like,
think a sword's going to talk? You think it's like would that be a good way to like is a sword going to talk before the end of the story? Like we will have a confirmed sword communicating in some way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because then that doesn't restrict it only to Mihawk. That could be, there could be other ways that happens, but it doesn't only have to be Mihawk. Then I'm up for that. Now I have to convince myself a little bit. Do I think a sword? If it's not Mihawk, because my biggest bet would be on Mihawk there, or like something related to Yoru. But if it's not, my version of a talking sword is going to come in the form of the Wado Ichimonji. And I think it's going to be Quina talking through the sword to Zoro in some way. Or there might be like Quina's spirit is in the Wado, and when maybe at like in Zoro's final fight with Mihawk, since it was Quina's goal to become world's strongest swordsman, and Zoro's using Quina's sword in that fight, it's going to be like both of them accomplishing that goal at the same time. And there might be some moment where Zoro is like potentially about to lose, and the sword will communicate directly with him, maybe through some sort of like mind rope thing, or like some sort of like he we're not hearing it, but like we know, or like the rest of the world isn't hearing it, but Zoro and that sword like have that moment where the sword says something to him.
I think there's a video too that if I were to defend my title, I would choose this one, which ties heavily into what you just said about the Queen thing. I talk about that at the end, I believe, but I start off talking about Shintoism. Shintoism is huge in, like, it's a core belief standard in Japan where everything has a kami in it. Objects have kamis, and One Piece objects are definitely no different in that regard, and I think that's the video I would choose because I think you'll like it. But to tack on to that, there is an entire I think I might have leaked it a little bit with, maybe it was with Dax. I was thinking at the Holy Knights. On Dax's stream I did leak it, where if we're talking about you watched Dax's theory, right, with the shadows, that being the way to impart like an ancient kind of warrior thing down a line. My version of that, and I didn't post the theory yet, even though I said I would, and Dax shouted out the theory, and I apologize, I'm late. But my version of that, which I'm leaking on streams, is the swords. There are a bunch of swords left, and those swords can carry on wills, and the Holy Knights, or this could be passing on a sword that's very important, and that sword carries a strong enough will that's tied to Emu, that defends the world government, that has some kind of oath, and has a bunch of things. And that would be another way to kind of, and I talk about in that video that I'm talking about, actually, me and Dax talked about, got on stream after that video, about how shadows and black blades could also connect. Not the way you might think with like the darkness of it. There's something else. If you guys tie that video, the Eam video that I'm talking about, and the recent Blackbeard video, and what I say about memories, that's what I'm talking about. And so now you have a sword that has a personality where you see, for example, Odin loved the Moon Princess song. When Zoro's wielding it, it reacts to music. That's a memory, right? And what if the Holy Knights have something similar to that? Like there's some kind of trigger that awakens the sword and activates them, and that gives a good restriction on who can wield the sword, who can be a Holy Knight. It has to be like, it's not just a god-given power, you have to earn it, but then there's also this crack power that is outside of like normal means, but you still have to like live up to it, right? And I like all the restrictions, and so that video should be like in 2 or 3 videos from now.
So you're saying they use the swords from from the throne room?
That was a version of it at the time when I first thought of the theory. We did see a visual, and I talked about this with Sai, where they didn't show us the side swords for some reason. So there's swords lined up at the top, they just show us the side swords, but those side swords are still there in the recent chapters. So that's what I was thinking. But like, hey, maybe there are other swords. Maybe those aren't the important swords. Maybe there are like relic swords that were kept in the cryo chamber, for example. Maybe the term sword isn't as restricted as we might think, as Oda has shown us. Blades, swords, what does that actually mean? We see like when Luffy goes into Nika form, where does the Straw Hat go, right? Like, it's kind of interesting. But then when we got in Vision of Nika, he's holding a sword and a spear. It's interesting. Wonder where the Straw Hat fits in, the one that Mary draw, like alongside. Maybe each one of those are weapons. And the funny thing is, a lot of people go back to Big Mom. Her hat turns into a sword. I don't know. So there's a few things there. But as far as the sword thing goes, I think like sentient swords, swords that can talk, you could write it that. Swords will speak to us. Personified swords, and maybe that's an extension.
Maybe that's a better one that's not just limited to talking. But I think that the thing is, though, we have personified swords in the SBS. We have sentient swords in the story acting their own will. We haven't had a sword directly communicate in any way. And I do think that talking sword is a good way to encompass the idea that you're talking about, because
people might say Napoleon, though.
Okay.
Which is another, like, in terms of the theory, the Mihawk theory, all of those things, there's a reason.
What about living sword? What about living sword?
Living sword, hit me with. I like that. That's a good one.
That might be better for what we're going for, I think. Living sword.
A live sword. A sword is alive.
Cool. No, I'm with that. I'm with that. I think that's a big possibility too. I want the sword like hierarchy to be delved into. I want the nature of like what's inside swords, what it is truly to be a swordsman. I want that all to be explored with Zoro and Mihawk, and I hope that when they do reconvene, we get more insight into how Zoro spent the time skip. And I think we're going to learn a lot of this stuff from that, and we might even see the first living sword, blah blah blah. Like all the potential implications of that might come from that flashback or whatever happened with Zoro and Mihawk, however Zoro got the scar. There's a lot of things we still have to answer from that time skip, and maybe this is where that fits in. So
that actually is a huge part of that Zoro's a mink video, which is that like people thought swords were done or whatever, like, oh, we left Wano. But the very beginning of the video, I talk about how technically Wano isn't the land of swords. That was the rumor. That was like the samurai stuff was a rumor. In modern times, like Kaido gutted them. And so like they're actually not. But then when you look at the Void Century, it's like they were defeated. Ryuma was the only one. Thereafter, the world's strongest swordsman was like a Spanish conquistador type of dude with a German sword, like all these different things. Like all the swordsmen in current timeline, the genius of the sword is Cavendish from a French kingdom, by the way. And so like all the other McGuy, every other sword, Vista, every other swordman is European, because Void Century, Wano isolated themselves. And then thereafter, they're no longer the land of samurai. Ryuma's the reason why I got carried. But, you know, so that's a whole other aspect of the Zora's a Mink video that I think people liked. But
cool.
Yeah.
Just gonna quickly catch up on super chats. I don't want to let these fly out the window here. Godliff, I'm gonna just combine these two because they are related to each other. So thank you for the $10. He said Ni Ka. This is going back to the Nika thing. The Ni is from Nazareth, where Jesus was born, and Ka is conquerors. It's one of the interpretations. Nazareth is interesting because it was an unimportant middle of nowhere town or village, a very random place to have a savior come from. So like Fuchsia Village, like a very inconspicuous, like, you know, like a podunk town that like no one's ever heard of, or like that no one's really from. So you wouldn't expect some great figure in history to come from there, which is interesting. I think that's a cool little connection. And I've always been, you know, I know that some people get antsy when you bring religion into the discussions, but I've always been a big proponent of Oda taking from the Bible for One Piece, because he does it. He's done it repeatedly, and yeah, I wouldn't put this past, or at least the nature of like the hero's tale, or like the story of some great savior coming from an inconspicuous place. I think that that connection can be made to the Bible. It can be made to One Piece, and maybe that's one of the places where it started. It could even be that trope started from, you know, Nazareth and all that. I'm not sure.
I will say, Nazareth is way cooler sounding than Fuchsia Village.
Yeah. I mean,
like if you sat there and looked at, like, back then, hypothetically, there's a map, and you asked me which one of these towns would be known in history, Nazareth is high up there, bro. That shit's cracked. How it sounds.
The naming schemes back then were pretty like dope.
True.
Like there's a lot of cool city names for like places.
I gotta see an old map, and we gotta create a tier list of which ones.
Yeah, no, we should dive into I think that'd be a cool subject to go over, is like looking into potential real life location like inspirations, but like for the more obscure stuff, because a lot of them there's a lot of obvious ones, but what about the more obscure ones? I wonder how much Oda did with that. Will of Gil, thank you for the $2. He asked quick thoughts or rating on the live action teaser. You don't want to know my thoughts. Par, go ahead.
I have a 42-minute video I'm currently editing. It comes out. I think Hidden will appreciate it, because I know where his ideas are going, and I think you know, there's a fine line between defending and there's a fine line between not criticizing. I think there's a lot to criticize, but what I think a lot of people missed is the target demographic, and that is something I will talk about, which is that, like, and I'll just say here, it's like none of us are the target demographic. I'm sorry to say it. None of us would. It would never make sense for us to be the target demographic. Like, if any of us thought it would be, then you're missing how One Piece started. Most of us started when we were kids, which manga and anime, like, you know, you can get into as an adult, but like at the end of the day, are they going to readapt it towards to the 25, 30-year-olds that are now aged up, right? Because we grew with the series. At the end of the day, we grew with the series. And so that's where I'll say, and their rating supports that. How the reactions I've gotten, I took a bunch of people that from a bunch of my young like cousins, 10, 9, there's friends, girls, boys, they loved it. I was like, that's dope. That's exactly what I thought. I got the people that are my age-ish that don't watch anime. They said it was like Disney. And I was like, hey, guess who's the king of youth content? Disney. If they're aiming for that, I think it's a W. I across the board, when I heard like Disney being thrown out as like an insulting low bar, I'm like, that's kind of the bar they should be aiming for. And as far as like this being a first iteration, all that stuff, I think it should be solid. I don't think there's a world where as adults we could like look back at it the same way you wouldn't look back at Harry Potter, the first 3-4 movies that were rated like for kids. You wouldn't sit back as an adult and pick it apart and tear it apart. At the end of the day, you'd sit back and be like, the books are better, right? That's kind of how it is. And I think that's what we need to do as a community. And that's the point of the video where I'm kind of saying like, hey, I put a hefty amount of criticism in that thing. I made that true. And there's parts of it that I think will translate, where I think even my baby cousin, I taught him a little bit of martial arts, so he knows about like body movement stuff, but like there's some things that just needed to work, and it only will work if you allow them to get to second season or third season.
Yes,
because no world, even Marvel, even Disney, they haven't figured out rubber. Miss Marvel, they skipped out on rubber. Her power is literally Luffy, but they skipped out on it in the live action that they did, right? So my thing in the video, my overall point that I'll end here is I think as a community, when it comes to criticism, it'll be there, but it needs to be well intentioned so that a second and third season lives. Game of Thrones got hyped up at the third season. If you guys don't remember, first season nobody jumped on. Second season, when my wife got me on,
that's exactly
And so in the same light, what I'm saying is like, yo, like, I get it, we love One Piece, we've been here for 25 years, but we have to acknowledge this wasn't for us, and we have to accept that. We have to accept that we're older than it is. And the other side of it is, we have the manga, we have the anime. We should not be complaining. This is for people who don't have the manga and don't have the anime. We are going to get One Piece in 7 years, the end of it, right? Why do we even care about the live action? At the end of the day, we have the manga. You're happy with the manga here. You're happy with the anime. Don't be upset if the live action isn't for you. You know, I think the only part that I think I sympathize with is when a few creators heard my logic a little bit, and they were like, they asked me, is this something that I can get my friends in on? And I'm like, unfortunately not, if your friends are our age, right? But like the thing is, at the same time, the people who are our age, my wife, for example, they know what animation was like back in the day. So early One Piece wasn't jarring for her. She was like, I kept on preferencing, saying, please, this is 1997-ish anime, please give it a chance. She's like, this is great. Like, what do you mean? This is fine. But that's because that's our age. They should, like our age is more, it's not jarring. But if you got like my baby cousin to watch early One Piece, it would be. So why would I get a Western audience to get a remake of something they wouldn't watch? Let's get into a new format. Marvel's doing great. Let's look at all the successful things. Let's translate it to that medium. So I'll save the rest for that 40-minute video, because I think my criticism in there will resonate with you and a lot of other people, because I think there is criticism, and the best part of it is that we know the showrunner loves us, like, the community. Now I'm not talking about content, he loves you guys. He hopped in like 5 streams after the trailer dropped, Randy, Jay, so many people, just to get feedback.
Matt does care. He does care.
He cares. So if you let him get to the second season, he will cook with your thoughts.
I'll say this, because I feel bad giving a total non-answer. What I will say, I know a lot of people were in the Discord too, were like wondering what I was going to think about this. I want it to succeed. I think it'll be good for the average viewer. For the average One Piece fan, maybe not so much, like Par is saying. I will say, and this criticism actually is unrelated to the trailer. This is a criticism I had prior to the trailer. And this now is just exemplified for me by the trailer and just proven to me by the trailer.
I think I know what you're going to say.
One Piece does not work in live action. This is something I think Netflix should have seen coming. And I know, and I want to support the project. And I think I genuinely think it's in good hands. And from what I saw, there are elements of it that, yeah, I can definitely nitpick. But there's other parts of the trailer I thought were really cool. The set design looks awesome. The costume design is great. Like the love that's been put into that, like references to certain color spreads, all really cool stuff. There's a lot of love in the show, and that definitely comes off to me a lot more than, for example, Cowboy Bebop, which was also made by the same studio. I think that there's clearly more love for the source material in this. So I want to support it, and I want it to do well, and I don't want the captain of my ship to sink the ship, obviously. But in my opinion, okay, I don't want the captain to sink the ship, but in my opinion, I think we should have never taken the voyage in the first place. And the reason I think this is because One Piece is a series that's very, very heavily tied into its visual style. The typical anime or manga visually aren't going to be too drastically different from each other. You're going to have the same standard face shape, body shape, eye shape, you know, all those sort of things. Like, that's the typical anime look. Those can be translated a lot more easily into live action. A lot of series, a lot of comics, a lot of anime take place in the real world. And a lot of them take place, you know, a lot of Japanese manga takes place in Japan. So when it comes to adapting anime and manga into a live action format, I think you're better off choosing something that's a little bit more grounded in reality. And One Piece, I mean, let's not forget, prior to the live action, everyone would have always joked. I mean, people, and they still do. Everyone jokes about character proportions in One Piece. Everyone jokes about how characters look ugly or look ridiculous in One Piece. Oda's art style is so jarring. I don't know if you guys have tried showing One Piece to someone that is not into One Piece or has never gotten into it, but they're into other anime. They're going to look at One Piece, and I guarantee you, one of the first responses they'll give you is, "This looks weird." And the reason that it looks weird, and the reason that Oda has such a unique art style, is to exemplify and to amplify certain emotions of characters, to like use cartoons and like the freedom and extremity of the expression in cartoons to get those emotional moments out there, like make them stronger. That I want to live moment, you know, well, not necessarily that, but like when Ace died, like the face that Luffy made after Ace died is not something that happened. You can't do that in live action. If Iñaki did that face, it would look ridiculous. It would look ridiculous. But it works in One Piece and in the manga because Oda's style and the whole story of One Piece is catered to this style. The very nature of the Nika fruit is catered to this art style. And all the elements of the world, they're all fantastical. I mean, even in the main cast of characters, we have design elements that don't translate over into live action. And we see this is where I get to the trailer. We see this in the trailer because Usopp doesn't have his characteristic nose because it would look weird in live action. Sanji doesn't have his characteristic eyebrow because that means you would have to have his hair cover half of his face for the whole show. So that would be weird. And when people say, this is a funny criticism I see from people online, and I'm going to bite back at you guys for this one. When you guys say, oh, what do you want the One Piece live action to be gritty and realistic because you want Sanji's eyebrow to curl? You're complaining or rather, you're complaining that it looks weird because of the CGI. What, One Piece should be like super, super gritty and dark? No, that's not what people are asking for. But if you're saying that we have to make concessions on major character design elements to make it work in live action, then maybe that's a sign that live action was never the avenue in the first place. Maybe One Piece was a series that was better off to be adapted in a Pixar style, in a 3D animation, Into the Spider-Verse, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. That sort of art style maybe would have been better for like a re-adaptation of One Piece. If even the main characters can't be adapted 100 or most of the way into the live action without making concessions like that, then where does the buck stop? Because I would say that the Straw Hat Pirates, especially the East Blue 5, are the most tame of the Straw Hat Pirates design-wise. So what happens when we get Chopper? Are we going to have a Little Mermaid situation where Chopper just turns into a realistic-ass deer? Because having a cartoon Pikachu-type deer would look too weird in live action? What about Frankie? How do you make Frankie work in live action? How do you make... like, these are the questions that are going on in my head, and I just can't help but feel like... Now that the ship has sailed, now that we're on the way to having this released, okay, it's too late to turn back. I can't hope for its failure. I can't expect its failure. I'm going to root for it. I want it to succeed. But I also have to acknowledge, and I thought this from the beginning, One Piece is not a live action. You don't make it live action. You just don't do it. It doesn't work. And if you do want it to work, you need big budget. You need a big old budget to make that work. And I don't know if this budget's enough.
In the video, I'm glad that you brought this up, because at the end of the video I bring up this point of like literally what you said. So why do this in the first place? And I answered that. Won't go into it right now because then it's like taking the bigger thing. But what I will say is that I think there's a way to translate things, like just like how Japanese is never going to be one-to-one translated properly in other languages. That's probably what's going to happen here. And I think Dax put a good example of, hey, there's some way to do it. There's another way to demonstrate something like this. It takes a little bit of creativity. Is it going to be exactly like that? Maybe not. As far as like, something I say in the video though, is I do think that when it came to realism, and not realism, but I said it in the Reverie chat. I don't know if you saw it either, but I think a lot of people understood what I was saying. It was kind of like they were playing with a bar of like, this is an example of success in the Western audience. This is One Piece. How far do we move the bar? And I think that in the light of translating it to be digestible by that audience, they might have moved it a little too far. And what I will say to what you're saying is, the East Blue, Luffy, Nami, Sanji, all of them, they're tame compared to the rest of the designs. But at the same time, I think One Piece gives a good ramp up to the wild stuff. So as far as how do you get that budget? How do you get there? We have to start someplace. That's right. True. So if there was ever an option, it would unfortunately and fortunately be this way, where luckily One Piece starts in a more tame spot, ending off in a crazier spot. How do they transition to that? Well, that's up to them. My wife was, I told her a major point I told my wife in the thing, and she's like, really? You think that? And I'm like, bro, it took them like 8 years to get to like the first 50 episodes of One Piece. Like, they're not catching up with us, like ever. There's no world where they do that. And if they do, then they're doing it wrong. Unless for some reason we got the billionaires sunk at the bottom of the ocean. Instead of that shit, they funded One Piece. Maybe, maybe. But like, hey, let's put money at the bottom of the ocean, right? Yeah, literally Ocean Gate. Better name for that, right? Ocean Gate should have like in their wills. They should have put it to the One Piece live action, because then we'd have the money. And the thing is, we have to start somewhere. I think we start somewhere, and this is a good start. As far as it, the other part that I addressed too is, I think a lot of people overblow the negative backblow that One Piece can get as a thing. Whereas like even in the most famous examples, Avatar and Dragon Ball, look at their franchises now. Like Dragon Ball got revived, and Avatar, after it got in the live action came out years ago, got memed on. Then it proceeded by, at the start of the pandemic, Netflix got Avatar, and then for the most of the pandemic is #1 like worldwide watch series. Mm-hmm. And like so like, did that negativity actually hurt the thing? Not really. Like, so does it hurt at the long run? Maybe. No. But like, I don't think that this series is even gonna get to that level of memeified level.
I don't think so either. I just think like there's some things that you have to, like, when you're at the outset, and then we'll get back to the bingo board, machine gun through it. But
we'll talk again after I post this video though.
Yes.
I like this.
Yeah, this is a good talk. This is an important conversation. I think when you're at the outset of deciding on a project, and you have to decide, you have all these great and iconic anime and manga, and I saw, I was looking at the chat, what you guys were saying, right? All anime and manga, when you adapt them, they still retain some of that like quality that that they had in the original source material. It's hard to totally de-mangafy it or de-animefy it, I guess. But the thing is, there's some series that works better with than others, right? I think a series, for example, like Steins Gate, which like a majority of the show is set in like one room in Japan, like that's a lot more doable in live action, and that was just as like, that was iconic too. That was a very popular show in its time. It was a very important anime in its time. So it's like,
and scientifically,
yeah,
like, continue to be relevant.
Yeah, it's like still relevant. Like, so like that's the thing, right? You have, when you're deciding what show are we going to do next, do we pick the series that is condensed to 24 episodes, set in a reasonable location for our budget and like is beloved, or do we pick the series that is not over yet, does not have an ending, has 1,000+ episodes we'd have to make, a massive overarching story, and a extremely cartoonish art style that makes it extra hard to translate character details into live action or locales in a fantasy world? Which one do we choose? Oh, let's choose the One Piece one. And why is the reason that Netflix chose that? Because this is not, I'm assuming this wasn't Matt Owens, this is not his decision. He's just given the project. Why does Netflix decide this? Because numbers. One Piece is huge, so therefore we'll make a ton of money. And then we ask ourselves, why do live action anime adaptations suck? Why? I wonder. Maybe it's because the executives in charge are not choosing the right projects. Maybe it's because they're dumping their budget into projects that are going to meet them, guaranteed they're going to meet with problems. And One Piece is a series that you just look at it, and if I was like in the boardroom looking at the idea of turning it into a full-fledged live action series with a high budget every season that might have to increase every season for Netflix, that's a big risk because I mean, I guess the way that Netflix looks at it is like, we can always just cancel it. We can always just can't smoking the cigar in the boardroom. Whatever. We can always just cancel it after one season. Who gives a fuck? That's what they're thinking. But these guys don't they don't actually think about. I feel like they just don't think about the actual nature of what they're adapting. They just think about the numbers behind it and like, oh yeah, the teenagers, the millennials on TikTok, they love anime. They love the anime stuff. And then that's I mean, like, that's how they make their decisions. And I feel like, I don't know. I want, like I said, any adaptation is going to have to make concessions. It's just, how many are you going to have to make? And what are you, like, it just depends. You have to choose at the outset. So that's my last little bit I'm going to throw in there. But yeah, I just think, I would have chose something else. I see that.
One thing I'll throw in though is, a live action existing, I don't know if we're allowed to say like certain things about what like Matt Owens told us, but as far as the live action existing though, it's kind of interesting because Japan likes live actions, right? Like they I'm surprised they haven't done a Steins Gate live action. They did a Death Note one, but they didn't do a Steins Gate.
All the live action, even in Japan, all the live action adaptations suck, man. I watched the live action Death Note and it was just bad. It like the sets and like the costume design is so jank. It's like you have like L's. I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly in that Death Note movie, L and Light. One of them was wearing a wig, I think, and it was just like obvious they were wearing a wig. Either that or their hair was just like overdone. It just looked ridiculous in live action. And it's like those are concessions where you can make where like, yeah, just give L normal hair. Like he doesn't have to have the anime style hair. But like when Japan adapts anime, a lot of times I notice with their live action adaptations, they go 100%. So if a character has like Goku hair in the manga, he's gonna have Goku hair in the live action too, and it's gonna come off as weird. Yeah,
that is the bar I'm talking about, where I feel like the live actions in the West and Japan, like there's a middle ground. They don't have to be extreme on either ends. I don't get why they can't find the middle. Yeah, it's there. It's obviously there, but it's
just like the things about One Piece that we love are the wackiness. The art style is a huge part of it. If One Piece looked like a generic anime, we probably would think less of it. The art style is a big part, and the length of One Piece is a big part of why we like it, because all the stuff we discuss and theorize about is taken from this expansive universe that took so long to build. So without those elements, like, what do we have left? Now it's just a story about superheroes on boats, and and I don't know if it's just a pirate Marvel. And definitely we could talk about the Pirate Marvel, like the quips that they were in the trailer. I don't know, like the Luffy. A lot of people are split on this one, but Luffy saying, "I'm sensing some tension among the crew," as a Luffy Torian or as a Luffy Storian or whatever. I personally don't think Luffy would say that. I think Luffy would laugh. I think he'd just see them bickering amongst themselves, and he'd sit there in the corner going, "Ah, bah, ha, 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 she," like just laughing, watching along. He's not gonna go, I'm sensing a little bit of tension among the crew.
I addressed that in the video. I think
like,
for like the conversation, what we'll let's pocket this.
Yes, let's go back to the bingo.
Because
shit,
we're for you guys. I'm gonna have Hidden on my stream.
Yes.
Next week or sometime. This video will be the next video, so this video will be there, and then we can bring up more of the things. And there's actually another question I think that a lot of people aren't even aware of. Honestly, I don't include this in the video, but once I tell you this, you might have a different perspective, honestly, because like Randy also agreed about this with the canon manga, and I'm like, okay, like honestly, maybe if they go this route, there's something else that they could do here. And so for the sake of the bingo thing, we'll everything. What I will say, everything you said, it feels like I made this video for you almost, or I had a level of scrutiny, because that's the important part. I see a lot of people saying like overthinking, but I think like at the end of the day, when you're passionate about something, you care about it, you want it to be received well. I don't think that's wrong, right? I think it's more or less like at least Hidden's well intentioned with what it is. He's not going out there trying to ruin people's fun, right? Whereas there's gonna be people who are like, when this comes out, there's something called grifting, right? Where they'll make content shitting on it, right?
Yes.
Like poking apart at every single negative thing. That's completely different from what Hidden's doing or what people who are well-intentioned mean. At the end of the day, if they're not doing what we're doing at the board meeting at the end of the season or when it comes back to the second season, then I don't think they're going to be doing it right. They're going to have to be very critical of their series. So, and I think that's where, like, hey, if you're a true One Piece fan, and I say this at the end of the video, be critical, but be well-intentioned with it. Be realistic. Understand where they're going with it, and listen. You know what I mean? If you're not willing to listen to what the showrunner's saying or what the people are on board saying, then maybe loosen the weight of how much weight you're putting your criticism in. Otherwise, you're just grifting, and that's kind of where it is. It's like Hidden Island, he's not going to be grifting about this. He has a negative thing, but he doesn't even do this with theories, bro. Like, I'm trying to squeeze out like the crackhead theories out of him. He's like, nah, I only post theories I 100% believe in. I'm like, nah, give me that crackhead energy. And then, so like, even for theories, he doesn't do that shit. So he's not going to do that for the negativity. I don't see him do that. Maybe one post, and that's fine. You know, it's not like he's going to start like a culture behind that, and that's ultimately where it is, where I can foresee people getting like going on, and TikTok is where it's going to be like people are like, oh my god, I hate this series, and they find the person, gets millions of views, and then that becomes a popular conversation. That's what we need to avoid. That's a hard thing to guide. Hopefully we can do that. We have a strong community, and our community is close knit. Our community is also really like, it's not like guiding it, but it's like, is it worth putting our energy there when we have the manga that is in the highest levels that we're at ever? Why put negativity where it doesn't need to be? We don't need to do that.
And to just quickly wrap it up and bounce off of that, I will just say that the only reason that what I was saying was like almost exclusively negative is just because I wanted to get the criticisms out that I think are valid, because I see a lot of garbage criticism. So I just wanted to clarify that my full constructed opinion on the trailer is not what you got here. You got my take on what proper criticisms look like.
Which is why my video is referencing a lot of what you said. Yeah. Which is further, like, literally, guys, when you see this video, you're like, oh yeah, it sounds like he just had a conversation with Hidden. But no, I made this in the hour after the thing. I typed it up. Thursday happened, Monday happened. I slept, and then I started editing. It's coming out hopefully soon, but
yeah, man. It's just like I'll just throw some positives on top at the end, real quick. Well, actually, one negative: the people who think the trailer is going to be, or think the show is going to be awful based off of a 45-second trailer. I don't know if this is your first. I don't know if this is your first time ever watching a movie trailer before. Typically, the trailers, 45 seconds out of a movie being like 2 hours, not going to give you the full picture. In this case, it's probably a 10-hour TV show, so we get 45 seconds out of a full 10 hours. Most of the clips in that trailer were from episode 1, so like, wait until it comes out before writing it off as garbage. I see some people saying some wild things about how terrible it looks, it's gonna bomb, blah blah blah. It's like, hold on, okay? There's criticizing, and then there's just hating, and I think there's a difference. And I think that criticism doesn't have to be hating. It can be constructive. It can come from a good place. And in me, it's just the retrospect of like, yeah, I just think maybe we shouldn't have even attempted the live action. But that being said, now that it's happening, I wanted to do well. And what I saw in the trailer, the positives I was going to mention, like I said before, the costume design, and the cast. Another thing I didn't mention, I think the casting is great. Everyone seems to be well fit for their role. So like, that's all good to me, man. I thought it looked cool in that respect, and I'm gonna have, when it comes out, I mark my words, whether it's good or bad, I'm gonna have fun, because if it's good, then I'm gonna enjoy it for being Kino, and if it's bad, I'm gonna enjoy it because it's gonna be funny to make fun of. So, it'll be either way, it's a win, and the meme culture that will spawn out of it in either case, if it is bad, the memes that would come out of it would still draw a lot of eyes to One Piece. And I think if people get their eyes on One Piece, they might look at it because of the meme from the show that wasn't great, but then they check out the manga as a result, and they're like, wait, this is nothing like that. Oh, wait, the M. Night Shyamalan Avatar movie was terrible? Let me go check out the actual cartoon. Oh, it turns out this is great. Okay.
Just like what happened before.
Yeah.
Like, it's every single time.
Yeah, so like either way, I think it's, it's not the end of the world. It's not as serious as people make it out to be. And lastly, the people who gatekeep fans and say that if you do criticize the trailer, you're not a One Piece fan or something, that's also just as bad. I'm just gonna put that out there. You're just as bad as the other guys that are ripping on it over 45 seconds. Okay, people can have negative responses to things. It's okay. They just have to temper how they express it. But that's it. That's the end of my rant. One Piece live action. We got that subject out of the way. If any of you absolute maniacs happens to timestamp throughout this whole video, because I know a couple of you that would. If you guys do timestamp this video, definitely segment out the One Piece live action segment. I think a lot of people would like to listen to us talk about that when they watch this VOD back.
Can we do an end of series bingo card for the One Piece live action?
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of breaking the fourth wall for the thing, but there's going to be a wave of One Piece live action fans that were introduced to One Piece from the live action with us in the manga, finding about Laugh Tale, finding about the last chapter. Is that worthy to put here? I mean,
so you want to say like OPLA? Do you think? How do we word this? So OPLA fan wave, I guess, is like are we predicting
the manga?
Yeah, you think that there's going to be?
Yeah. The end of the manga chapter, the end of One Piece manga. Yeah, how would you word that?
Yeah,
I think that's like a sane take, though.
We have to get something out of this conversation that we just had. We have to get something for the board out of that.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to be streaming, and I'm gonna ask the question before the last chapter: when did you start One Piece? How did you get it? And everyone's gonna flood in, and I'm gonna see like 10%, maybe 5% of my chat, One Piece live action. And I'm not trying to meme on them, but I'm memeing on them. Like, I don't care how good the live action is, I will meme on them still. It's still gonna happen.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, how about this? OPLA. OPLA fans. Okay, how about OPLA causes community to blow up? Can we predict that? That's a pretty good prediction. I could see it. I could see the popularity from the show, regardless of what we, the hardcore fans, think of it. If it turns out to even be decent, I could see a huge influx of fans. I've been hearing about people that watched the trailer and started One Piece, like started the actual series from just the trailer. They didn't know about One Piece or they never tried it, and the trailer made them go check out the anime or the manga. I saw people talking about that. That's like
that is like not that is the ultimate goal. Like if anyone watches my shorts or my TikToks, if you see some, like there's some interesting TikToks where it's literally to get people to start One Piece. And there was one about the character designs where you were mentioned, like you introduce it to other anime fans, they think it's goofy. And I explained why Oda makes it goofy. He explained in the SPS, he's shown us examples of how you turn into a good looking person by following your dreams. And then people were like, I'm going to start One Piece. I'm like, yeah, thank you. Great. That's all I the 5 people commented, but like maybe more than that actually did that. And like that's like the whole goal of my thing, my shorts and TikToks is like reaching that broader community, trying to get them from the anime to the manga, or just starting the anime or manga, whichever one.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's just a vehicle, even if it just becomes a vehicle for people to get into the series, that's a good thing. Like we should welcome that. So all right, there's a couple super chats that have been sitting here. I'll just quickly blast through these. I do want to, I'm going to try and get through any super chats that come in. Sorry, guys. I want to dedicate as much time as possible from now on to the bingo board, so we'll go through them quickly. Gudlift, thank you for the 5, bro. Origin of the Nazareth name can be found from the root, a branch will come bearing the fruit of power. Be from root, a branch come bearing the fruit of power, alluding to messianic prophetic parts of the Old Testament. Okay, I'm not sure I totally understand, but I'm assuming if you're saying that the name itself refers to like bearing fruit or something, that's cool. I could see that being related, like Luffy getting the fruit in Fuchsia Village. Interesting. Haritz, thank you for the 20,000 Whirlpools, I believe those are, or those rupees. I think it's Whirlpools. Hoping they didn't copy those MCU quips too much. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm fine with if they want to throw in a couple MCU style jokes in there. I'm not gonna lose my mind. But when you have,
if you lose one piece along the way, then it's a problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when you have too much of that, and it becomes less of like Oda's style of humor, or like the style of humor in One Piece, and it's just like its own thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
and
that
you can't judge off of the trailer because it's like 2 dialogue lines.
Yeah.
So we don't know what else is there.
Yeah, it's like I know that people want it, things to be like if you adapt something, it doesn't have to be 100% one-to-one. That's fine, but like I also do think it should retain at the very least it should retain the spirit of the writing. Like even if visually you're going to make some concessions, the writing and the spirit of it yeah, that should be consistent between adaptations.
There's one thing that is missing from the trailer that should be there, in my opinion, that is my harshest criticism, and I think when I haven't heard a single person mention it in like social media anywhere, and that's why I'm like, I maybe I shouldn't even say this in my video, but I'm including it because I hope that they do change, or maybe the full thing proves me wrong, but there's 3 instances where they should have shown it, because they showed the scene, and I'm like, huh. And I tell you about it hidden, you'll get even more mad. So I won't bring it up now. I won't bring it up now. I won't bring it up until my
yes. Yeah. When we do our stream, we'll dive more into this and go over that. All right. Okay. So OPLA causes a community to blow up. Anything else come to mind? I'm gonna try and predict a death now. I'm gonna try and predict a death before the story's over.
God damn.
Yes. All right. So I'm not gonna give like an obvious one like Shanks. I mean, we could do that for a safe bet, but for me, the one that I am becoming very convinced about is Dragon, and I think that there's going to be a father-son thing that happens, and I mean this has been explored in a few discussions. I'm not sure whose theory brought this up also, but I've always felt that Dragon was going to be the Whitebeard of the final war, or like a major figure of the final war where he leads the charge to some degree as the leader of the revolutionaries. And I think Luffy, we did talk about that. And I don't know. I've thought about this more in depth lately, and I thought about the theming of like fatherhood, especially because I was on Jay's stream the other day. We were talking about Whitebeard and Ace and like that whole father-son relationship. So part of me wonders, when the final war happens, are we going to explore that theme again? Except this time not with Ace, but with the main character and his relationship to not only the will he, you know, almost has to inherit from his father as a freedom fighter, because Luffy is so like. Let me explain it this way. Ace, regardless of how circumstance worked out, was pretty much going to be built up to be Pirate King. He was built up towards that peak, because after Whitebeard died, had Ace not died at Marineford, had he lived, he would have inherited the Whitebeard pirates. He would have inherited the strongest pirate crew basically in the world, and the man who stood in front of the throne. He would have inherited that crew. And now, not only would he have had that crew, but this is Roger's son we're talking about. So he would have been left in the position of captain to become essentially Pirate King. His original goal was to make Whitebeard Pirate King, but when Whitebeard's dead, then what happens? So the two choices are either Ace would then have joined Luffy and supported Luffy's dream, or he would have gone off and done back to square one, had his own crew. And because he did that in the first place. So like for me, it's like, okay, so no matter what, like inherited will is a burden to some degree, and no matter what happens, you have to face the people who came before you and the people who like Yamato, regardless of how much she hates Kaido, she has to face that part of like the identity in Yamato that is related to Kaido. So like right. Luffy, even though he doesn't want to be a hero, even though he doesn't want to be a revolutionary or any of those things, he just wants to be free. By consequence of who he is, and maybe by consequence of his nature as Dragon's son, he finds himself being a freedom fighter. He finds himself being a hero. The same way that Ace found himself being thrust into this position of future Pirate King. This guy's a threat because he's Roger's kid. Even though Ace wanted nothing to do with Roger, Ace wanted to make someone else Pirate King. That's not what the world got from him. And that's not how the world saw him. So the world sees Luffy as a hero. They see him as a freedom fighter, even though Luffy doesn't want to be one. And because of that, I think that this relationship between Luffy and Dragon, which was touched upon briefly in Marineford, where they're like, oh, he has it too. Oh, you're just like your father. Oh, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And now we get this flashback with Vegapunk in Egghead, where Vegapunk was talking to Dragon about his reason for starting the Revolutionary Army, how both Dragon and Luffy declared war on the world government over the same event, basically.
Right.
Like, there's a lot of, like, those connections are going to come to a boiling point, and Luffy and Dragon are going to meet, and whether or not Luffy cares that Dragon is his father, he might not even care. But at least that relationship's going to get explored, and I think it's going to come to a head where Dragon makes the ultimate sacrifice in the fight for the world government. So I really do think we're building up to that, and I think people aren't seeing it coming because we're expecting more of Luffy's genuine, like Luffy has genuine father figures in Shanks and Garp, so everyone puts the death flags on them because they're like, oh, the hero's mentor has to die because that's the trope. But it's like, yeah, I mean, that's also still on the table too, but I think the bigger twist and the bigger, like, something that might emphasize the themes more is like Luffy and Dragon, because they've been apart the whole story. So yeah, that's basically my explanation.
I didn't even need all that for the Dragon thing. I think the moment like the Whitebeard thing, right? Like it just works so well, the parallel between what the last war is going to look like. You already have Sabo, which is Ace, which is, you know, the fruit, the power. But then it's also like, you know, you could ask yourself, why would Whitebeard's death was meaningful for the world, meaningful towards Luffy. But the thing was like, it was meaningful because Luffy saw what the results of everything Whitebeard did, right? Like, he saw his crew, he saw his power, he saw like the respectable nature of Whitebeard, and then they were like in line. And so like what you're saying is that at the end of the day, Luffy and Dragon are in line. So like Luffy can already connect with that, and then all Dragon has to do is demonstrate power, and then demonstrate respect, and demonstrate all those things. And then you get a meaningful death, right? Like, yes, you get a meaningful death, whether or not it's even like personal to Luffy. I don't even think it needs to be personal to Luffy. I think the part of it is like, this is the guy who raised Sabo, right? Like this is the guy Sabo cares about, rather than what Luffy, rather than seeing it like this is Luffy's dad dying, this is Sabo's dad dying, so this is Luffy's brother, this respectable guy who also just happens to be Luffy's dad, right? Which adds a whole nuance to us. But whether that means anything to Luffy, that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But like the dying part, yeah, it does. Like Luffy cares about people dying. Like you wouldn't want people to just die. So as far as Dragon dying, I could see that. I could see that. I also think like it's weird. It is weird because Oda doesn't kill people, important people, but there's certain people that he's like Garp, I think is gonna die. I think Shanks has a lot of death flags. Oda could pull out plot armor and save him, but I think that Shanks like just is kind of a dude that would willingly accept death for certain reasons, right? Whether like someone kills him versus Shanks allows himself to be killed as a sacrifice for something greater, that's up to you. I think it's a sacrifice something greater. Look at the beginning of the series. He could have killed that Sea King. You can't convince me otherwise. He gave up his arm. Why? Because this kid was going to become Sun God Nika, right? The same thing. It's like we're seeing Shanks seeing in the future, seeing futures other people don't see. So like if he sees a future that other people don't see, and he needs to sacrifice his life for it, yeah, I think he will. And like now, especially, I've always said I think Buggy is the person he's gonna end up throwing his life for. When I said that at the beginning, that Buggy and Shanks are like actual brothers, they actually love each other. People are like, they're not really like that. I'm like, you're joking. And now if you see the recent chapters, you're a crackhead if you think otherwise, because it's like they like Buggy gave up his life. Thought that Shanks was him, and then he got disappointed and like angrily stomped away like a little kid. It was like, I guess I'll just have to be the Pirate King. And then now we see it here, and it's like, yeah, they actually care about each other. Like Shanks was willing to have Buggy be his first mate, like before Yasa, before Ben Beckman, like at the end of the day. So I see that. And then for Dragon side, I like the idea. There's something about it where I'm like, how many people is Oda gonna kill?
I think if he's gonna kill a lot of characters, it's gonna be right at the end. I think that's
that's the only thing, because I have these characters I feel like he's gonna kill, and these are important characters. How many of them are there?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, we got Ace and Whitebeard dying in the same arc, by the way, guys. Like Luffy's brother, Ace's dad, like the world's strongest man, all in the same arc. He's willing to do that. But how many is the question? I guess if you throw Garp out like now, like more close to proximity, then it leads into the like later on stuff. Yeah, you could throw me in. Dragon dies. I'm on that. I like where you put it.
All right. Yeah, I think Dragon dies is like, I don't know. I feel like of the character deaths, the three safest ones that are like from the good guys are Garp, Shanks, and Dragon for me. But that's also because of their connection to Luffy. So like one of those three at least has to go to be some sort of like motivation. I think for like the final climax moment. Or Dragon dies before he gets to tell Luffy about his mom, and it's like a Game of Thrones situation. And then we have, I don't know, we could do something like that. I mean, Ronnie, forgot to say this. Welcome to the crew, bro. Ronnie Williams is a commander. He's a Yonko commander officially. Thank you, bro.
Damn, that's higher than a captain.
Hell yeah. Let me throw one. Let me actually. I have another one that spawned out of this conversation. Okay. Even though I just gave you Dragon dies, but before I forget this, Buggy will get to Laugh Tale.
Oh, I'm on board with that.
You're on board with that? Buggy's getting to Laugh Tale.
I mean, hey guys, how many Buggy theories do I got? It ain't for nothing. It ain't for nothing. You telling me Buggy doesn't make it to Laugh Tale, but I have like 4 end stage theories for this man? He's making a Laugh Tale. I've been the supporter of that. We going.
Oh, beautiful.
He's a clown. Where else do clowns go? To Laugh Tales. What do you mean they tell Laugh Tales? It's perfect.
Yeah, I think he's going. I think if the final conflict on Laugh Tale is like all 4, because like we have Luffy going after the One Piece, we have Buggy who said he wants the One Piece, we have Shanks said I'm gonna go get the One Piece now, and now Blackbeard presumably would want the One Piece too. So it could be where all 4 Yonko are on Laugh Tale at the same time, and it's a 4-way. It could be like a 4-way thing.
Hey, I'm there. I just thought of something funny. Like this is completely mean, but this would be so out of pocket. But it would explain why Shanks is crying. Okay. Roger goes, "You're not Joy Boy," and because on Laugh Tale there's an image of Joy Boy and it has a red nose like Buggy. So it's and that's why Shanks didn't want to do it, because he wanted Buggy to do it, and it would tie it all up. And then Buggy's just like, because Shanks didn't want to go to try and encourage Buggy. I'm like that's a plausible plot line here, right? And then boom, Roger doesn't like, oh, man, I'm sorry to tell you, Shanks, you're not Buggy. I mean, you're not Joy Boy Buggy. And Shanks like, no, don't say it ain't so. Oh, it'd be crazy.
He's just tight that he's not that guy. He's just like, he's upset.
He's just crying.
No, I think especially after that chapter where Buggy made his like declaration to Mihawk and Crocodile, like I don't know, it's like it just has to happen, you know.
Yep, Buggy's going there. Lock me in.
All right, hit me with one.
Okay. Let's bring back one of the super chats. Okay, I think we are going to the moon, but it might be more accurate to say that the moon is coming to us.
Hold on. Okay. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know what I mean by that. I'm gonna throw it out there. I don't know what I mean by that, because I don't have a single theory talking about that. But like when it comes to us going to the moon, I think we are, but I don't know if it's as far as like Luffy going the same way as Enel does. So then the solution that comes to my head is the only way it works is if the moon comes down to us.
I see.
Somehow, or I feel like the moon stuff is important. The cover story stuff is important. I feel like that information does come here. And so I feel like the moon coming to us is the only solution. I feel like it's a crack at.
All right, so if you want to put the moon, the moon, are we putting the moon's like falls? Like as like the moon, does the moon fall like into the planet? Like Majora's Mask?
Crazy. Ooh.
Zelda style.
I kind of like that. See, I was thinking that you would hit me with like a middle ground of like the moon is going to be relevant, you know what I mean, to the last saga.
The moon explodes. like the moon blows up.
Explode.
Imagine.
Moonfall. How do you feel about Moonfall? Is it pink?
What do you mean? Wait, what? Moon?
Like, are you gonna if
is it pink on the?
Yeah.
It's gonna be pink. It's gonna be pink for me. I don't think the moon is moving. I don't think it's moving. I think it's, or rather, I don't think it's like gonna leave its place in the sky. I do think
we're gonna go to the moon.
I do. I think either we're going to go to the moon, or if we really want to play off of what you're saying by the moon coming to us, those currently on the moon are going to come to the planet. So we're going to have a Lunarian 2.0 situation, or Skypians coming down to the planet. Yeah, Enel with his army.
Okay, wait. Do you want to go safe with this and just go Enel's going to be relevant?
Enel's coming back? Is that the theory?
Yeah, because one way or the other, Enel's coming back, right? There's no way either of what we said happens without Enel. That's a tie-in.
All right.
I like that.
Enel comes back. Oh, it's not writing. Yeah, I would say Enel coming back. And I mean, if you really want to pad the boxes out, we could do another one specifically for Space Piece. Like, do you think Space Piece is going to happen?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I further believe, or I sooner believe Dimension Piece before Space Piece, but that's not necessarily exclusive. Like what does Space Piece mean to people? Like, I think Space Piece sounds more like an epilogue, but as far as us, are they going to be going to the planets in the series? I don't know.
Nah,
I don't think so.
I mean,
epilogue maybe. I could see that. Luffy points like
where do we go next?
Spawns out a child, and that child out the womb just goes up.
Yeah. He's like, let's go.
And then Luffy just starts laughing. That kid's funny.
He's like, yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like I could see that, but like I could see in a fight sense, like they end up in space. I could see that, but as far as like, does that mean space piece? I don't think that's like a necessarily W. If like
I think
in the middle of a fight they go there.
I think if they leave the planet at any point in the story, that counts as space piece.
Oh really? Oh, space piece. Oh,
You think a space piece is happening? Okay, let's put that on there
if they
too.
leave the atmosphere.
Yeah, they're leaving the planet at some point, right? Like that. Like
okay, I'm with that.
Okay.
Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean the moon still.
Yeah, it doesn't
That's
have
what's
to.
interesting.
It can be any.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the moon is the most obvious because it's like the closest object in space.
Yeah.
But where do you put it? Let's put it around here. Ronnie says, "Let's fucking go, boys! We back! Like the stream!" And he gifted, let's see, 7 memberships. Hell yeah! Thank you, man. Will of Dreams, welcome. Will of Gil, welcome. Cusco, welcome. Blue Vert a Foray de Pin, welcome. Majins, welcome. And who else we got? I have to scroll down. Anton, yo, welcome back to members, bro. And Percy, welcome. Everyone, welcome to the crew. I hope you enjoy all the perks. Put those emojis to use. Now you have them. All right. Space piece. We knocked out a bunch actually. Let's
I thought you were gonna say let's slow it down.
No, yeah, let's slow it down. Let's do it. Let's take another 5 hours and think about these. Let's see here. You have anything?
Okay,
anything that sticks out to you? That's like you could.
I had a crazy one, but I don't. This one's a hard one. It's a tough one. It's a weird one too, but I think Vegapunk also solidified it in me. And this is something I brought up in our first collab too, which was I feel like teleportation is in here somewhere. Like there's gonna be like a magic portal. I feel like, and that sounds weird, Luffy actually has said the word magic portal in the series. I think it's chapter 646, I believe, or 645. He says like magic portal in reference to the undersea current. But then we get Vegapunk who's like testing like warp space, like warp thing, and he like teleports into places. So I'm like, maybe teleportation is a thing. So like, I don't know if that would be something you'd want to fit in.
So you think like
but we also have
like teleportation?
Yeah, like a. I guess Blue Nose Door is also that kind of right?
Right,
like
yeah.
it's already there, and it's too tame. It's too tame for this bingo board. Let me cook a little bit more. We are going to see the devil fruit tree.
Oh, the source of we're gonna see the source of all devil fruits.
Oda's not gonna blue ball us on that. No shot.
Yes.
If he does, I might
Don't say it. Don't say it. You won't be able to take that. People are gonna clip it.
All I'm saying is we need the source. We need it.
Okay.
And you know, saying like we're gonna get the devil fruit source is kind of too vague. Are you with? It's a tree, right?
Okay.
Like
you want to do a tree? Yeah. I'm convinced. I think it's a tree.
I think it's a tree.
Yeah. Now, how the tree functions, that's a different story. Is it an interdimensional tree where every branch taps into another dimension and each dimension produces its own fruit? And then the fruit grows on this interdimensional... Like, if it's like the world tree, right? Like, think of it this way. Yeah. If the tree the devil fruits come from is like a world tree where each branch connects into a different timeline or dimension, then, I mean, that is how... that's how alternate universes are thought to work anyway. If we think about alternate universes are branches. They're just branches. Every possible choice or decision branches off into 2 possible universes or whatever or more. So it could be that like the devil fruit tree is like a dimensional tree that every new reality that gets imagined or desired up by people or dreamed up spawns a new branch and a new fruit on the tree. That could be it. So yeah, let's do a devil fruit tree. That is our guess as to the identity of. We have to actually guess identity of devil, or the source of devil fruits is a tree. I'm with you on that. The tree could be an abstract definition of a tree. We'll see. But yeah.
Yep. You'll see my nuance hopefully soon, as long as I get off vacation or life allows me to like live a little bit. But
okay.
I got a good one. I got a good one. Panda Man is going to be in the manga. He's already there, but like he's a character that carries importance.
That's going
Panda
right
Man
to pink.
is important.
That's pink. That's immediate pink for me.
Go for it.
That's fine. No, I respect it. Look. There's not a slight against you. I just you know, I gotta call it as it is for me. Panda Man being canon. If Oda does that, the dude's insane. The dude's insane.
He is canon.
Well, he's canon, but is he? Yes. Yeah. Panda Man, important. If he ties into the lore, imagine if he's like tied to the ancient kingdom or something.
But his lore is tied to Kaguya. Oda gave that to us
really?
very early on. Yeah, he said that he if you know the story of Princess Kaguya, the ending of the story is kind of like she wipes the memories of the people like that she leaves because she goes back to being God. That's Panda Man's story is that he woke up in a tree and told people about Princess Kaguya, and everyone thought he was crazy, and he just couldn't remember the entire story. He forgot. That is a story Oda gave us.
Wait, really?
And yeah.
Oh shit. Wait.
Yeah, I think it's chapter 46 or something like that.
Okay. All right.
I haven't put my man marked by flames theory out there with Panda Man. That's where I would do the mega Panda Man explosion because he has the flame design on him.
If Panda Man. Wait, hold on. Let me look this up.
Yeah, look at his legs.
If Panda Man is the man marked by flames, things are going to be changing around here, guys. Things are going to be changing. The theories you see from me are going to start changing. I'm just gonna start throwing whatever. I'm not gonna go perfectionist mode anymore. I'm just gonna start throwing shit out there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's go. See, this is why me and Hidden need to connect, because the chat knows I've been on this sauce about Panda Man being the man marked by flames, but
he's got flaming pants.
And we don't know if like they are full pants or not because he's a panda. So like are they shorts or are they just part of him? But that ambiguity is how you get the man. Does he have a tattoo? Is he burned? Is that a flame shorts? Like we don't know. Everything you said about that before about the flame thing kind of fits.
The Panda Man poneglyph. I see Chaozu saying the Panda Man's name appeared on the poneglyph.
Yup, I got it all. So let me tell you guys, the amount that I cooked, Oda went sicko mode, guys, with Panda Man. Like I found something that's super crazy. But I can't explain it all just yet. So I'll save that later. Oda went crazy with it. And I have to find the interview, but someone told me that Oda made Panda Man for a magazine contest before One Piece. And in the interview, I think apparently he was told that this would never become a main character of a story. Like it would never become like a thing. And so I'm like, yo, this is Vendetta. This is a villain origin.
This is his way of like getting back at the guy who said that. That would be, oh man, that'd be good. Hey man, look, Panda Man being important. If he's the man marked by flames, that's a different story. If he's being important, do I make that? Do I turn it white? I can buy it more than like.
You didn't even get the
just
video or the full
just because of that. Just because of that. Because like you know what I mean. Like just like the I don't know.
Oh, guess what? Also, he's from Fusha Village.
Oh no. Oda's been setting this up. I'm gonna leave it pink, but
it's fine.
If it turns out to be true. Like I said, my approach is going to change overnight. You're going to see. My approach is going to change overnight. I'm going to stop being hardcore realist, and I'm just going to be like, okay, Oda's just doing whatever he wants. And he's just like, we got to predict it not by what makes sense, or not by what makes sense from a typical writer's perspective, but what makes sense from this genius's perspective, this madman, absolute madman.
You said genius really fun. Can you repeat how you said that again?
Genius. This genius. It's a brainiac. Will of Gil, Panda Man, he said, Panda Man Oda, Season 2, One Piece live action, mark my words. I wouldn't be surprised if Panda Man shows up in Season 1 somewhere, if I had to be honest.
Like, yeah, he's in the Bratia. He shows up chapter 41, I believe, or 44.
Oh yeah, so I mean that they might have snuck him in there. I could see that. Yo, baby Pluton, thank you for the 100 bones, bro. He said, "Love to the cruise." Oh, big love back to you, bro. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you, man.
Attack is dipping.
Baby mole, as Dak said. Baby Pluton. That's funny. Oh, I had a good one. I wanted to throw on this. I'll see if it comes back to me. I saw another one. Yeah, Brandon King actually made a good suggestion here. He said, Law uses the immortality surgery on someone would be a good square. Like, the immortality surgery gets used. Okay, I will change this to something that makes more sense to me. I don't think Law will use it. I think we will see it get used in the flashback with Emu. If Emu had the procedure used on them, we are going to see it get done in the flashback that shows Emu's story. And I think that's where we'll see the immortality procedure get used, and we don't have to have Law die in order to show us what that would look like, you know? Because the only reason, in my opinion, that we would have to have Law use it is to have someone be immortal in the story, because they wouldn't put that Chekhov's gun on the wall there if they weren't planning to fire it, right? Like, if it wasn't going to go off. So, like, introducing Law's fruit as a fruit that can do this, that wouldn't just go unanswered for the rest of the story. So someone in the story either has to become immortal through this process or already is immortal through this process to explain why Oda gave us that tidbit back in Dressrosa. It doesn't mean that Law has to use it. It just means that we have to have someone as an example of it being used. So Emu works for that. Yeah.
The immortality surgery is interesting to me. I think what you said is right. As far as the current timeline, I've talked about this with another creator. I don't know when they're posting their video, but it's interesting that when Oda introduced the immortality thing from Law's fruit, in the close proximity we get Sugar's fruit. Sugar's fruit freezes your time, like your age, in perennial youth, right? Does that mean you're immortal? Does it mean you're permanently young? And what's interesting about that is directly from the devil fruit, whereas Law's fruit is so interesting when it comes to the immortality aspect, because when you think about what Vegapunk said, like, these fruits were born out of dreams, that would mean, like, you would think that when Doflamingo said, when he prefaced the ultimate ability, he says that this is the oldest and longest dream that mankind has had, to be immortal, right?
Yep.
But Law's fruit isn't that dream, because you have to give up your life for somebody else. What you have to do in order to spawn Law's fruit from a dream standpoint is you have to wish to be able to, like, immortalize somebody else, to save somebody else. And that nuance to me is really interesting for what Law's fruit really entails, which is why I'm like, does Law change what the dream means in the current timeline? Because he didn't seem like really upfront with that. But then the other side of it is, like, Oda showed the immortality there, and then Sugar had the perennial youth, and then there's a few other aspects that I'm going to bring up in a future video to tease. That is, there might be more than one ways to get to the immortality state. What immortality means to somebody is really important, because look what, like, Luke says.
Yeah.
Memories, right? Like, so that whole nuance of, like, hey, if I want to be immortalized, that could be to be remembered, that could be having a story written, that could be living forever, that could be staying young, there's so many nuances to what that means, which is why I'm like, I feel like there's going to be not multiple immortal people, but rather multiple pathways to immortality, so that Law's specific fruit doesn't need to be important in that light. But what you said I agree with, which is, for it to be written in a book, for it to be known, I think it has to be existing in the past, whether it's Emu or someone else. Hey, that's another interesting note, right? Because Panda Man canonically is a Noland flashback and in the current timeline 400 years ago.
In both. It's crazy how he's canon. That's the thing you got to remind yourself, because, like, that means that in universe he was around for both.
And Kaguya, I don't know if people remember the original tale. I talked about this on another channel. Also, I think Zonin already posted these. or I'm leaking my video that's for members. If my members are here, tell me if I'm leaking that, because I wasn't planning. I was only planning on posting this if it became true. But Kaguya is tied to the elixir of immortality. So,
and you know, like one of the big things that they sent explorers to the Americas for back in the golden age of like piracy was to search for the Fountain of Youth. That was like something that was rumored to be in the New World, and all these explorers and people went in search of the Fountain of Youth, which is like, I mean that definitely connects here. There's maybe the immortality surgery is the One Piece world's version of that. But I was gonna say, Panda Man. Here's my theory so this is gonna be my brand new, just came up with it now, Panda Man theory. Why Panda Man is around 400 years ago and still around today. It is not the same Panda Man. And here's the theory. That Panda Man is... the will of Panda Man is inherited over the generations by... There's one person every generation that becomes that generation's Panda Man. And they pass it along, and it's like a rite of passage for I don't know, I guess for their people to become Panda Men. And
I can't wait to tell you the thing Oda leaked at the very beginning.
Oh no! Am I onto something there? Is that...
No. It's just funny because something he said, what you said, right? The possibility that they're different Panamans. I definitely thought about that until I found this detail, and it's a detail that most people won't really want to believe, other than the fact that, like, when I asked this to a bunch of pessimistic people there outside, I didn't give them the context. I was like, if you were this person in this situation, how would you handle this certain project? And they're like, oh, I'd be involved. I'm like, perfect. And then I told them the details, like, God damn it, you had me walk into this. And I was just like, yup, it's right here. It's right there. There's something Oda introduced in post time skip that I think that Oda had planned from the very beginning. It actually ties to the Zoro Mink thing, the Zunisha stuff. If you guys remember it was in the Zoro the Mink thing. I said, like, I think if you were able to unravel the puzzles that Zunisha Zo is, you'd solve everything. It would tie to so much because of how intricate all the details was. Like, you don't make, like, it's called Mokomo Dukedom, but the architecture is Tibetan. It's Tibetan, and it's like actually like 1-to-1. It's not even like I'm theorizing. No. Like it's 1-to-1. And it's like, why do you do that? Why do you have on an elephant a French thing that people are musketeers, and then the architecture is Tibetan? And that, I'm not gonna go too much farther, but it sounds like Oda was crackhead with it. But
I was trying to think of
been cooking with the Zunisha.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zunisha, whoever Zunisha is, hey, if it even ends up being like Lily or something, I don't know. But like, if whoever Zunisha is going to be a major character in the Void Century flashback, and it's not Joy Boy, so it's got to be someone important, and it might be a character we don't even know about yet. But they're gonna answer a lot of questions for sure.
Yeah, all I'm saying is you don't get your name on a poneglyph for no reason. Yeah. And Oda confirmed that.
Yes. No, that's true. That's a good point. Hey, yeah. Will of P. That's what people were saying. Will of P. That's I think Oda, either he's going to keep the joke running until the end and never give us a full answer, or he's going to make him important. Either way, the memeability of it just makes Panda Man, like, yeah, I support that addition. I mean, whether or not I believe it is going to happen, that's another thing, but I do support the addition just because I do like Panda Man.
But it will birth a whole new hidden, guys, so you better be on board with this theory.
Yes. What was it? What were we immortality procedure. You think we're going to see it happen? Like
the way you said it in the Void Century, I think we're going to see it.
Okay. We're going to actually see the procedure get done.
I think Law's true. The Opi no Mi will be one of those like primordial powers.
Okay, cool. Let me see how I fit this. We have to do 3 rows there. Okay, immortality surgery performed. Let me quickly hit these super chats. Young Usopp, thank you for the $10, bro. He said, cooking up a theory. Zoro only got Enma in Wano because he's getting a new sword in Elbaf from the master smith Hephaestus, Greek god blacksmith, the smith who made Shanks' sword Griffin. Your thoughts? I like that. And I like that because Hephaestus was also known to be a giant in Greek mythology, if I'm not mistaken. He was like huge. He was like ultra big, right? And he had like an extremely small hammer. I don't know if that's just like the depictions that have been like that's like false. But
like how you just backtrack, doubted yourself.
No, because see, this is why I can't get theories out. This is what I do to myself. So I'm like, yeah, this is a cool idea, but wait, but like I'm just playing devil's advocate with myself all the time. But
yeah,
but no, like yeah, like if the whole giant connection thing is there and all the like the Greek god names and those connections, yeah, if there's like a Hephaestus giant in Elbath that's like an ultra dope blacksmith that makes all these like top grade swords, I'm down with that. That sounds really cool. That's a cool theory, Usap. Doron, thank you for the $20, brother. He said, you guys are goats. I missed too much of the stream, LOL. No worries, bro. This stream's going to be up public forever, so it's not going anywhere. You'll always have this VOD to come back to and make fun of us when all of our stuff's wrong in like 3 years. So, but thank you for the 20, bro. Will of Gil, thank you for the $2. He said, we need Par in the One Piece rap part 2. Par, how would you feel about that? Would you be up to spit some bars sometime?
I'm not the best at spitting bars, but I can make bars. I think I showed you some of mine. So hey, with some hidden coaching,
you can ghost.
Give me, hey, if you're letting me ghostwrite, I could do that. But maybe there's some habits that Hidden can share with me.
I can impart some bad habits. I can impart some bad habits on you. Yeah, I think I could.
Yeah.
Hey, no, that's cool. Another $2 from Willa Gill. He said, Panda Man a real human. Dr. Hogback operated on him? ?
I have some details to counter that, but I like that you're at least putting him in the story, Will of Gil. Thank you.
Yes, he's trying to make him fit, which is that's a monumental task in and of itself. Yeah. So, all right, we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 boxes left. We only had 8 for like a majority of the stream. We only had 8 boxes filled in. Now we have 8 left. So let's see if there's any. I did have one that I was pretty certain would be a blue box, but I can't remember what it was. I think I was just being like a hipster. I was just trying to be like a hipster. I don't remember what the take was though. If you have anything in the meantime, I think it was related to Figarland Garling.
I can't share most of my theories on him. So.
How about this? I do have a theory that's still out there. That's still possible. The name of the ancient kingdom being One Piece. I still feel like that hasn't. Now this probably is going to be a blue box because everyone has their own opinions on the One Piece. It's like a very divisive theory there. So if you want, you can get your box for what the One Piece is, and I can get mine, and we'll make sure they're out of each other's way so that they don't overlap on bingo. But I do want to put that somewhere in there because
it hurts me to say make it blue because I have my own idea and I still like my idea, but now I have another idea. I have various ideas in like it's an issue, I guess. Like each idea has a thing that I'm waiting for in the story to like lock in one way. Right. Up until then, I'll share all of them. And the thing is, I love your logic for One Piece. I love the idea. I think it's highly plausible. But I think make it blue. Make it blue.
All right. Yeah. That's what I expected too, because I know a lot of people told me they like the idea and it, it has its foundations, but I also think when it comes to the One Piece specifically, it is such an open-ended thing that like it's really, I feel like everyone is gonna have their own theory on what it is, and that's in the spirit of the story, because everyone listening to Roger talk about his treasure set out to see with their own idea in mind of what they were getting at the end, what the One Piece was, what the treasure was. I think that's what Oda wanted when he made it as ambiguous as it is. So I would rather, this is an end of series bingo card. We are trying to predict the end, and the One Piece is tied into that extremely heavily. So I think it would be fair for us each to have our own box for what the One Piece is. Alternatively, we could combine them into one box, and if either one of them hits, that's a success for that box if you want to do that. Yeah. Mine is just going to say bingo bongo. So
I can't give a certain, because I have an old one which is imagination, like the nation of Im, that being the name, but that idea was in addition to a core foundation. That the imagination part was just like, hey, a bunch of people think that Im was separate from the ancient kingdom. What if it was part of it? So then maybe this is a probable idea. But that idea found foundation in like the Im, breaking down the katakana, dream, void, all that stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean the whole theory needs to be right? That's where I'm like, I have a current thought, but the current thought doesn't have a proper name for it. And that's where I'm kind of like lost. I am lost. So I can't give a name right now. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a lock in now.
Okay,
but,
so
and I want to also say, for the sake of the video, it's not that I don't believe in the One Piece thing. I just have an idea that's not it right now, so it wouldn't make sense for me to say to make it white. That's
totally fair, man. I understand that. I'll be honest. You know, my confidence in the idea since I put out that video has definitely waned a little bit since then, just because of the way that information is being given to us lately in the story. And I don't know, it just feels like the Ancient Kingdom might not be the final step for what we're looking for, and it's going to be the home of that final step, but something else is in there that we don't know about yet. And that's why, you know, maybe I'm willing to acknowledge it might not be the case, but I don't have a better guess right now, so I'm going to keep it on I'm going to keep
the end of series bingo. Yeah. It wouldn't make sense not to at least have something there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to put Bingo Bongo on there.
Everyone will know what that means.
Anyone, for those who don't know what that, because I'm sure I have a lot of new viewers on the channel that didn't see every single one of my videos or whatever. My biggest theory on the channel, which now I think is like 270K. It's pretty doing all right. Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty nice. The theory of everything. I plan on remaking that actually, so stay tuned for that. But in that video, I talked about how I thought that the name of the Ancient Kingdom had to be something important. Because everyone at Ohara, it had to be whatever Clover was about to say that the world government prevented him from saying and they shot him over, had to be something that would have set off alarm bells in anyone's head if they heard it. Because the average person there was like just a random person. In fact, most of the people at Ohara were scholars studying this stuff anyway, so it's not like there was any harm in him saying the name that they already knew. But the problem was there's Marines there too who don't know this stuff. There's Marines there who don't know what they were about to say. And basically the average lay person in the One Piece world, whatever Clover was about to say would have to be something that anyone from Moda the milkmaid to Akainu the Marine Fleet Admiral would recognize. And Roger's execution happened a year prior to the burning of Ohara. So the word or like the name of the treasure One Piece is fresh in everyone's minds. I know Roger didn't explicitly call it the One Piece, but there's a lot of ways we could explain that and say that, like, well, how did that name get spread throughout the populace? If One Piece, and if, as Vegapunk said, things are created from desire, maybe people's desire spawned the idea of One Piece in their mind, and that's directly connected to the name of this kingdom. Maybe that's how the kingdom got its name in the first place, it was a name that everyone collectively came to a conclusion to call it back then. Same way that we have the same conclusion to call this treasure. Anyway, tangent over. The reason Bingo Bongo is because I said if Clover was going to say if he was going to say something that made no sense to anyone, like the Ancient Kingdom was called Bingo Bongo, no one there would have cared, right? Because there's no reason to shoot him. Because you say, oh, Bingo Bongo, what's that supposed to mean? I don't know. Whatever. You want to go get pizza? Yeah, all right. It couldn't be Bingo Bongo. It would have to be an important name or word. So that's my justification for the Ancient Kingdom being... And the most important phrase to everyone on the planet at that point in time was One Piece. It was Roger's treasure.
I mean, even now.
Yeah, even
Bucky
now.
used it.
Even now.
Yeah.
So imagine a year after it happened, how it was at the peak of its, if anything, so...
and that logic I applied in, like, I gave my own twist on it, but that's actually how I got to imagination too, where if the name referred to Ihim, that'd be a healthy reason for people to not know that name, right? Like that the Gorosei wouldn't want people to have that, whatever. So I had my own version, a twist on it but I was using 1069 and like how like hopes and knowledge and spawning that into existence is an important thing. But in terms of the One Piece thing, I just realized, you know, it'd be funny. Imagine if the knowledge of the king, like the Gorosei are like, they're not, in a lot of viewers' eyes, not the most competent decision makers. So them smothering the One Piece name and that being the kingdom, right? If Clover spread the news that the kingdom was the One Piece, I would imagine a bunch of pirates would stop chasing the One Piece. So the pirate era could end, you know, because they're like, it's just a kingdom. You're telling me it's not gold? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, if they came to the conclusion, wait, you're telling me there's a whole ass kingdom for the taking? Like I can just go be king of that, like, like true. You know. That's I mean that flies with Blackbeard as far as I can tell. That's like up his alley. It's like, oh, you're telling me there's a whole kingdom with advanced stuff and like incredible advancements that's like untouched, and I can go there and control that. I can get that right now. Like I don't know. I think. Yeah. There's
one thing I will say, is another part of your One Piece thing is it plays with the katakana and kanji and meaning One Piece. This like Piece, Peace.
Yes,
that is in line with what we're doing with 1086, like wordplay. Like like Oda does vague stuff so that it has multiple meanings in other languages, and then also like we see Laugh Tale, he spelled it out in English so that we wouldn't question anymore, right? He could have just done that with One Piece. He could have just done that some point in the series, right? So that's another huge part of your theory that I really like, which is also why in my video, the Im Nation, I also play with the katakana, but that's also why now some of the ideas and the reason why I'm not landing on one, I remembered, is because I'm trying to find something wordplay wise that would fit this like schematic that Oda's doing. And again, you already hit that with the One Piece thing. So I don't think you have to even cook anymore because that one was that one's tasty, bro.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys, if this sounds like a fun idea, check that video out. And I will say the truth about everything. I'm going to do an updated version with now because we have a lot more info now. It's been a year. Yeah. I put that video out last June, so this is we are at the year mark since I dropped it. A lot's happened since then. I feel like it's worth going back in with the new info and trying to find how the dots that I connected back then, if they still hold up now. So that's gonna be on the way. If that's interesting to you guys, and Par, I think you'll like it too because I have some fire that I've been hiding up the sleeve. So
ooh, man marked by flames right here.
Oh yeah,
god damn.
Yeah. Vid, thank you for the $5. Damn, just tapped into stream, but this has been going on for a minute. Thanks for the content, goats. Yo, that's what we're here to do, man. Me and Par, we come together and it's just a formula for content. I don't know how else to explain it. It just like it just happens. Like
love.
Yeah, Rubix, thank you for the 5. If we believe the theory that during the Void Century the magnetic poles of the planet shifted, will it shift back by end of series?
I haven't watched the full theory, but I had a theory that kind of already fit that. So when people spawned about that, but I think I saw you say good things about it. I saw Dax say good things. I think Kev said good things. So taking all that into consideration,
yeah,
that sounds pretty cool.
It's a really good theory. If the world being unified, or like if the world government being taken down is contingent upon the poles flipping back to normal, then yeah, it's gonna happen. But if it's not, I could see them just carrying on with the world the way it is, a big giant ocean, and the poles are flipped and all that, and then you still have all the magnetic issues at the Grand Line, but that's fine. That's adds to the sense of adventure that Luffy would have wanted anyway. I could see the world not changing, because in reality, is it like nature that's screwed up? Yeah, the poles are flipped and it maybe changed the geography of the planet, but like people are living there now, people are very happy now. If you flipped it back, it would probably cause a lot more problems than fix problems. So like it really depends on how important it is to the final conflict, in my opinion. I missed a $10 super chat from Pinhead Puppet. Thank you, bro. He said possible bingo spot. What do y'all think about Zoro versus Mihawk's rematch mirroring the first battle, where 2 of Zoro's swords break, but then the one from Kuina will become a black blade? That's a cool idea. I like that. I don't know if they're both gonna break, but I think Zoro's gonna win the fight using the Wado, for sure.
How about because I don't necessarily agree with the parallel here, but Watto becoming a Black Blade, I'm down for. That's a solid one for end of series.
You think it would be okay? Here's a cool way to do it. Watto becomes one of the supreme grade swords at the end. Watto becomes a supreme grade.
Watto is a excellent, right? So it could jump in from black to once it becomes black and it becomes supreme.
I'm pretty sure it was implied when they talked about making black blades that you can turn a blade into a supreme grade, but like it's like through that, right?
Because Enma was excellent. So because Shusui is not, right? So I took that as like Shusui is considered a excellent grade right now. But imagine before, when it was not a black blade, maybe it was a normal grade. So normal grade jumped to excellent, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is Enma, once it becomes blackened, could become a supreme grade. And since that was said in the story, that's where I'm like, the Enma, I don't think Zoro's sword, that sword will break, considering Zoro has the Enma.
Yeah.
Otis like put that in there, that it becoming a supreme grade. I think it becomes black since it was put into that. As far as the meaning behind it, depending on the meaning, I think it boils down to, at the minimum, I think the Watto could become a black blade for me, because of the first sword, all that stuff. But I could see Zoro blackening permanently blackening all of his blades. But I think Watto is the one I'm most confident in the series he will do.
I personally am convinced on Watto becoming like supreme.
Yeah.
By the end, do you agree on that?
So then it would be a supreme grade black blade then.
Yeah, it would. Right? Making it a black blade, it will become one of the best swords in the world. Yeah, like that'll be his like crossing the finish line of doing that. Like making it a black blade will be the moment. Yeah, you know, because I think if Zoro is gonna beat Mihawk, he has to have a signature sword that rivals Yoru, and Yoru is a supreme grade sword. So, I agree. So yeah, Watto is just below supreme. Yep. So the one thing that people ask me is like, oh, why does Zoro still have the Sandai? The Sandai is a normal sword. The Sandai it's just a normal. It's not skillful. It's not great. It's normal. It's just a normal sword. And I said, how cold would it be if Zoro beats everybody with a normal sword? Like that's, I need that. You know what I mean? It's like Mihawk's butter knife necklace. Like, yeah, that's like the same thing.
If the Gorosei guy has the Shodai and Zoro beats him with the Sandai, rip in pieces, bro. You have a supreme grade cursed blade and you lost to a normal sword. What a loser! I need that. I need that disrespect. You know, like Zoro throwing that disrespect is. So I need a regular sword in the mix. I like that.
Watto upgrade.
Watto upgrade is I'm down 100%.
I'm down for that. Here's one that I had. Now, this is because Nami's goal is to make a world map, right? But I was thinking, what if Nami is like the creator of the first almanac in like the One Piece world? Like she's like the creator of like the one, because like, you know, like how Ben Franklin like did that. I'm pretty sure, don't almanacs also include a map? Like they include maps and stuff too. Am I not mistaken? Let's look at that up.
Almanac. I feel like this is a word that I haven't heard since like I was in elementary school.
Because almanacs are like books that like contain like all the current information on various like things, right? So it's like look. It includes, like, I'm looking at Wikipedia. It includes information like weather forecasts, farmers' planting dates, tide tables. Like isn't that right up Nami's alley? Like writing a book, updating information like the weather conditions of the world and like climates and like things that help people navigate the ocean. Like, hey, this year, like based on the weather conditions, there's going to be X, Y, or Z going on in this location. Be careful out there on the ocean. And like she's using her navigational skills along with a combined map of the world in the book. In the almanac, that would be like her signature thing, you know? Maybe she produces it with the Weatherians, like.
You might have just added to my Nami mega theory, because I was
hell yeah
in a line of logic and I completely didn't think about everything else lines up. But I didn't think about this. Yeah, I agree. Write down.
You like that?
Nami creates an almanac.
Yeah,
like
Nami's almanac, I think, is like, I don't know, cause like, yeah, make a map of the world. Like, yeah, that's cool, and I could see, like, you know, everyone has a map of the world by the end of the series, and they attribute it to Nami. But like, something that just feels right to me is like Nami entering some sort of enterprise for money because she loves money. So like, is she just gonna produce and like reproduce and sell maps, or is it gonna be some sort of like publication or something that uses all of her skills as a navigator, as a map maker, which all fall in under the umbrella of like an almanac type book that gets released like annually or something, and that's like Nami's, that's like her legacy. So
I like it. I like it.
Cool,
That's
man.
a fun one.
Where do you want to put that? You want to put? Let's put that like let's put that somewhere not too dangerous, because that's like kind of like up in the air. But I'll put it like here, maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds
all right.
good to me.
Got anything for me? What do you got? We got 5 spots left.
I had a few, but then I forgot them because you hit me with some craziness. Oh. This one might be a hot take.
Okay.
The drums of liberation were not on drums.
Okay, interesting. But is that like a thing that happens before the end? Like, is that like a piece of information? Okay, so we're gonna learn. Okay, so what do you think about the? Do you want to expand on that a little bit, or expound on that? I don't know what the word is for that.
There's a future theory coming up.
Future theory?
But that's why I was like, oh, do I bring it up? But it's a fun one.
No, you got to explain it to put it on there, because I need to either make a decision or not to agree. So if you want to save that for the video, we'll keep it off the board, but definitely bring it up to me. I don't know if you're going to put that video out before the next stream, but I would love to talk about it.
I can't. Okay. This part of it is common lore. This one is actually something I think a lot of people should know, and I think you will appreciate the lore of it. And you'll probably remember it. And I can share this because this isn't what I mean by it, but and people can take this however you want. You can take this up. You can maximize it. I almost guarantee you're not gonna land on what I mean by it's not a drum. But in the story of Amaterasu, I believe it's Amaterasu, who hid herself away from in a cave. There's circumstances involved. She hid herself away in a cave, and her brothers, her family, everybody tried to get her out. Nobody could get her out. All the gods and kamis came together to try and figure out a way to get her out of the cave. And there came one, like, I guess like sister deity. Like it wasn't like one of the main ones, but I forget the full name. It's a very important name. I shouldn't forget it.
Tsukiyomi?
You know? No, it wasn't Tsukiyomi. I think it was one of Amaterasu's like maiden deity kami persons. It was like a sprite kind of thing.
Okay.
She was the one who got Amaterasu out. The way she did it, this is the story. She carried a barrel of liquor. She emptied it. Everyone was drinking. She emptied it, poured it out. Everyone thought she was crazy. She stripped naked, jumped on top of the barrel, and started dancing. And everyone started laughing at her. And she kept on dancing. And what ended up happening was Amaterasu got curious and came out of the cave to see what happened. And Amaterasu, I think, ended up laughing. And in that moment, they sealed up the cave so Amaterasu couldn't leave. And so Amaterasu returning, the sun returning, was due to the dancing here of this one random fool who decided
so it's
to
a dance. So you think the drums of liberation are a dance then?
You know what? Let's do that. Yeah. Drums of Liberation is a dance. That's solid. That is solid. That is actually canonic to what my theory embodies. But what I just described, I will be explaining in the video, but I'm going to add the Parvision twist because it is crazy. But I told my wife about it and she's like, no, wait, that's kind of cool. And I'm like, no.
So I don't know if you're seeing what I pulled up on stream just now, but I pulled up an art piece depicting the story you're talking about. and you can see, I don't know, I mean, I don't know the details of this fully myself, but I just see someone playing drums on the left there as Amaterasu's coming out of the cave, right? And then the sun, like the light is like beaming out of the cave. That's interesting. Okay.
The sun god returned, and that was the thing. They were in darkness until she came out. That's why they needed her out. And then it was just a dance. It was just a goofy dance. Everyone's like, what is this hooligan doing? And then that worked.
The dance of liberation. I like who said that? Oh, Raffy D Goat, the dance of liberation. I like that. And it also ties in, you can see, like, tie into Odin there, like Odin's dance that he did every day.
To give you guys the full connection, sorry, I forgot about this part. That story is what apparently is attributed to the source and root of taiko drumming, which is a cultural thing in Japan. Taiko drumming. My best friend taiko.
That comes from this story? Oh wait, that's really that's something too, because we also look at like Nika the sun god coming out during night. Like you almost think it's weird, right? Like why did Nika, like the first introduction of Nika is like in front of the moon. We have Luffy doing the Nika pose, dancing in front of a fire in Skypiea. Brook does the Nika pose when performing music on Fishman Island, and he's like in front of the moon, the silhouette. So like, yeah, the dance of liberation. I like that.
I'm glad I convinced you on this, because this is the hook. This is the hook in my madness, guys.
That's cool.
Woo! You guys don't even know. When I literally doubted myself. When think about all the theories I have on my channel. I never once sat there and thought I was like, I'm actually crazy. No, this one made me crazy. and then I like had the things, and then I told my wife, who doesn't watch One Piece, but I was like, does this make sense? And she's like, yeah, it's 1-to-1. And I'm like, no, stop saying it. Tell me I'm a crazy person. I don't want to post this video.
No, you should.
It's gonna be fun.
I love your ability to just like go crazy, like take a story thread and like expand on it in ways that I didn't see connecting to the story, but like in retrospect, a lot of your ideas do have those connections, especially as we get more details later. So I like that a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised to see more allusions to dancing of some, like being like a dance or like some sort of thing. Because yeah, I mean, especially after the Odin flashback and like the sort of like tragic nature of his dance. And then there's a whole thing of like, I mean, this is a whole other conversation, and this kind of ties into one of my theories about why the people with the Willy laugh. But it's like their laughing is almost a coping mechanism, I feel like how Saul taught Robin, where it's like we actually don't laugh in response to something being funny. We also laugh in response to tragedy and pain as a way to get through it. And that also could be why Roger laughed. That could be there. He wasn't laughing. They weren't all laughing at something funny, and it's Odin changing the story around, like how he said in his journal when Roger dropped us off, not a single person shed a tear, even though we know they were all crying like hell. So like maybe that journal is also saying something similar about when they got to the One Piece, they were all laughing till tears sprang to their eyes. Well, maybe the laughter was the laughter happened, but those tears were not tears of laughter. They were tears of something else, and the laughing was like a coping mechanism.
No, yeah. Well, I wish you were able to be on that Piecemeal podcast episode, because because we talked about that, and I knew that you agreed with me in that light, because like what laugh tale means, it can still be and if any of you guys had heard that episode, the host Tyler actually shared a story that made me cry. I'm like, man, I was gonna share my sap story, but I never cried from my sap story, but he shared his. I'm like, I can't share mine anymore, but I did, and I started crying. And like, I'm like, that is it. This is the reality. It's like we both laughed in response to a traumatic situation. Yeah, as far as it goes, right? Like the nuance of laughter, the dance, like, you know, it's a coping mechanism. We've seen like Odin use it, but then also it's like interesting. I'm gonna bring it up in the video. There's some crazy amount of villains that just have the sauciest dance numbers. Am I right? Like From
That's true.
Shiki
Queen.
to Moria to Queen. Like, where does it end? Like, I'm gonna put it in the video. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the last saga has another solid dance number because if Film Red
The
did,
Will of Dance. Maybe the Will of D is like I don't know. That's it. You could. There's so many words that it's like the Will of something, and it's like there's so many words that begin with D. It's like but
I have a possible answer for it, but it's something people have already said, but I have a new meaning to why it could fit there, and so hey, dance is a cool one, but
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take this time to shill my Usopp theory, and I don't know if you caught my latest video, but basically I've explained this theory with you on a stream with me before, so you already know it. But the premise of the theory was that Usopp's story is gonna end. It's gonna end with him being an inversion of Mont Blanc Noland, where Noland was a hero framed as a liar, Usopp is a liar framed as a hero. Usopp told his crew that, we're disbanding, and after he left, they said, we're going to continue his legacy, so they went and all his friends continue to shout, pirates are coming, pirates are coming. Well, one day they're going to be correct, and that day is going to be when Usopp returns. Usopp's going to return home. That's going to be the day that pirates are coming for real, and Usopp's going to come back with true stories to tell. And one of his friends, Tamanegi, or Onion, said that his dream is to become a writer. So he's going to be the one to listen to Usopp's stories when he gets back home, and he'll publish Usopp's fables, and he's going to make basically the One Piece version of Aesop's fables, but in a way where it won't be Usopp's fables. I think it's going to be titled like Usopp the Hero or something, as like as a inversion of Noland the liar, and then Usopp is going to be mythologized as some ancient or epic heroic figure forever in history, even though we who followed the actual adventure know what the real Usopp was like. Everyone else in the world is going to have a very different impression of Usopp.
Because with my Usopp video, I agree 1000% with like ending the him turning it around, but more so like the only ingredient missing, in my opinion, for Usopp is confidence, and that is like the story that ties to Aesop, which was like he was the person. Like fables that are famous to this day are all stem from Aesop's fables, so it would make sense that Usopp is tied to Aesop in that light. And as far as and that's I bring up the nose thing in that video, and in the live action they don't have the nose, but I'm like, it's such a redundant thing with Oda, because he already named him Aesop and put Uso in front, which is the lie part. So like Aesop, Uso, so like he doesn't necessarily need that. But as far as Aesop's fables go, something Aesop said was that humans in Threevo recently rewatched this video, which is, thank God he did that, because I've been meaning to rewatch it recently. For I forget why. I was gonna do a Usopp video. Aesop says that the humanity's strongest weapon is the tongue. Like the tongue is able to, like, the language, it all creates wars, it saves people, all that stuff, and that's what Usopp does. He's able to change your mind with speech. That's why he was able to basically revive Luffy, as I pointed out, and that being, whether it's Haki related or something else, whatever it is. I feel like at the end of the story, he's going to be like the god of like stories or something like that. The god of fables or something like that. So definitely put me down as a white.
Hell yeah.
For that one.
Yeah, I mean, his backstory is two of Aesop's fables combined into one. It's the boy who cried wolf plus a wolf in sheep's clothing. Because literally the butler is a sheep, and then there's another butler pretending to be a butler who's actually a pirate, and the boy cries wolf, the boy cries pirate, and the pirate's a wolf in sheep. Like it's like the most big brain Oda move. And then I mean, I think there's no way that he doesn't make that come full circle, in my opinion. So I think the box here is Usopp's fables, or Usopp gets a book. I think like Usopp's going to become a storybook character.
Down.
Yeah.
Quick aside.
Yeah.
Would you consider Mary a hybrid mink?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Where the horns come from, right?
And the
Could
sheepish.
be. Yeah. Yeah, you know, maybe he is that one never really was explained, right? Well, then what do you do about like Masira? Like what?
Hey, the minks did not think that they were separate. They thought everybody was a mink. Everyone, there's lesser fur minks, or just monkey minks. That's what they said. That's their perspective. And they have the isolated perspective, the non-propagandified one. You know, that's not a word, but we're making it a word here. I'm just gonna throw it out
That's
there.
interesting. That's no. You are onto something. It could be. I mean, we have minks that live outside of zoo, that exist outside of zoo. It could have been. Could be.
Why is he in in a East Blue? Crazy coincidence. Mary, there's so many French connections on that island. I mean, Oda. Thanks, Oda. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, we got 3 boxes. This is the final 3 boxes of the stream. Let's make
throw
these
in the Sanji 3 wives.
Do we want? If we have no other idea, I think that'll be our filler. That'll be our be our safe spot.
Okay, here's a hot one. We haven't even touched this one.
Okay.
I don't know how to phrase this because the new chapter changed some of my opinion, but not all of it. And people misinterpreted this, but it's kind of I don't know how to bring it up, but I do think it'd be wrong if we didn't have a single God Valley thing here, which I have the video that's like Fraud Valley. Basically, I was saying that like Rox is going to be a Buggy-like character. People who think that Buggy is straight out weak, and I know that you believe that, like, to a certain extent, Buggy wasn't going to be an important character, but in reality, with the recent chapters, it's like Buggy's going to be important.
Yes.
Is he going to be strong? Does he fall into greatness? I think that's like at this point in the story, it makes sense, right? And as far as Rox goes, I feel like when I said that, and I made it very clear, and I still haven't put the part 2, but I made it very clear. I think like Rox is going to be strong. Does he have to be the strongest person in the verse like people think? No, I don't think so. I don't think that has to happen at all. I think there's a whole line of like repetition and charisma being shown here. So I get like, I don't know what I would want to say around this because my answer is so nuanced. But is there a God Valley prediction you want to put down?
Well, I have a whole theory. Like, I think God Valley is where God Knights are born and raised or selected.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that Kuma was a God Knight, was intended to be a God Knight. Ooh. And the flashback we got of Kuma was him at God Valley because Kuma's over 40 years old, so he would have been there before it got wiped. Kuma as a child lines up with the timeline. Kuma he said to Bonnie, we're from a very special people. What could that mean? Well, why did they allow a slave to become a monarch at some point? Because Kuma was a slave who at some point was no longer a slave and was allowed to be monarch of the Sorbet Kingdom, and then later turned back into a slave for the world government's purposes. We have a man who is said to be special, a man who was in a place with celestial dragons a long time ago that was not made clear where exactly, and he is incredibly durable, incredibly resilient. His body is like, it's an anomaly. So on top of that, if we are going to go with the holy knights and the heavenly biblical themes that are attached to marriage, well, Kuma walks around with a cross on his clothes, and he has a Bible everywhere. So where else would they, if there is some sort of religious text by which maybe they indoctrinate the God Knights or the Holy Knights into the order, would it make sense for Kuma to have been part of that indoctrination, where maybe they forced him to read the book and Kuma turned it into a vehicle for positivity instead of using this religious text as some sort of brainwashing for the Holy Knights? Maybe he kept it with him and he uses it as like a reason for his desire to be part of the revolution. Like there's a lot of ways you could connect the symbolism of the Bible he carries around, but I think this is intrinsically connected to God Valley and the God Knights, and I think Kuma was supposed to be a God Knight, but he didn't become one.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I have the thumbnail, but like was whenever we got the Kuma flashback, I think that week I like hopped on with 3vol came onto the stream or whatever. I shared like the full theory, and he was like, "Damn, that's crazy." And it was that the God Valley thing, but I didn't go the Holy Knights route. Convince me some way of it. I think God Valley is the connection. My ultimate ending point, not ultimate ending point, but like where I really like the ending of my version of it was that if Kuma was a slave at God Valley that got liberated, then it would essentially make it that Garp would be his Fisher Tiger, which would explain why he ends up liking the Marines and the Navy, and also Dragon being Garp's son being a non-factor in his decision, but also a reason why he ended up aligning with him as one of the founding members, that like, I owe my life to this guy. You're with him, whatever, like you're doing the right thing. You're carrying on that will. So I was like connecting it to that. That would explain why he's so devout to the Revs, that he's a founding member, but also gave up his body to the Navy, which the hero of the Navy is Garp, right? And then now we see like Kobe commanding them. So like that was my ending point, and then him being a slave there was and the timeline lining up, and
that would make sense for how he became a monarch, because if you think about it this way, if they tried to cover up God Valley, and if Kuma is from God Valley, they tried to cover it up, Kuma escapes, well, the world government wouldn't want God Valley's existence to be known through Kuma, so they kind of let him slide as like a monarch. They're like, okay, well, we're not going to, it's like a hush-hush thing, where it's like, you keep the events of that day quiet, we'll let you do your thing. If you start to go against us in any way, we'll make you pay for it. Of course, Kuma turns against them and uses the information he got and he saw at God Valley in his past, and maybe that's why he became a Rev, and then they punish him for that, and they turn him into a slave and a robot. There's like I think where, because this is an old theory that I have scripted out. The thumbnail's made. I just gotta go sit down to like polish it, record it. The one part I do remember it being weak was, and I think it's fair for this part to be weak, is the transition for him to become a tyrant, like getting that epithet in line with this theory, and then even the word, like why they called him the tyrant, but then also he's a king, but then also he gave up it. Like there's so many opposites in that story that like I'm kind of like, I have like most of it except for like that, and it's like a small bridge answer, but I think at this point like Oda did that on purpose. I feel like when Kuma's flashback gets revealed, then it's like, oh, that's why, you know. But it's not, it's probably not gonna be something where we're like, yeah, we should figure that out. The other part that I want to include somewhere in the theory is the whole Ni no Kuni, the kid, the storybook that he was reading, the guy, when he was when Kuma was a kid, Oda had like the book, the famous book thing. Yeah, that story is really important for like what I think Kuma, I mean, not what I think, but like I think an important thing here to take into relevance for a theory about Kuma is that like that guy was given essentially nobility. I might be scuffing it, guys, don't hurt me. He was given nobility by being altruistic. Like he was like a peasant, and in a moment of crisis, he was just like, let's just give food to everybody, guys. And then all the nobles were like, that what do you mean, we gotta eat? And then but then like the emperor, I believe, or the overreigning lord commended him for his actions, and his like belief system ended up being applied to everybody else. They were like, you should be more like this guy. And he ended up being like this super, like, nature is meaningful to us, guys. Like, we need to treat it with care, and we should use it. We shouldn't hide it. We shouldn't gatekeep, like that kind of a thing. Again, I might be paraphrasing, but so how about this? How about we go with Kuma was from God Valley then, or was on God Valley? Kuma. That's a Kuma was. One. I like well, the thing is, from God Valley like would imply he was born there.
I'm on God Valley.
Yeah, Kuma was
that's an intricate one. We're not, you know.
or at least, or how about this? Kuma God Valley connection. Like there is some major connection between Kuma and God Valley, right? Because I think regardless of how the circumstances play out, whether or not he was there temporarily or from there or there to become a God Knight, Kuma I think has some connection to God Valley, like some deep connection.
On the Holy Knights idea, my Holy Knight theory, there was one thing that I've been wondering about, and I'll give it to you afterwards because I haven't posted it yet. So once I post the video, I'll tell you the connection, because I don't think I can use it in my video other than just like saying it. But like it doesn't make sense for me to include it because of the scope of the video, and it would just make the video so much longer to go into Kuma, which I don't want to do. Please don't make me rewrite it, Dad. But I'll share it to you. I'll share it to you after the video goes up.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I have one. Ancient weapons will be destroyed. Okay, so I have an answer for that too.
Okay, you gotta define destroyed when we're talking about a female mermaid. That with some people.
So her power will be ended. She will not be able to. She will not have her power anymore by the end of the story. So the way I see this happening is that each of the ancient weapons either has some dominion over a creature, or is some sort of machine. In the case of Pluton. Now, with the Sea Kings, they clearly are sentient. They clearly have some degree of thought. And they seem to be the same as Zunisha, in my opinion. And Zunisha was cursed to wander the seas forever. I have a very, very strong feeling that the Sea Kings were transformed into Sea Kings. And they were not always Sea Kings. And Poseidon's power over them will end when they're transformed back into what they were originally, who they originally were. And I think by the end of the story, either the Sea Kings are going to die in some sacrifice, which I think is not as likely. Same thing with Zunisha, but my guess is both Zunisha and the Sea Kings are going to transform back. Whatever magic was binding them or cursing them is going to become undone. And thus, whatever Pluton is, if it's a giant creature, if it's a mole, if it is Momo's ability to control that or Zunisha, that ability is going to be stripped away. Shirahoshi's ability is going to be stripped away, and if Pluton is a giant ship and it's not like a living thing, that will be destroyed too, and the ancient weapons will no longer exist, or their powers won't exist any longer by the end. That's my explanation of that.
All right, so then a hypothetical to give some context with some terms here. What you're implying is something along the lines of sugar turning a bunch of people not into toys but into giant animals, because that's their hobby. Their hobby is giant animals for some reason.
Sure.
And they put a command: you must follow this person.
Yep.
And then that becomes hereditary.
That's an even better explanation of the Shirahoshi thing. Yeah, I think the Sea Kings, just like Zunisha was commanded to wander the earth, the Sea Kings were commanded to wander the ocean floor. And maybe it wasn't part of their given command, but it's the Sea Kings in their solitude in the ocean that the only people that they came in contact with were the Fishmen, the only people that they could, I guess, or maybe it even goes deeper than this. Maybe the Sea Kings used to be Fishmen. And that's why there's some connection between Poseidon, who is this hereditary ruler of the Fishman people that gets passed down over the ages. Maybe the Sea Kings are directly related to Poseidon in some way.
So you want to write down the ancient weapons get destroyed.
The ancient weapons
are liberated.
Liberated, depends on how you look at it. Basically, no ancient weapons. By the end of the story, ancient weapons will no longer be a factor. That's what I think. I think they'll be gone, or their powers will be gone.
See, that's interesting because I feel like the nuance of ancient weapons was kind of like this thing that wasn't a weapon that people just feared because they were just misunderstanding, or they just kind of like weren't in control of it.
Sure.
So that's where I'm kind of like, you know, like when I think Rayleigh and Roger and King Neptune were having a conversation, they were like, it's not the ancient weapons, like, you know, you don't have to fear about that, but we're looking for the treasure of the people who named them ancient weapons. And that kind of implies that they weren't like, it's kind of like a propaganda name, you know? So that's where I'm like, No ancient weapons feels like a cop out in that regard for me, on because of my understanding, not because of what you're saying.
Right.
Because for me, I feel like the ancient weapons are just insanely powerful abilities, but any ability can be insanely powerful. You know what I mean? You could take any of these powers and make them to an insane level, and then maybe some group calls it an ancient weapon level ability, right? So
Yeah.
like for example, the Arc Maxim and Enel. Like someone could look at the Raijin thing that he did and look at that. That's an ancient weapon, right? A lot of people think that is Uranus to that point, right? And is so like as far as ancient weapons not existing, I guess like the term or Poseidon, Uranus, Pluton, those not existing, I guess, could make sense, because I feel like people are gonna end up calling like Luffy and his crew ancient weapons.
Yeah, I just mean the current 3 ancient weapons won't. So the reason I say this is because if they continue to exist after the end of the series, there is an open-ended question that gets left there where it's like, well, what happens when these ancient weapons die, right? Because will there be another Poseidon in however many years? Because the job has been done, the world's saved. So does it end with them? Does it end with the current set of ancient weapons? Because then in that case, that still leads to an endpoint. And if not, then the other question that comes up is, well, what happens if there isn't a Luffy there to make proper use of their powers or to guide them on how to use their powers? That still leaves an open end where, like, at some point in the future, someone with bad intentions could get their hands on one of these ancient powers and then use it to cause problems all over again. We could have the Void Century 2. So for me, it's like the ancient weapons at least played some major part in the Void Century, or at least why it was wiped and why the world government's trying to hide them now. It plays, if what Emu used to wipe out Leloucia is an ancient weapon, these are things that are going to feed this cycle. And I think that the only way to end the cycle is to also remove the weapons themselves, even if it's Shirahoshi and she's a good person. I think that can remain, and Shirahoshi doesn't have to die for this to happen. She just has to lose her powers. I think she just has to not be able to call upon Sea Kings by the end.
Okay, so then that works. So for Pluton, this specifically would work if Pluton is an animal, though, right? So what if Pluton is a ship? How does the theory work there? Because the way weapons, right, when we go back to like what Tom was saying, it's like it's not necessarily the creation that's evil, right? It's like how people use it is evil. And can you ever stop people from using things from being evil? No. So like anything in creation can end up becoming an ancient weapon. And so as far as what you're saying, I think, I know we want to say Pluton's a mole, and I know that like the animal thing there, but just for the sake of keeping to what's in the story right now as a ship, how would that translate for the ship part? Because I don't see it translating as a ship thing unless, and this is where I would come in, is again, like it's I think the ancient weapons being diffused kind of thing, like it's weird to say because they're still powerful, but like is there like a checks and balance, right? Like is that exist, the diffusing thing? Like
Chaozu used the word neutralized, if that makes more, or if that like fits more what we're saying. I don't know.
Yeah, like neutralized works. I feel like there's one other thing I forgot that I was gonna say, which is like I like what you said, like they're not going to be a factor. I think they will exist. That's where I disagree. I think they will continue to exist. The cycle will continue. So if that is a contingent on this bubble, then I would say make it blue. But if it's that they aren't going to be if they're going to be neutralized, I guess would be an accurate way I could see it, then I agree with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's a way where there's a middle ground where I'm also in agreement of that middle ground.
Yeah. It's
I think
hard. it is hard. This is a hard one.
Yeah, because like it also like the themes, like you said, with like Tom and like Frankie's backstory of like not being ashamed of your creation. In this case, though, the way I could see it working, where if it's not a ship, if all three ancient weapons are living beings with some power attached, then I could see it being where their power gets removed, and who cares if their power gets removed, because it doesn't harm the individual. They still get to be themselves. They still get to live full lives. They just don't have power over life and death over most of the planet. So, you know, I think that's a positive, and I think most people, after dealing with the ancient weapons or dealing with all the horrors of Emu, would elect to have those powers removed if they could. Yeah, like I'm sure Shirahoshi wouldn't want that responsibility if she could choose to get rid of it.
Here's a question. I'm curious because of this line of questioning. Do devil fruits end?
Oh, this thought flashed in my mind for a second when I first put this forward, but I was like, nah, there's no way. Really? Like, how do you... But you know what? Like...
Because like, I'm going to say maybe... Oh, man. Oh, God, this hurts. Oh, God, I don't think that was going to end. But, like, if you were to tie all of it, right? If ancient weapons and devil fruits go out, if that is the direction, I think it would have to be all of it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If
yeah, if it's like a magic that's binding the Sea Kings together and binding Zunisha, it could be the same magic that's causing devil fruits to exist. So like if one goes, they all
in the devil fruit. Just let the man die, right? Like why is he in this fruit?
Yeah, if one goes, they all go type thing. I could see that being the case.
Yeah.
The only thing is, does it kill, like do the users just lose their powers and they're all, you know, they're all healthy and good? I mean, would Luffy be...
That's where it goes to my imagination video. I don't know if it's before or after or in the same video, where I basically say that the reason, I think it's the one before it, the reason why the devil fruits are unnatural is because it makes it so that people are restricted, because it gives you the dreams of somebody else. It's dreamed up of someone else. But then it also implies, right? Humans are able to dream no matter what. So like when it comes to the unnatural state of it, maybe it's coming from a restrictive standpoint. Like, you know, as far as Emu being that sea goddess or whatever, sea devil, whichever way you want to look at it, we don't necessarily have that completely confirmed. But what I'm talking about is like, you know, what happens if you get rid of the devil fruits? At the same time, Vegapunk says that you can't erase hopes. These devil fruits are the embodiment of hopes being passed on. So that's where I'm like, devil fruits can't be erased, but it could be a situation where the humans don't see devil fruits as like godly or devilish things. These are just powers that humans can, if you will it hard enough, if you dream hard enough, you can access powers beyond your imagination. And we see characters in the story without devil fruits with powers. I call them devil seed users. And elemental Haki is another extension of that. You don't have to believe that, because you have Miss Golden Week. You have so many characters in the story that can just control elements, control powers without devil fruits. There's entire races that can do that. And so when it comes to erasing all the devil fruits, I can actually see that, and I would be willing to co-sign devil fruits and like all of it just being eradicated.
So
if it's all, I'm co-signing it. If it's not, I don't know. You might have to
let's do this. I'm gonna find a creative way to design this box, and we'll put it in towards the middle here. All right. Okay, so first, let me do this. What is wrong with this program sometimes? Okay. Okay, so this is mine. Ancient. I'm gonna color code ancient weapons as my color, and I'm gonna color code devil fruits as your color, and I'm gonna put them in the same box and say end. Yeah, end. Ancient weapons. And then let me change it to this. And we will co-sign this, but we'll just use this as a reminder to how we came to this conclusion together. Okay.
Yeah. This is a fun
Cool.
one. I see people saying devil fruits 100% will not stop to exist. I think and Doran saying it would be a sadder world. I think that's the realization, and that is exactly why they would leave. It's because you look at these and you look how normal people look at them. They're like, oh my god, those are gods. Like, that's an insane power. We can't deal with that. But in reality, look at what Gato said. Look at Roger. He conquered it without it. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't need that. You don't, like, yeah, you could see someone who walks on your island and devil fruit and automatically bend backwards, but you would also be strong-willed and bring your dream to fruition anyways. And what the limit of that is up to you. If you guys see the devil seed user theory, which, okay, the only part of that is a theory is the name. I named them devil seed users because they're prior to devil fruits. But other than that, these are canon characters in the story that didn't need a devil fruit. Oda confirmed that, but they have supernatural powers. Why? Because they're like, they believe in themselves, they have confidence in themselves, and they're like super passionate about what they do. Miss Golden Week is the best example of that. So, you know, that's how I don't think it'd be a sadder world. I think it'd be a world where you remove the veil of power from.
Yes. And I also think a world full of water where a lot of people can't swim is also kind of sad too. I think all the devil fruit users gaining back the ability to go swim in a way is a new type of freedom, because their whole world is composed of this restricting substance. Now they're able to experience the world without that thing holding them back. Ronnie, thank you for the gifted membership, bro. Doran, yo, welcome back to the crew, brother. I saw a couple super chats I'm gonna get to real quick. Great Merlin Beer donated $2. No message, but that's their first super chat on the channel, so thank you so much, Merlin. Appreciate that. Vid, thank you for the $2. He said Watto being renamed Kuina when blackened. It's like the sword becomes like the name changes to Kuina.
So in the one of the videos, I forget, I was saying that when it so this is, I guess I could just tell you because I didn't put out the video fully yet, but I did explain this part, that if these swords have memories, and the way to blacken a blade is by imbuing memories into it. That, because when you think about like memories are something that once you remember, like, this is a memory of somebody, it does not break. You know what I mean? You can't shatter the memory of somebody once you have it. And like that, they're immortal. So that's why I was thinking, like, the sword, the black blades, and that might be what Ryuma did. He remembered his rival, or he remembered, and that's why the Shusui looks like this French dude, which would explain why a Wano sword would have a French-based personification. All weird. But then I was saying that when the Wado, which looks like Kozuburo, gets turned into Black Blade, maybe it gets re-personified as Kuina. I don't know if the name changes, because the name means the path of harmony, or the path of justice, whichever thing. So I don't know if the name needs to change, but I do
harmony.
think the personification, harmony,
It's because it's the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same wa as in like Japan's Wano, like land of harmony. So I think it's the same. I think it's the same thing, and that makes sense because like it's Zoro and Kuina's dream coming together in that sword. It's like the harmony of both of them. So yeah, I mean, I like the original name and its symbolism. It getting renamed like to Kuina. I like what you said more, like some sort of like personification, like, or shift in the personification of the sword to be more. Yeah, if it speaks, like that's what I'm like. That's why I like that idea, like the living sword thing. I would love if Zoro and Kuina connect.
Zoro said they're gonna know I'm the world's strongest swordsman from heaven. It's Kuina who recognizes him from heaven. You are the world's greatest swordsman. That would be kind of cracked. That would kind of bring a tear to my eye.
The sword. Kuina comes out the sword and was like, "Hey, I just came back from heaven to tell you, you did it.
You did it, bro.
You did it. Good job."
Go. And then she falls down the stairs. No, I'm joking.
Kuina falls down the heavenly stairs to get to Zoro.
The empty throne.
No, there's Zoro's like this is such a dark joke, but like Zoro finally beats Mihawk, and then like a set of like angelic stairs comes down from heaven, and then Queen tumbles all the way down, and she tumbles all the way down to the bottom, and she finally lands. She lands like face plants on the ground, and then gets up and is like, Zoro, you did it. You did our dream. Great job, Zoro. You're the strongest character. Actually, Zoro, I stumbled all the way down from heaven to tell you that actually you're the main character of One Piece, not Luffy. You, Zoro, you're the main character. You did it. Mihawk is the strongest character in One Piece, and you beat him. Undisputed, Mihawk is the #1 swordsman, therefore must be the strongest character in One Piece. Am I right, guys?
We all agreed in heaven that he's the strongest. Ryuma co-signed this.
Everyone in heaven was... Hey, Zoro, everyone in heaven was talking, and we discussed... We were all power scaling up at the pearly gates, and we decided that Mihawk is actually the strongest character in One Piece, and you beating him makes you the strongest character and the new main character. So, Luffy, fuck you.
Yo, I can't... You kept the... When you said stumbling, I just broke inside. I just imagine like a Family Guy animation of Queen just breaking down the stairs.
Like the Family Guy style, she lands with like the arm like back here. Like the leg is twisted.
That's what I saw. We're going to hell, bro. Oh my god.
I've been going. I've been going.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh man, woo. Damn. You think they'd have elevators? You think they'd have elevators by now? Man.
Laugh tail. Joy Boy died from stairs.
We have one box. We have one box, and it's a corner. It's a corner box. So this is a strong box here. We have to make the last one count. What are we capping off the stream with? Let's think about this. Pluton is a mole. Shout out, Dak. I know he was fighting for that.
Oh yeah, he was there.
No, he was fighting.
We need to like. We have this, but I imagine sometime down the line we'll get a creator bingo board game going on, right? This is just nostalgia because this is how we first. This is kind of how we first met bingo boards. Believe it or not, guys.
Yeah.
So this is great that we're doing this.
We haven't touched on the structure of the Marines, and I think that's something we could do, because what's going to happen with the Marines at the end of the series, and what happens with Kobe maybe. Like that's another one. Kobe's a chapter 2 character. Like that's an important bow to tie the knot on there. I'm just gonna do this for Brandon in the chat. So Lois, that reminds me of the time I fought Monkey D. Luffy and became king of the pirates. Oh, Peter! Oh, Peter, you remember that time? You remember that time Queena stumbled down the stairs? Anyway, Great Merlin, thank you for the 5. He said, just how York is the rogue Vegapunk, maybe Emu split themselves into Warrior God Devil Fruits, and the Warrior God of Liberation went rogue. Oh, so the Gorosei are 5, and Joy Boy or Nika would have been the 6th god that broke off from the other 5, like York broke off from the other 5 Vegapunks. I like that, actually. I think that's a really cool thing, because like if they're all warrior gods, Joy Boy is the warrior god of liberation. That's how he fits. Yeah. Oh, wait, that's really cool.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
There's a variation I had earlier on the channel, but with my Holy Knights theory, there's something adjacent, very close. And maybe that's the way it is, where it's like the Gorosei rather than the Holy Knights thing. But the reason why I was like the Holy Knights, it could be both, honestly. The reason why I gave that importance, because we still need to know why Figarland is above a Celestial Dragon, but not at the Gorosei. Like that's an interesting hierarchy for me. And the other part is, what is Joy Boy's presumed Straw Hat doing in one of those cryo chambers, right? So that's where I have a few theories that connect into Holy Knights. The Gorosei angle still works. I'm gonna think about that though, because that does change a little bit, because Liberation doesn't exactly see. The weird thing about it, I would like it more if the Gorosei didn't have such whack ass like departments. Like they have like government,
agriculture, defense, and then like liberation. It's like that's a real jump.
Yeah, like I'm not saying what Oda did is whack. That's not what I'm saying. But what Hidden just said, like you can't like it. Which one here is not like the other guys? It's like, well, liberation's kind of different. Like,
yeah, it's like I'm the warrior god of healthy foods. I'm the warrior god of special technological defense in this sector of the world. I'm actually the god of all liberation and the sun.
And countering you guys.
And I counter all of you, and I also hate all of you.
So it's like, yeah, that's the only reason why. But like, I definitely understand, because I like the warrior god thing, which is an interesting translation. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah,
like
it is.
Variations. So there's something there. Something there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I forget where we were.
We were talking about. I think before that I mentioned Kobe and the Marines. If we want to get a Marines
that's
thing.
true. That's true. See, when you said I was gonna go around. I was gonna go back to like maybe because I know you have a theory about this, and I was thinking like I have a future theory that kind of emboldens it, which is like I guess it's a cop out though. Like saying like there's going to be like it's a weird, like there's going to be a canonic like musical. I already said the dance of liberation though, so that's weird. I was gonna say something about songs though, like the Void Centuries, we hear it in a song. I don't know. That's a weird one. Yeah, let's go back to Kobe. Did I ever tell you I never told you this. I have a short out there that went viral, and it was surprisingly positive. I would go out on a limb and say 96% of the people really like the idea.
Okay.
And you might not like it off rip. The short, it's 1 minute long, very, very quick. I forget all the details, but it was that, and this was made before, I just want to throw it out, before the Garland got shown. So now it carries a whole new weight. And I've been seeing people throw it in the thing. Was that Kobe? My theory was that Kobe is related to Shanks. I said in the video, Kobe is Shanks's like son, but I think it might be like Kobe is a brother or something like that.
That's a rough last box because I can't agree with that one. So it's gonna be a pink box if we're doing that. Kobe is related to Shanks. That's a rough one for me. I need a supporting info. I know that you have supporting info for it, but I need it. You have to give me more because I. Do
you want to watch the TikTok? It's
okay. Yeah. Link it to me. If you pull it up, link it in the chat. I'll pull it up on stream.
Yeah. Because that will do it way more justice, and I'll tell you the added stuff too. Let me pull it up because on the short I had to take out information, but yeah, it was surprisingly positive. I thought I was gonna go viral for like, oh my god, this guy's a crackhead. How does he think this is the like Kobe's what? Why is this? Who is this? Who let this man? That did not happen. I was like, wait, guys, I'm trying to go viral right now. Where's World Star here? But it went viral for the opposite reason, in that it was well received, and I was like, wait, guys, hello.
That would also make potentially Kobe brothers or half brothers with Makino's kid. Technically,
that was
right?
a funny thing because a lot of people were like, hey, Shanks that's his kid on thing. I'm like, okay, Oda hasn't confirmed that. He had a whole movie about this man and didn't have that involved. So whatever. I think in the director's cut they're gonna have the Shanks Makino sex scene in there somewhere. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens. Yeah. And honestly, that supports my theory overall of this original one, which changed since tier because I have a new understanding of it. But it's that like, yo, if you think Makino was the first and last girl Shanks, let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you, he's been around town. This is before he became a Yonko. Now he's on Elbaf. Do you remember the bartender's reaction to Shanks? I mean, if Shanks had a giant child, I wouldn't be surprised.
Before you said child, I had a different, like, my mind filled in the blank there differently. I'm sorry. If Shanks had a giant, like my mind, I don't know, my mind's in the gutter, just like filled in that sentence. All right, so is that what we're putting in the final box? Shanks has a giant blank.
Let's do it.
Shanks has 3 wives, I think, is the Here, there we go. That's
I
it.
sent you the TikTok though. If you,
There, let me see.
actually, should I send it somewhere else? I send it in our Discord.
Oh, that's fine. I can pull it up from there.
Yeah.
Here, but I have to open up a new, or I can just do this, right?
Makino wasn't the first barmaid, and Luffy's. Exactly, right? Like, there's a precedent for it. I predicted that there'd be another Luffy on another island, and we got that giant kid.
Okay, ready?
Right?
That's it.
One of the wonkiest things in One Piece are bounties. In the SPS for Chapter 6,
Oh no, dog! Oh no, Hitter, you just gotta read that one. You just gotta read that last comment.
Hold on. What did Kev say? If he had a giant one, he'd definitely be the world's strongest swords. You know, you might be onto something, Kev. I gotta say, maybe the duels, the Shanks and Mihawk famous duels are I don't know. Maybe those duels are a little bit different than we thought. Maybe the sword fighting that they're discussing, for all my Shanks and for everyone who's ultra invested in the Shanks and Mihawk relationship, guys. Well, maybe their sword fights were a little bit more spicy than we first thought.
That's why the world heard about it.
The claps heard round the world.
No, I need to ask DJ to remake a thumbnail real quick.
The only compensation they get is infamy, which probably just translates to a higher bounty realistically. But with this system, who is
like the stream.
Claim the bounty?
Like the stream.
Pirates are the only people strong enough to capture most
Like the
of the
stream,
bounties,
guys.
and we've gone
Don't
through
forget.
most of the Grand Line, and it's not like we've seen too
All right,
many
let me know when you
normal
hear
dudes
that
can
video
claim the
though.
higher bounties.
I'm halfway
For
in.
example, if you were somehow able to capture Sabo and Luffy, then congrats, you could buy one new ship. And I'm not sure that's worth the effort. Like, sure, some bounties are inflated, but overall, it still stands that most normal people couldn't do this because you'd have to make a career of catching criminals to make a living. So maybe the bounty system was actually
Oh wait, this is the wrong video.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm waiting.
Yeah, I apologize. That is
no
the wrong
worries.
video.
I'm gonna finish this out anyway because I'm interested.
Pirates gain infamy for capturing a bounty, maybe a Marine gains rank for doing the same thing, and also explains why there really aren't any prominent bounty hunters because they'd want Marine status. I have a cool idea.
Oh yeah, I like that idea because like the Marines are the bounty hunters basically just become Marines anyway. Yeah, I like that's a.
Oh, that one had a part 2. Is that the one?
That's the one you just sent. That's the one I just watched.
I'll tell you the part 2 because I accidentally threw that at you. The part 2 is that the time skip for the Marines was a bounty rush. That's how they got their ranks.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And Oda said he wanted to draw exactly what happened in the time skip, so I could see him doing it very quickly. And the thing was, the reason why the bounty rush existed was because after the time, or before the time skip started, we were left off with the situation where all the impelled down prisoners were escaped and they needed to regather them. So there was a rush of bounties that needed to be captured and a bounty rush of people who could prove themselves and automatically get yourself to an admiral level. And I think that Fujitora and Ryokugu were the ones that were easily able to abuse that system. But then also, I'm going to come out with the theory, but I have no timeline on it. But that would explain a lot about Kobe. I explained as part of it to Randy, but like, hey, he jumped a few ranks there too. Smoker was shown capturing a bunch of bounties, and he jumped, I think, 2 ranks as well. And he only got 1 rank for being the hero of Arabasta, but then he jumped 2 ranks in the time skip, and he was capturing Marines. So, you know, being hero of an entire nation, capturing Marines, bounty rush, that being 1-to-1, I think it makes sense. Did I send the same? No, I sent the new video.
Here we go. Hold on. Gotcha.
Yeah, to say this could be a cool.
Specifically in chapter 6.
Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Don't watch that. What the heck? Where is it? Oh, I had to delete it off of
TikTok.
Come on,
Damn.
It's on Instagram. Then let me get that. Sorry about that.
No worries. I can't pull up. I might have to open it up.
If I link the video directly, you might be able to get it.
Just because Instagram will have my personal account.
Oh.
If I open that up.
Let me see. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me. Is there? Did I have to delete this one? Am I joking? What the heck? Descendant. Admiral. Person named. No, I did delete it.
If I could.
Oh. I found it. I think I found it
on TikTok.
Yeah. Let me just go back a little bit. Let me see. Sorry, you could go off on that.
No, I was gonna say one idea I had for Kobe Because I know that's like pretty standard thing to say, like, oh, Kobe's gonna become the fleet admiral. Yeah, like probably, possibly. But I think what really is going to be important with Kobe is I think his friendship with Luffy is going to be like a public thing, like how Garp and Roger had to hide that they worked together at God Valley and they were kind of like low-key friends. I think Kobe and Luffy they're going to be the public, like the side that shows the public that pirates and marines are not
I could see that,
not good versus evil, simply. And
I could see that.
yeah, that's something that always came to my I just have this picture in my head of like Kobe and Luffy like in the I don't know, it was like in the aftermath of a battle or something, Kobe and Luffy like hugging as friends or something, or like shaking hands, or you know, doing some sort of thing together where it just shows the unity between two guys that should be enemies but they're not. Always thought that was a cool vision.
Kobe and Luffy being public friends, I can see it that route.
Is it the same one? Let me pull this up. All right, let's see.
Yeah. Had a kid. No, I'm not talking about Uta. What if Shanks had a kid? No, I'm not talking about Uta, I mean a direct descendant. If this character existed, then they would probably have reddish hair, be a prominent character that wherever they are probably shows a lot of potential and can be considered fairly strong. I would imagine that they would have a bias towards friends and family and consider life sacred. I honestly think this would be a goofy reveal, but before Film Red was pushed out, there was an episode titled The Captain's Log of the Legend.
And also as an alternative
Shanks
to shaking hands, they could always sword fight too. All right, back to the video.
Surprisingly, it opened up with Kobe. For some reason, they had Helmeppo say to Kobe, there's certainly some kind of tie between you and red hair. And I thought, no way. Then I remember Kobe's backstory being that he got on the wrong ship as a kid, and we don't really know his origins.
Wait, so Helmeppo said there's
Helmeppo say to Kobe, there's certainly some kind of tie between...
Where does Helmeppo say to Kobe there's a tie between him and red hair? I would love to know.
And surprisingly, it
that
opened
was
up with
that
Kobe.
was
For some reason, they
the episode that was for Film Red. So that is something Oda did right. Yeah.
Oh.
Like as far as the way I received it is that was something that Oda like prepared the movie for, because he did write out the plot points of the movie, right? So it's like, it's interesting that was the prefacing detail, and there's actually precedent for that. For every movie, he does have this really interesting prefacing episode or arc, and some of them wouldn't make sense for other people to handle, and I'm actually going to cover that in a future video, but that was in the episode for Film Red.
Interesting.
Some kind of tie between you and red hair. And I thought, no way. Then I remember Kobe's backstory being that he got on the wrong ship as a kid and we don't really know his origins. Appearance wise, there actually is a tie-in. They have the same haircut, just different color. Kobe kind of does look like a younger Shanks, and if Shanks was his biological dad, then it would make Shanks a deadbeat dad like the rest of his crew. It also explains how in just 45 days Kobe went from a weakling to being able to land a hit on Luffy. The narrative aspect is also interesting because then it would mean that Shanks inspired the hero of the Marines' grandson to become the pirate king, while Garp would have mentored a legendary pirate emperor's son to become the future of the Navy. The twist of fate would be kind of ironic, all tying into how
I like that little inversion there, like the
Marine
Kobe to Garp and Shanks to Luffy is that's a fun crisscross. If Kobe is his kid.
For the war, resulting in Shanks thanking, respecting, and saving his
something I didn't add in that video, and I have a few other things, but I forgot them at the moment. But the base level one is Shanks is known for a certain type of haki, and so is Kobe, and they all ended up colliding at the single point, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Kobe's observation haki is as cracked as we think it is, and he's related to Shanks somehow, I mean, if the shoe fits, maybe. And now we have the Figarland line. Some people think that the Figarland line is all the Holy Knights. Maybe it's like not, but like at the end of the day, we have a situation where Shanks was able to get out. So like, I wonder what that means for someone else. But then, hey, we don't know where Kobe came from.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this.
Chapter 2 character.
I don't believe Kobe is Shanks' kid, but if I want to add fuel to your fire here, we can parallel Shanks stopping Akainu's fist from hitting Kobe to Dragon stopping Smoker from capturing Luffy in Logtown. And we can say that's a father-son, hey, Marine, stop messing with my son. Like one of those things, you know.
Akainu is significantly stronger than Smoker too, so at least in my book. I don't know about your guys' books. So hey, that's a litmus test for being a dad. We got a dad on our hands.
Yeah, I can't say I buy it, and I want to.
Yeah.
I feel like we should go for something we agree on for the last box.
I like the Luffy and Kobe are public friends. It's like a soft feel good one. I like it.
I feel like it's a way to just make the Marines not an antagonistic force by the end of the story. Like to kind of like, want to do that? We could. I'm thinking of a way to make it more interesting, or like incorporate one of your.
What about what happens to celestial dragons?
Oh, that's another good question. Well, I would assume there's no more celestial dragons by the end of the story. Like, there's no royalty.
They all die?
They all die? I don't know.
So that it's interesting because the Navy's made to protect the world government. Does the Navy change names?
Maybe the celestial dragons get turned into sea kings or something. Or like they get turned, like it's like the inversion of like the good guys get turned back to normal, and then the celestial dragons and Emu and all of them get turned into some like animals, and they live on, like, I don't know, like they live on Gaimon's island. I don't know, like something.
A bunch of rare animals.
A bunch of rare animals, right? Like as much as I think that the reflexive response from people is like, oh, celestial dragons, they're assholes. It's just, just kill them. Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
But like, I think that's just like, oh, that's not Luffy's style, and that's also not Oda's style for how he treats his villains. I think the way that Oda like really, really highlights the whole point of being a hero is not stooping to their level. So if the villains do these horrible things, you shouldn't just do horrible things in return just because they deserve it. It's be better than, don't stoop to their level, basically.
Okay.
So,
this is like a feel good ending, right? With the Kobe friend public thing. I like that, right? But there's a major debate, and I feel like we should put our foot down on this in this video, in this stream, legendary stream. The final villain is Emu.
Oh, okay.
Because the reason I got there was because maybe a version of what you said was Luffy and Kobe publicly fight against whatever. That was a major thing. Like, you can't show that, right? Like, you could say you're friends in public, but what if the world saw them fight together? That's where I was like, we could say that, or we could just skip to the end and say who's the final villain, and we could both agree that Emu is. Oh God, there's a moth.
I think, personally, I don't think it's Emu. Yeah, I have to put that out there. I think Emu is the setup, is a big old setup for Marshall D. Teach to sit on the throne. I think what's going to happen is Marineford is going to happen all over again. We're going to have the conflict with the world government. It's going to resolve. In the aftermath of the battle, Teach is going to swoop in and be like, all right, cool, you took out the world government for me. Thanks. My turn. And then he sits down. And I think that's where it's going to really come down. I think it's going to come down to Luffy. I think Teach is going to, just like Luffy is going to succeed in his goal of finding the One Piece and succeeding Roger, Teach has to at some point succeed in his goal of surpassing Zebek or living up to Zebek. And Zebek's goal was to be king of the world, right? So Teach,
we know, but we know Sengoku's lying.
We know, we could be lying. He could be lying. Although
he didn't mention for Garland, he was 100% lying.
Well.
You didn't. How do you say God Valley to people and not mention the hero, the most distinguished person from there? Sengoku's a rat, bro.
Both could be true. I think that he could have wanted to be king of the world. We just didn't get the full story of God Valley. Fair. Right, and I do think it's definitely in line with his themes. Blackbeard wants to be king of he wants Blackbeard Kingdom. So, I don't think he's satisfied with Full Lead Island being Blackbeard Kingdom. I don't think he stops there. And if people's dreams have no end, if his desire and his greed has no end, well, the end point is the whole world. And I think his goal, I think he really doesn't care that much about the One Piece. It might be incidental to his goal.
Yeah.
But I think the way this story pans out is we have the final conflict with Emu take place. We wrap up the world government stuff, and then we have Teach swing in as a pirate, as a contemporary of Luffy, trying to restart the cycle all over again in one fell swoop. And it's going to be a battle between ending the cycle and restarting the cycle again. And yeah.
So what I will say, I'm noticing something on the board. I have 2 on my own and we share one, and you only have 1 blue.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate here
To
for
give
you
me
to make this blue. Blackbeard is the final villain.
Okay.
And what I will say is I see it. I think like how I envision the last fight to be with Emu makes me feel like it's more like that's the end stage direction, or not just like Emu, like some kind of thing there. And you'll know what I mean once these theories come out. And I don't know if they'll change their mind. I don't think they will. But to support your theory, go not on stream. Don't do it. Well, it's a really good video, but it's an hour long. You can like 3 watched it at 1.5x, and he was able to make out most of it. That video supports you heavy. Yeah, the Blackbeard one. That's the last video I made before my hiatus.
I'll definitely check it out. I think either way, whatever we do, when I do the theory review, we're getting one of your videos on. So it's up to you if you want to do that then. But either way, I'll put that high on my list, because I am a big fan of Blackbeard. I think I have a lot of thoughts on him, actually, and it's funny because I've never done a video talking about him. So I would love to expand on this. To give the short of it, though, I think what Emu is to the story is so there's a circle, like, all right, so if we think of like the plot of One Piece, or like the issues in the One Piece story as like a circle, like a ring, I see it like as layers, right? So like we have Luffy trying to find the One Piece. That's the big driving force of the story. The big conflict is everyone competing with him to find the One Piece.
Right.
On another layer in, we have Luffy versus Blackbeard and their 2 ideals of freedom. And then further in, then we get the whole world government conflict. This is like a third, maybe like a few layers in. And this layer with the world government really starts at Water 7. And prior to Water 7, it's not too much of a factor. Yeah, we have more, like, we have Axe Hand Morgan or whatever and stuff like that prior. And, like, yeah, the world government trying to cover up things from Alabasta, whatever. But, like, at that point in the story, prior to Water 7, it's not made clear to us that they are as major of a threat as we know now. At the time, it just seems like the government really doesn't like pirates. This is like a hardcore military organization. Obviously, they're not going to support pirates, so there's no reason for them to publish an article framing Luffy as a hero or something, right? So like that's something we could write off. When that happened in Alabasta, I wasn't thinking to myself, oh, there's got to be an evil emperor at the top of the world making this decision. But now we know that. So it really started with Water 7 and Enies Lobby, where we got the scope of, okay, wait a second, pirates aren't just the bad guys. Now we have a massive organization that is the shadow behind the world. The problem I have with that being where the story ends is because if we're going to tie a loop on the story, in my opinion, we have a loop that closes prematurely. Like if the story closes on the world government being defeated, that plot is solved there. But we still have the extant plot of Luffy and Blackbeard's battle of ideals, because both of them share the goal of overthrowing the world government. Okay, so Blackbeard getting taken out prematurely would completely defeat the purpose of his motivation. His motivation, if we are to assume, is to be king of the world, means that just like Luffy will inadvertently end up overthrowing the world government, Blackbeard's end goal is to do the same thing. So these guys are pirates, and they are pirates in a story about pirates, in a story about finding treasure. It's not a story about the world government first and foremost. It's a story about pirates. You think One Piece, you think pirates, not pirates versus government, right? But that's the layer that gets added on the further you get in. But that closes before the end of the story, in my opinion. That loop closes. And what are we left with after that? We are left with pirates. And pirates, these guys who are freedom seekers, well, the whole story is about acquiring freedom. So what is Oda going to try and say? Well, now that we've... See, Emu is a very stereotypical bad guy. The world government are very cut and dry. Mwah! We're evil, mustache twirling villains. We enslave and kill everyone, and we want to control the world, and whatever. That is cool. Once we get them out of the picture, what are we left? We have two guys who have a different idea of what freedom is. And now the core theme of the story, where we've been trying to break away from this evil mustache twirling villain and acquire freedom, well, now what happens when we're given that freedom? Well, now we have two people with two different ideals of what that freedom means and what you do with that freedom. And then Oda's final message is going to be the battle of ideals between Luffy's version of freedom and Blackbeard's version of freedom. Continuing the cycle or ending the cycle. Blackbeard's free by making everyone else under their control, and Luffy's free by no one being in control, but both acquire that sense of freedom. So that's the way I see this story playing out, where like the big loop encompassing all of One Piece is this final conflict between the two of them. And that's why, like, if you go by order of events in the story, Luffy is set off on his journey to find the One Piece. Luffy meets Blackbeard, or Luffy hears about Blackbeard at Drum Kingdom just at the beginning of the Grand Line, meets him in Jaya, and then after that, the world government gets introduced. So I think it's gonna wrap up in a reverse order in that same way. World government gets tied, the knot gets tied on the world government. Next is Blackbeard. Next is, end the adventure that we started, and that's the order I think it goes in. So I do think Blackbeard is the final villain.
I like that. Going back to my shadows theory, there was something. This is like across a lot of mythologies, even in Japanese mythology, they refer to the time, like the primordial times before, like there was order, like Earth and the sky. It was called primordial waters, and like in order for the world to have been created across all the mythologies, it was the Earth and sky, and like essentially these two opposing forces have to collide. And whoever wins is what creates like the order there. And in the video, I was talking about how Luffy's one side, obviously, because we have the sun god Nika, who is the other side. And at the time, it's like the puzzle piece could have fit one way or the other. And I still think there is a world where it fits the other way. You might have convinced me on one side, but it's so. Here's the thing: we could talk about Film Red. Would you say top musica is Uta?
Is Uta?
Yeah.
For me, so if I'm paralleling Film Red to what we have now in the story, I think top musica is the ancient weapons and Uta is Imu. And okay. that's how I see that. As Uta in her dream world, controlling everything through dreams, which is kind of similar to the theming we have now, and using top musica, this ancient weapon, to exert or as a final gambit, like as a last gambit, like, okay, you want to end my dream world, you want to end my control over all these people, fine, top musica time, let's destroy it all, reset, great cleansing. That's I see that as being the parallel. And it's even interesting because when Uta uses her imagination to spawn like helpers, she spawns these literal knights like out of thin air. She creates like these like musical knights. So it's like, for me, I see Uta as being Imu symbolically there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and the reason why I asked the top musica thing specifically here, so Uta is Imu, and then top musica would be some external power that they can take control of, right?
Yeah.
And you could go out on a limb, whether you want to say it's a 1-to-1 parallel of what Imu is or something. You could say top musica was like on their own control, right? Like, Uta didn't necessarily. Like, she lost control.
She couldn't control top musica, yeah.
Right.
It was it was rampant.
And so for those of you guys who watched my Blackbeard video, there was a conclusion at the end that a lot of people are like, oh, this could be top musica. A very similar aspect, like amalgamation of everything. And it won't make full sense without like running you through the theory, so I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is, to me, there's a world where there's a world where you're right, and Emu is Luffy beats Blackbeard. Just hold on. Luffy beats Blackbeard, but Blackbeard isn't like down for the count, right? Luffy has to go fight Emu. They have this whole dialogue about like the Void Century, why what Luffy's doing is wrong, right? This is a repetition of what happened in the past. They're trying to not the equilibrium, whatever they're trying to maintain. They're trying to have a great cleansing so that like the it's balanced, doesn't spiral out of control. And so as a demonstration of why dreams are bad, you have Blackbeard. So whether Luffy beats Emu or not, right? I know, which I think would happen. And then Emu's like, this is why dreams are bad, and points to Blackbeard. And Blackbeard comes in at the end, and then that would explain it. But the Blackbeard that's at the end may not necessarily be the Black Marshall D Teach, is what I'm saying. It might be another entity. And as for what that other entity is, for it to make sense to you, Hidden, you'd have to watch the video. But as if I could like brute force a parallel here that isn't really indicative of my video, it would be kind of like, hey, what if when Nika awakened and Kaido asked him, who are you? And he said, I'm Nika. And he didn't say Luffy, right? Something like that. And we already have plenty of theories where it's like Blackbeard isn't like he has 3 personalities or whatever. My video goes in a different direction and adds a dimension to that. But for that to work in my mind, and I'm liking what you're saying, because again, pretty much all mythologies do this, where it's like you have this primordial thing that keeps a balance, and it is referenced as water. Then you have 2 opposing forces, complete opposites colliding, and they create the world out of the collision.
Yes.
And so for Luffy and Blackbeard to do that, that's what I talk about in the Shadows video. It's just we didn't have like all the nuance that we have right now. And when you say it like that, I can agree. But the only thing, and I guess it would be white then, because at the end then it would be splitting hairs to be like, oh, this isn't really Blackbeard, but it's like it is Blackbeard. You know what I mean? That's why I asked the Top Musica thing, because you could say like without Uta, Top Musica wouldn't have happened, right? So would it be fair to say Top Musica wasn't because of Uta, which is the same thing I'm saying here? And to give you a little bit of a teaser too, it goes back to that the main part of that video, the Blackbeard video, is the idea that Blackbeard said people's dreams never end, whereas Luffy says people's dreams, or his dream, does end. There's a complete separation in ideals and how dreams work, and if that is the clash, then that could make sense as to what new world is created, right? Our darker world is where Blackbeard's here, and the new dawn is where Luffy's there, and Emu is the one trying to prevent a Blackbeard from coming up. Because at the end of the day, though, right, Marshall D Teach is a D clan, right?
Yeah.
So, or from what we know. So, you know, I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking like maybe it's what someone brought up about York being like a bad Vegapunk, right? Like maybe he was the bad D clan, and it's like, you know, you have a mixed bag of people in every group, and so maybe Eam was trying to prevent that from happening, right? Like, yes, dreams, inspiring dreams are great, but what happens when they're out of control? Can you control dreams? And then Luffy's like, you don't need to, right? Like you need to have people's dreams counter each other's dreams, right? You have to stop being afraid of people's dreams. Whereas Blackbeard, he has his own ulterior motive for the dreams things, which I explain, and it's a lengthy thing. But you know what, Hidden?
Have I convinced you?
It's hard. It's hard because there is an entire theory, a mega theory that I have that places Emu at a spot where there is something else there, and I'm almost wondering if there's a way to connect it to this idea where Blackbeard is the end villain in that like prevention. We don't want this to happen, and I'm trying to see it, because oh man, because this video is one of those videos where I'm like constantly adding to it. The script is mainly done, I'm just adding to it. There's 2 videos that preface the video. Oh my god, we're so late into the stream that words aren't coming to my mind. You know what it's late hours. It's late hidden. I'm gonna say you rizzed me. Turn that shit white, bro.
Already done, bro. Already done. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I gave you the full explanation, because I'm like, I just feel like that's the... I just have like this... There's like an order of events I just see things playing out in, and I just don't see how the Blackbeard thing gets tied up before the world government thing. Especially because Blackbeard is the reason that Ace died, essentially. If it weren't for Blackbeard, Ace would have never even been captured by the world government, right? We blame the world government, we blame Akainu for Marineford and Ace's death, but in reality, they would have never even had Ace if not for Blackbeard. And that meeting in Impel Down where Blackbeard pulled up to get his crew member and Luffy was pulling up to save his brother, and it's like they had that meeting. It's like, hey, I put your brother here. It's like, you know, it's like that thing.
Out.
Go ahead.
No. I can't. No, I'm sorry I interrupted.
You figured something out, but
yeah. Make it white. Yep.
Okay.
I think I figured out why.
Yeah.
How this all ties in. I don't know if I'm gonna include it in this video, but hey. This is I'm gonna say hidden. This is in a separate video. Hidden Island rizzed me up real good. Like
if I oh my god. If that's like even the name of a short, I will hype that up, man. You trust me. I'll be like, I'll just be making posts of like, guys, I rizzed par. Check it out. Check it out. Check out the Blackbeard theory. But yeah, man, that's pretty much that is the reasoning behind it. I think I'm glad I got you to agree on that. I mean, look.
What I will say is the reason why it is I can look at the board and there's 1, 2, 2 boxes that I connected with for the Blackbeard as final villain that I was like, oh wait, that makes. We said something about what Luffy would do, and if you watch my video, then you know why Blackbeard cannot have that done, and it connects to the. Oh yeah, wait, I'm liking this a lot now. Okay, all right.
Well, that's it, man. I mean, we have a full bingo board. How do you feel about it? You think we're gonna hit bingo with this one? You think we got a shot? Looking at our opportunities here. And we'll come back to this once the series is over.
Oh, the top row is bingo, bro. The top row is oh wait, we have Zoro's a fucking mink in there. No, it's a bingo. No.
If you want, wait. So now that we have everything placed, we might want to try and organize a more successful bingo.
Are we allowed to do that?
We could. I mean, we just place the squares. We can move them around.
Okay.
Anyone objects to that? I got news for you. It's my stream. Come on.
I feel like the left column is the spicy one is the dragon dies, right?
Yeah. I think the spicy one. Well, I mean, honestly, the almanac thing is like up in the air. Plant people is still like, do we get to that? That could happen. I believe it could happen, but it's also there's a good possibility it doesn't too. So it's like hard to say that this is a safe bingo. What I'm thinking is if we move Zoro is a mink and we swap it with something off the top, something off the bottom row. I feel like this bottom row is pretty strong. This whole bottom row, Devil Fruit Tree, Kuma, God Valley, Living Sword, Elemental Haki, Dragon Dies. Like, I feel like if we took one of these or like swap something around, we have at least one strong row here. So
yeah. How about? Oh man, because the diagonal from Blackbeard as the final villain is actually kind of cool too. Because I was gonna say put the Devil Fruit Tree up where Zoro is a mink, but then I was thinking maybe instead of breaking that like diagonal, how about the Elemental Haki and Zoro's a mink swaps?
Oh, okay. I could do that.
It's still spicy.
Yeah.
Right. It's not super easy.
Yeah. I think, or if we really want to get strategic with it, we could move. Yeah. No, that would be tough. How about this? Let me put. Let's swap Living Sword. I feel good about that one. I feel good about that one.
Okay. All right.
Let's put Living Sword. I don't know why my compulsion is just telling me to do that.
Let's go.
but
let's go.
let's put Living Sword where a Zoro is a mink is, and then we'll put, yeah, we'll swap them around. Yeah,
I like it. We definitely got bingo. I think.
I think there's a
I
bingo
think we
on
got
here.
bingo. Yeah.
Could be. I believe in it more. I like, yeah, with this organization here, I think there's an even better chance. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. As far as the rest of them go, I think it'd be too try hard to be like, oh, let's make sure. But I think there's a solid bingo at least once.
Yeah, I think so. Let me see if I can get this whole board on the screen so everyone can see it. All right, guys. Well, that is 6 hours to get to this, but I would say it's worth it. This is the longest one-on-one stream I think I've done. So, this is one of many titles you hold on long streams or long calls. I have to thank you for that because this is awesome. That was the quickest 6 hours.
It beat our 5-hour stream in the first time.
We
so
did.
That's crazy. One-on-one, half a reverie long. That's wild.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, man. No, we cooked that. That was awesome. And we went over not only the original bingo board, we made a whole new bingo board, and we also had like a good section discussing the One Piece live action. So like we covered so much today. That was a productive stream. Yeah, I would say so. Let me just double check to make sure I didn't miss before we close things up. Let me just see if there's any super chats that I didn't get to.
And there will be a follow-up stream on my channel with Hidden as a guest, and there will probably be some theories of mine on Hidden's channel, but for theory review, and possibility of Rome Piece Part 2. Not possibility, a strong show up, you know.
Yeah, I can't wait. First off, I can't wait to be on your stream because I know that when we're not doing the bingo board, our discussions are going to be more pointed, and it's going to be fun to talk about expand on what we were talking about today because we kind of had to brush over things. And yes, and Rome Piece 2. I know this has been like a running like meme on me and Parvision's channel as like, hey, we're gonna do Rome Piece 2. I promise we're gonna do Rome Piece 2, and it's just like one of those fabled videos that like is just it's in the ether right now. It doesn't exist yet, but
it's like Zoro's a plant.
Yeah.
You know? Everyone brings it up, but it's not a video on my channel.
It's not a video. But it's funny because you brought up the Zoro's a mink and then the plant people, and I was like, wait, so is Zoro a plant and a mink? I was like, but I get the distinction, but it's just funny because I was like, it's like one of those things. It's like it's an idea we have and we talk about, but we just don't have like the actual content for it.
Yeah.
But what I will say,
Zoro's a plant is like G5 arc. It's a filler, but it's a really good filler. You know,
it's a filler theory. What was I gonna say? Yes, Rome Piece 2 is gonna happen. I am doing some hardcore research on Rome right now. I'm learning my stuff pretty well, so I can't say when it's gonna happen. But the ammunition is building. I'm building up my stash of stuff to bring to this sequel video. So it's not just gonna be some BS sequel. It's gonna be a real. Like, we're gonna go into depth on this stuff. So yeah. Amorphous Man, thank you for the $20. He said, the GOATs. Yes, I agree. Parvision is the GOAT, and I'm happy that you consider me one too. So thank you, bro.
We're minks.
We are minks in here. Zoro's a mink. Well, how about both of us are minks too? I would like to claim what's the animal with the biggest brain? Yeah, I would like to claim that
Killer
one.
whale.
Yeah, killer whale. I'm the killer.
That's
I'm a killer
mammal,
whale.
though.
Damn,
Animal.
that's a. That would still be a killer whale, no? There's not much. It's not much bigger than killer whales that aren't animals. Ronnie, thank you for the gifted membership. KJ, welcome to the crew. And LOL Bloody Oranges, thank you for the $50, homie. That's your first super chat too on the channel. I feel like, I mean, you're always in the streams, I'm pretty sure, or at least you're in the comments. I've seen you around a bunch, but for your first super chat, thank you very, very much. That's very generous. He said,
I love his profile picture. Keep calm and eat oranges.
Keep calm.
That's so fun.
I love it. The dedication to the, well, I will say this, that's theming, okay? You have consistency. So I respect that. Damn, you guys still going? When to work? Wait, you still going? When to work? My two goats being here since you guys started your channels. Much love. I'm always lurking. Much love. You guys are food for thought. Yo, thank you, homie. Thank you. I mean, our channels are both roughly around the 2-year mark, I think, right? It's been like just about.
I think I think September is when I start my TikTok. November is when I start, or October is when I start my YouTube, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
My channel started August, September too. So I think, yeah, we're coming up on the 2-year mark. So I know Orange has definitely been around in my like comments and stuff for a while at least. So I really appreciate that, man, and everyone who's been with both of our channels through this ride the past 2 years. Like, you guys are real troopers. You guys are awesome. Like, to think about, like, right now we have 200 viewers. We had like a consistent like 200 to 200 like 50 or whatever the whole stream. Thinking back to when we first did this, me and you, we had like a quarter of the number of people in here. We were just starting with our channels. We had so many like new budding ideas and so much less experience on how to do YouTube and stuff. It's funny because when we did that stream, we split it between both our channels with some external splitting application, and we did this whole like convoluted thing. And it's like we're both like, it was my idea and it was me being a noob, but you went along with it because you're nice. but it was a different time. Like, we were new, and it's like, it's just cool that here we are almost 2 years later now. We're both like, now we're seasoned. We've both.
Yo, that was crazy now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
It's cool, right? Because like we just didn't have the experience back. Like, we were like, hey, let's try it this way. And now it's like, it's just so different. Like, now we would just laugh at the notion because we're like seasoned vets of like this YouTube, like One Piece YouTube. Since the last time, like we both got on Reveries, like it's been a ride. It's been a ride. And I just want to say, Par, thank you for being here today and dedicating this man's a father, guys. Keep this in mind. This man's a father. Father's Day was just recently. He's a busy guy. I know he said he's on vacation, but instead of enjoying his vacation, he decided to dedicate 6 whole hours of his day to being here on stream to talk to me about One Piece. So I can't thank you enough for that, man. Seriously, it's and you guys all for being here the whole time. Some of you guys were here the entire 6-hour stream too. I can't deny you guys credit. You guys are also massively supporting to the channel and helpful to the channel. Just the fact that you're even here the whole time, I appreciate you guys so much. So yeah, man, this is for episode 6 of Conqueror's Clash, I would say this is quite the special feature.
This is 6
this
hours.
Is 6 hours for the 6th episode.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, this ride wouldn't have been the same without you. So I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're taking care of your stuff to still be here. And you're doing a lot of good things with that charity event that you announced too, which I like. And yes. I told you before the stream started, like the quality. Every single time I end up talking to you, I'm like, oh no, I gotta step my shit up. And as far as being here, my wife might be a little angry, but what I will say, and she knows this, is I had been burned out on One Piece, and that I haven't posted in a month. And like, burnout, like, it sounds like a serious thing, and I think I'm just taking, when Oda announced the break, bro, I was like, okay, I'm gonna relax, you know. And I've been doing One Piece stuff, you know, here and there, and I always feel bad, like you know, people are like, oh, do you have time? And I'm like, I'm on vacation, you know, but like I still show up. But this was like, I think the same thing that you said at the beginning, like you want to go back to your roots of like One Piece, and you had a lot of fun on the stream last year when we did this in February. That's the same thing for me. It was just cool, like, man. I needed this so that now, like, I kept on telling people I'd get a video out this weekend, and then just a bunch of stuff happened. Father's Day, busy. I've just been like relaxing. And as far as like motivation goes, seeing everyone in the chat, like I've told like 4 different theories of like, now I'm excited. I want you guys to see it. I want Hidden to see it. And I will say that before I get you back on my channel, I will have to get my theories out first. So it's not going to be, maybe it's next week on a perfect timeline, but it's most likely a little bit later than that. I will say that because I want you to receive, I'm gonna straight out say it, I want you to be like the first person I talk to after I get the crackhead theories out there. And because we have a different perspective.
Yes.
And I want to see if it hits. I want to see if you, because there's a lot of things that I said I see what you're saying, but maybe different, and I've been holding back on it. And I really respect how you go about your theories, how you convince so many people about it, but then also just like the methodology you have, right? And I feel like though my shit is crackhead energy right now, I think you might like it. And it's crazy because I've tested parts of it on some creators who were pessimistic. They said straight in my face, this is crazy, but then by the end of the third thing that I told them, they're like, this is the Parvision taking over. Is this what your viewers are tasting all the time? And I'm like, yeah, be careful. You don't want to watch too many bad videos.
I can say this. I'm always even the crackhead ideas, and this is something I always stress, like on theory review too. Like with the crazy ideas, even if I don't personally love it, I can sometimes recognize like the well-crafted theory, or like the connections. Even if I don't think they're gonna play out that way, it's you know, you can still acknowledge that there are connections, and it's fun to think about this stuff, man. You know, I've learned, and I've been humbled very much since I started making theories, because when I started making theories, maybe I was more hardline about what theories I liked and didn't like, and now that I've had a bunch of theories out there, and I've been shit on for my theories, and I've had theories that have been already proven false, it's just kind of like humbled me, where I'm just like, now whatever, man, like if it's a fun idea, like I'll hear you out, like I'm open to anything. And there's so much craziness in the story that, like, yeah, like why not, man? Like even if it's a crazy, like there's stuff on this bingo board like even today that I didn't agree on, but that doesn't mean that it's like a shitty idea or not worth listening to. Because now I'm not going to look at Panda Man the same way. I didn't know until prior to our conversation that he showed up 400 years in a flashback, and he is a canonical character, so there's, to some degree, that is a canon thing. So like, yeah, that's something I didn't know.
He has more panels than Shanks, Garp, Dragon combined, technically. If you really think about it, he's shown up that many times. The One Piece wiki lists out all the times. It's so funny.
That's even crazier, and it's like that's what I'm talking about, man. So like, when you get those ideas out there and you make those videos, let's do it, man. Get me on a stream, hit me with them. If I'm doing theory review, hit me with that video for your defense or whatever video comes out that you want me to check out. I am open. I keep an open mind, and I know you. I know when you make content and you have an idea, even if it sounds crazy at first, I'm not going to leave that video without some explanation, which that's what I count on. That's why even today, anytime you hit me with a crazy idea, I'm like, okay, hold on, but tell me more,
Yeah.
Like that's just the Parvision like cook. That's like the way I see it. So but yeah, let's wrap this up. We are very far into the stream. I do want to say once more, thank you so much to all the generous generous super chats from you guys, all the donations, all the gifted memberships. Welcome to all the new members. I really appreciate all that so much, and it helps me immensely. Like just with my personal life and maintaining the channel and all those things. So you guys really like it is definitely accounted for, and it means a lot. So thank you. And Par, thank you for being here today. And if you have any final message you want to give the chat before we close out for the night, I'll leave it to you.
All right. Thank you, Hidden, for getting me on. And actually, when you messaged me, it was like perfect timing, because this week is busy, and then we found out the perfect day and it worked out. So I'm glad. Thank you. Always works out. Life just works out that way. As far as the rest of the break, hey guys, I've been promising videos, and they're videos that exist. But as far as the timeline goes, that I don't know. But what I will say is the One Piece live action thing that we did talk about, I will get that video out, and then that will be the catalyst to me finally jumping back in. That'll be the first video that I get back on with.
Hell yeah.
And so the main thing I'm going to be prioritizing is videos, because I haven't posted in a long time and I'm really rusty. And then the second thing is conversations. Hidden Island trumps that. And what I will say is this won't be the last Hidden Vision that you see this break month. Even if it's not on my channel or again on his channel, there's the Reverie, which has been announced, but you guys don't know the day. So that's there.
That's on the way.
And there might be, Hidden has something cooking very soon with that charity event, and then we'll be supporting that. And then I'm planning a 50K stream celebration, but it might not happen when I hit 50K. So like, thank you guys for helping me get there.
Yeah.
Couldn't get there without the Hidden Island community. Everybody here, it's like, it's home here. I got to see so many familiar names, and I love hopping into the streams and seeing you guys and talking to you guys. So
cool, man. As
far as the stream goes, thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for welcoming us into this community.
Guys. Yeah, and yeah, so over the next couple months, the way the streams are working out, you'll be seeing a lot more of me and Par on stream together. So be ready for that. Get excited for that. Yeah, guys, I hope all of you have a great rest of your day, a wonderful night, and a wonderful romance dawn wherever you are. Appreciate all of you, and take care.
Peace.
Peace.